Shout out to you, my fellow Europeans. It's your boy DeyZan, aka mgthefuture. It's another lovely day on Europa, it seems. Not a day doesn't go by where a truck that's way too loud doesn't drive. I'll be your gracious host today. Hopefully get you through the morning, afternoon drive, depending on where you're at. It's Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, #allegedly. What is going on? At least on the internet. I don't know what's going on. Shout to Ascending E. Something going on. Someone's going on. I don't know what's going on, but it is. Back. But yeah, man. Shout out to all of you. Been watching the videos. Shout out to everyone who's liked, comments, subscribe, ABCDFG. Trying to figure out what's going on today. I think Trump is speaking somewhere. I think he spoke to the soldiers in Japan, I think. And he told them, don't listen to something about grocery. The bills are all-time low or some shit. And everybody in that crowd just sat there quiet like, this man don't know how to do math or something? That's crazy. That's nasty work for a commander-in-chief to play in front of the face of the soldiers who actually got to buy the groceries. I don't know the last time that Donald Trump went to a grocery store, but I bet you he didn't buy it. Different people, representatives, are saying, well, they ran out of the SNAP. The well has run dry is what they call it. I feel like they've been watching my videos. They said that the SNAP benefit well has run dry, although rumors there's $6 billion somewhere that can be cut in emergency, and they're debating on whether or not they're going to cut it. And then other people, I guess they're trying to manifest through well-wishing. The government shutdown will be over by October 31st. On Halloween, on the day of the veil, they're not going to go to a Halloween party. They'll open it on the 1st and they'll open it on the 2nd. Either way, them reopening the government does not guarantee they're going to reallocate funds to SNAP either. It's a very strange, precarious time to be in when you're depending on the government, at least. And that brings to the question, where in the United States Constitution does it say for a citizen to depend on their government? Don't worry, the people who wrote the Constitution were the citizens of a government. They're we the people, not we the citizens. That be catching people slipping every time. I think because our society has done the connotative what it means thing for so long that they just keep making up meanings, and based on the meaning they made up, they're like, well, this is the way that this made up thing should go. Why is Donald Trump doing this and for something for everyone else? It's sad that America is not helping Jamaica. Jamaica is America. And none of the islands left or right is going to help it, and none of the whole South America, because, you know, Brazil and them got money, Mexico got money too. None of them are going to help out either. That's a bigger question. And I think they just freed themselves from the Queen of England's monetary policies a few years ago, right? So America, or United States, I think they're talking about. What has the United States ever had to do with Jamaica, besides allowing Jamaicans to come back to mainland? Which is good, because they should. Especially if they're from here. Some are from Africa, I get it. But that was never Donald Trump's or no one's job. So people just start leaking things, like they're bouncing everything off the wall of what they thought their government was. And then they talk about the United States and government and third party as if they're not that. You are the government. You are the United States. We're people. These nouns are describing things. These things were created by the ideas of people. And you know who supports it? The people who keep becoming citizens and doing citizenship. So, I hate to be that asshole. Not really, I'm from New Jersey. But to be the asshole, I would say, the United States got away with it because we let it. Because we keep participating. We keep complaining about where all of our money going while giving all of our money to it. You know you don't have to, right? You know what's going to happen though? Because they're planning a They're planning some type of event. You know, these scoundrels out here always thinking they're gonna do some type of demonstration or march. What did the No Kings one do? It didn't open up the government. So you got no kings, no government. That sounds like an anarchy to me. You know what? You know who funds the anarchy? Nobody, baby, but the people itself. Just like the people fund the government. Everybody be talking about everything but the people, man. They be blaming the government like a placeholder. What government? You know how many employees they got? You know how many people that is? Which one made that decision? Because not even all your employees in the government can make those decisions. There's certain decisions that your president cannot make. He's just an executive. He's a chief executive officer. He is a president of a corporation. He is nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more than a Tim Cook or Steve Jobs. The only difference is they have a cooler military. That's about it. And that's why he's pandering so hard to the military. That's their last thing that has value in any tangible way. I hope we know that. And I know. You would think that if that was the case, he would pay them more. But you forgetting that your military are citizens too. They're part of citizen families. They probably got a citizen wife and citizen kids. They're all affected by the same citizen shit. Military a job for them. It's not patriotism. Have you ever heard niggas talk about why they go to the military? Like, yeah, man, I just couldn't wait to like risk my life for this country that enslaved my ancestors and usurped the kings of some of my uncles. And yeah. No, cut it out. I seen one old man way out of shape. Now he probably a little bit older than me talking about, man, the only reason why I ain't gonna lie to you, the only reason why I joined the military back then so I could buy a brick. What? What kind of sign-on bonus he got? He's not the only guy in the military I know that be buying bricks though. Chief Smith. It was a long time ago. Statute of limitations. So, yeah. You have a society in which no one takes their job serious enough. Amazon, what they say is Amazon got $60 billion worth of whatever the fucks in subsidies, and they promise they'll create new jobs. But they're cutting out 30,000 jobs. What part of AI did niggas miss? They cut 30,000 corporate jobs. You know the niggas that be in the office not really doing shit? So you gonna pay them high dollars to do less shit? Nah. AI got it. We got 3 good humans, I guess, somewhere. We'll figure it out. AI slop and all that other shit be damned, but you know Amazon would have a better one because they have the servers already, so they ain't got to rent it from someone else. Maybe they got a different type of operating system. They count on it, I guess. But not only that, guys. You forget the bigger thing. If they laid off 30,000 corporate people, people ain't getting food stamps, and everyone's losing their jobs, Amazon about to lose a lot of money regardless, right? Because it doesn't get money from nowhere. It gets money from the same citizens that it's firing, who ain't about to have money either way we do it. So Amazon ain't gonna be able to pay them either way. What are they gonna do with that $60 billion? You know how many people there are? Not enough for them to do shit. They gotta spend all that money. What the hell? The hell? What the hell? What the hell y'all? You talk about Jeff Bezos, that's a different story, that's a person. But Amazon, the entity, this money keep coming and going. We watching our own pockets. We don't know how much they owe. They don't know who they extorted. We don't know what their worldwide policy is. Remember, they changed shipping and stuff. So Amazon has a problem even in that, paying for shipping and tariffs and shit like that. They know the signs. UPS, same story, shipping, right? Can you imagine? Amazon cutting back at the same time UPS, another shipping company, cutting back. Well, UPS said they cutting 24,000 jobs. Remember, I used to work at UPS, so they're already whispering about that shit before now. That was what, 2021? 4 years ago, they was already whispering about that. They were already union busting then, so that they could lay all these people off without paying them. Now I was going to jump to 24,000. Before, they were just thinking about lower numbers. Well, who the fuck left at UPS? Shit, me. They cutting down because they going broke, baby. They ain't making the same money and the same motion and projections and charts they had before the pandemic. They ain't catch back up to pre-pandemic nothing. Not even the economy. The only reason why the numbers are higher, seemingly, is because the value is low. You're buying less of the same thing for more. That's temporary. It's different when you buy something for $1 and you bought 10 of them. You were lit. Now they cost $10. You buying one of them. You ain't that happy about it. Amazon still got that same $10. One product. That ain't the problem. It's everybody else times 10, now times 1. They're not even just going to slide some shit in their cart and just ignore it because it went up. Remember, you're not ever buying one thing. So like when you calculate everyone's preferences and everything went up in price and they got to cut back here, cut back there. Some people be like, yo, this week I'm going to buy 5 of those things and buy one of those. They can't do that no more at price. So people spend whatever their spend is, and that's why they still get the profit that they got. But they're not selling more products. You're not buying more things from Amazon as you notice their numbers go up. You notice your products coming in aren't going up, right? So the problem is the shit's expensive. And everyone relied on it. You know how it is, you're a creature of habit. And after a while, you're like, I don't think I want to order all that shit. These prices don't make sense. This shit used to cost 5 cents. That's where we're at right now because the zeitgeist of the people who shop are talking to other people, hearing about food stamps, hearing about job security, federal furloughs, shutdowns, all kind of shit. It's not just food stamps people that are fucked up in the game. It's furloughed people fucked up in the game. It's layoffs from Amazon fucked up in the game. Layoffs from UPS fucked up in the game. There's another company, I forgot them. There was another one that just did it, announced some other caught off. So remember, all those Chevy Chase Adventures back in the day, is him getting laid off, and then despite getting laid off, he takes his family on a vacation. That's this time period. That's normal. That's normal. So they're trying to do the King's Day parade to boycott Black Friday or something. Riddle me this, Riddler. Who the fuck was thinking about buying a bunch of shit at Black Friday this year anyway? I haven't heard it yet. I can't wait to get another plasma TV. Can't wait to run to Walmart, who like shut down all the aisles. Like the fuck? They keep looking at things as a micro target. And maybe that's as far as their brain can take it. Because they've been distracted with everything else. Or they've been out the matrix so long in the office at work doing everything else. Wasting time with these bitches. I don't know what they've been doing, but they weren't paying attention to numbers or science. And definitely not God in the Bible. Oops. I don't believe in stuff like that. I speak English for no reason. All right. You don't know why you speak English? Originally. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Shit. But those numbers don't add up to 80 million just yet. Just keep that in mind. There's 80 million workers. They're slashing thousands of jobs. That's T. 100,000s, then millions. Then you gotta get to 80. You gotta. We catching up to that number. I learned something new about graphs. What do they call that shit? A K graph? Where you got 2 lines on a graph and one's going up while the other one's going down, and it creates like a less than sign. Okay. Oh Lord. They said as soon as you see this shape, shit is fucked. Nigga, I've been telling you shit's fucked. Goddamn. This whole decade has been fucked. And what I meant by it was, like, if it keeps getting fucked like this, it's on the way down. It ain't on the way up. You notice nothing shut down. How they still do that? How they still do that? How does hitting pause and hitting resume, all that energy you saved and and then you ain't making no profits no more? And everyone knows the common sense answer to that, right? Shit costs too much. Truck. The streets is talking. Shit costs too much, my nigga. The end. That's everyone's real problem. They don't know about the nuance of the government and everything in the secret societies. They just go, I cannot afford it. But why? Because you ain't got enough jobs? Why the fuck would you need more jobs? What kind of American dream nightmare is this? You trying to have 4 pensions when you retire? By the time AI take everything? You can't fucking retire. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Do these people look like they're going back the other way? No. They really mean that dumb shit. They're going to get rid of humans in the biggest corporations there is. Y'all watch Judge Dredd? When Taco Bell ran everything, that was a prophecy. If you let them do it. If you keep participating and patronizing their shit. If you keep spending the little that we have all on them, the ones that are fucking you over, I guess. I can't wait to show up to these midterms and really show them with my votes. Shut up. Fucking digital electronic counters that randomize who you actually voted for to make the numbers look good for a good debate and news media coverage. So you can just be frustrated, arguing against the other aisle. You on the internet arguing with niggas who lazy ass never got up to vote anyway. Then you'll understand everything. Niggas just be talking, boy. But the streets is watching. The streets got watchers. Squad. Ascending. Every time I look at my phone, that damn truck go by with that damn engine. Ascending E in the building. TBFB is in the building. Peace. Salute. Shogun L in the building. Salute. Gamer says, how's America now? You on American YouTube. I want you to guess. Composure Slim. Whoa. Mr. Now is 536 in the boot. 14.5. Oh. Just saying what's up when I'm done building this cabinet. Oh shit, he fucking with that goddamn IKEA. Shogun says, like the quote-unquote they and the quote-unquote they not like us singing they not like us, which is the craziest thing. It's a good feeling. Such a good feeling that 6 people are watching and they hit the like button. Hopefully your thumbs don't have myocarditis. Be twisty, laughing my ass off. Shogun says, court bros struggling to get a job is comedy. That's a whole new subsection of my algorithm. I get to see who the current corporate bros are because they're lamenting about rounds of hiring and AI firing and all kind of weird shit. I was like, damn, there's that many goddamn steps to get a job you don't want? One was saying, after you go through the process of submitting your resume, then copy and pasting all the shit in the box, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and all that shit plus lots. Then they won't hire you or ghost you, but then they'll go on LinkedIn or whatever and see the recruiter talking about no one's applying. What? There's a breakdown between the front end and obviously the scouts or whoever fucking working for the company to hire people. They don't see the human applications? Or they're not just doing their job? Or they actually ain't got no money to hire nobody, and they wasting everybody fucking jobs because they had to make it look good for their people who are investing in the company. Squad. It's called buying time. Who buys time? People running out of it. Who's running out of it? The people who can't hire nobody. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, man. Algebra, beast, boy. Can you imagine if we learn how to do that shit? Greater than equal to type shit, you know what I'm talking about? Balance both sides of the equation. You figure out everything if you want to. We got the bots up out of here. Is that true? 1083. 1112. 4-pack becomes a 3-pack for the same price. The tariffs are dumb. Sorta. The tariff. Sharif. Arabic, right? Hebrews, niggas. Okay. The tariff isn't dumb when it's a tariff. A tariff is dumb when the person who wants to collect tariffs owe a different bank and don't have its own currency. That's what makes this version of tariff dumb, is that the United States doesn't have its own money. Constitutional legal tender, one more time, guys. Gold, silver, and copper. What are they doing tariffs on? U.S. dollars. Whose U.S. dollars at? The Federal Reserve. Is the Federal Reserve Donald Trump's? No. So Donald Trump doing a tariff on behalf of who? The Federal Reserve. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. But we talk about it like it's everything else because we call everything the government. No, everything's not the government. I'm just saying in general, like our brain, we gotta add more boxes and fill it in so we can figure out, okay, is that side of the government, and what's that side of the government? What is this profit? What does it do? What is its goal? Oh, it's that. So what is Donald Trump's goal? To reduce the debt owed to the Federal Reserve. He ain't talking about no American people. American people is why they have that debt, nigga. Like the fuck? They ain't his fault either. He wasn't president when everyone got into debt either. Donald Trump wasn't the president in 1933. Donald Trump wasn't the president in 1960s. Donald Trump isn't Reagan. That's why everyone's in debt, though. This shit ain't suddenly. This ain't like just because the wrong person voted or whatever fuck, or the humans who stole everything and killed everybody is like bad at voting. Can you imagine? No. This is that this shit was going to happen no matter what, no matter what, no matter what. Back then, they were codependent on the rest of the world being stuck in a stalemate, kind of being subservient towards industry, towards the United States. Because we had the schools, the education, the brains. We can immigrate all the best people over there and give them nicer houses and access to white bitches. And all that shit seemed cool at first. And then the women ain't no good no more, per capita. So it's like, I don't even want to go to America. Nah, I'm good. Them houses suck. $500,000? How much is my property taxes? Shit, I'm just going to America just to be in America at this point. The fuck, I want to save money. You can't save money like that. Hence. Ain't nobody coming here, Otis, to work for entry level $41,000. I don't care if they speak no English or not. They don't. What the fuck? Shit. They can live anywhere else in the world now. That wasn't the case 100 years ago. You remember that World War I and World War II bullshit that was going on and the Civil War everywhere in the 1860s? This is the first time in modern human history in the last 150 years where motherfucking get up, get on a plane and go wherever the fuck you want. You remember the planes wasn't always there for these things. So you gotta understand, like, they took advantage of novelty. The novelty has worn off. That's why the United States sucks. The United States prided itself in novelty, in unity of all these different flavors and persuasions of things, mainly food and bitches. And now it's kind of like, everyone's fat. How did everyone get fat? Gluttony. How did everyone get gluttony? Greed. How did everyone get greed? By taking from everybody else. Don't forget, half the shit you love was child labor. I know you didn't see it because it's like 5 other middlemen, and by the time you mind your business in your neighborhood, you're just seeing a product. Yeah, you're not seeing that little kid they were whipping to death to build it. I ain't forget. I watched those documentaries too, nigga. Especially all these sisters out here with this hair. You think them girls want to shave their head? So that they can have a fucking pile of rice to eat by hand, sis? You look good on Instagram, though. That's what I'm saying. They said, get the speck out your own eye before you judge the mote with somebody else's. We're fucked because we've been fuckboys. If you're looking at spiritual correspondence, but if you're looking at economy and the government correspondence, they suck. Why didn't y'all listen to black people? They've been sucked. My whole life, I've been praying for someone to fucking finally realize it. Like on Casey and JoJo, nigga, like when I was a kid. And I have a lucid memory, right? About most things, not all things, but most things. Like I got nice memories of the timeline as it proceeded. When I was a kid, everybody I grew up around, if it was on the news, and especially back then, people prided the newspaper. My dad specifically, because he's always looking for fucking jobs, always got a Sunday paper. And he would send my ass to go get it. So like I bought Sunday papers regularly back in my heyday. I think it was like from like 94, 95, all the way up until when the newspapers get played out for real. At least until 2004. So good 10 plus years of me scanning headlines, picking up newspapers, the shit we had to do with school, ABC and D, 9/11, big heat point, where the tone of news changed to suit, hyping everyone up with the justification of blowing up women and children of brown people who had nothing to do with nothing, nor were they on any of those airplanes. But yeah, let's bomb them to show them, who are not the terrorists, not to terrorize Florida planes. What? The fuck? We don't even know who was on those planes yet. We haven't seen an insurance policy or a surviving family member memorialize hundreds of people yet. So cut it the fuck out, CIA. So, or Mossad, or whatever, both same story, cousins, whatever. But back then in the 90s, the government was fucking up. Like, when we talk about crack era, you know you're talking about a president, right? Crack era Reagan, right? Crack era Reaganomics and all the nice little racist terms we ran through the 90s with because of a president, right? Like, y'all complaining about Trump, but did you forget what fuck Reagan did? You love these TV shows, you love Snowfall. Who president was that? You love all this shit where everyone was like, all the gang wars. What president was that? Hey, Crow. You love all this shit and all the president shit. But that's why everyone's on fucking doing the stinky leg today. Fentanyl and everything. Those pipelines, Iran-Contra, you know, they said Iran-Contra, but they were in America? Like, do the science on this shit, please. And you have a whole bunch of Iran people with liquor stores. On Muhammad, how? Those words don't mean nothing. Who are the people? Then you find out that, oh, yeah, CIA had something to do with training them back in the 80s. Like, so the CIA is hired to create the people that inevitably will be a problem for the United States? Then why the fuck the United States is paying the CIA if they keep training fucking terrorists? You understand what I'm saying? This is consistent. Every Black Ops, I haven't played all the Battlefields. Every video game where it's about you gotta save the fucking world and keep democracy, you going against some niggas that was trained by you. Every time. Brutus and Caesar be damn, nigga. Betrayal be damn, nigga. That is the flavor of that agency. If you haven't noticed Osama bin Laden, it's the flavor of that. Whatever they're putting their Kool-Aid, whatever is on their private jets and airplanes, whatever they're drinking, that causes everyone that they invest in to turn back around, fuck up this shit, and make it worse. You're looking for the CIA. That's who all of you guys are looking for. You're looking for why the CIA fucking exists. You start there, and then you circle around that because your president changes, the CIA hasn't. The CIA has been behind everything that we ever talk about for at least 60 fucking years. And how much older is it? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The CIA has shit to do with the revolution. The CIA has shit to do with Civil War. The CIA has shit to do with Reconstruction. Yet your politics and military today is all CIA agenda and the side effects thereof. Correct? Correct. Absolutely. What the fuck we got for that? Since none of that's in the Constitution. Exactly. We the people is not we the CIA, nigga. CIA wasn't around. So how do you let the CIA determine the programming of the people? Remember all the drugs thing, CIA, man. Come on now. I played the video games. You got the FBI warnings, you got the CIA warning. Come on, bro. Stop fucking playing. This is the CIA, dog. It's the CIA that's fucked up in the game, baby. The CIA fucked up, boy. I don't know where. I don't know enough about them. You know, they're a secret agency. I don't know what's going on inside the CIA, but I know all the octopus arms of what it's supposed to be behind, and every last single one of those are fucked up in the game right now. Funding-wise, leadership. It's like the same thing they wished on you has been rendered unto their own organization. The Pentagon talking about, hey, we gotta stop talking to the news real quick. You know who talks to the news for the Pentagon besides the CIA, nigga? Exactly. Welcome to my TED Talk. So they're saying the CIA branch of news media correspondence, because no one's watching the goddamn news anyway, on Project Mockingbird. Like, the CIA is stressed out with this shit, boy. The CIA is stressed out. They are overworked and underpaid. I know they are. It's the CIA in Yemen right now. It's the CIA in Venezuela right now. That's the CIA. They send the military over there to back them up officially without mentioning the CIA, if you notice anything. These are all the CIA last DART attempts of trying to gather some type of control of resources by subverting the democracy process of the places that have those resources. Let's not get it fucking twisted. Nothing in my fucking citizenship that says I must placate to the fucking CIA's agenda or you, but yet here we the fuck we are in the land of make-believe. It's the CIA. All of it. It always has been, though. 9/11, CIA. Osama bin Laden, CIA. All the wars over there, CIA. Hillary Clinton and all the shit she was doing in Benghazi and all that, CIA, 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 CIA. It's the CIA, bro. One day we'll probably find out what that really stands for. I don't think they inspired. We should find out if they mandated vaccines for CIA agents, since they gotta go around the world gathering information, making fake friends and making fake networks. Same thing with Tenet. If you ever watched the movie Tenet, that little branch right there, CIA. Climbing up roofs and shit and holding gunpoint to people to try to secure resources, CIA. I don't have a problem with them. They're people. They're very well, or they were. I mean, according to the video games at least, when I was a CIA agent and a fucking soldier, I was fucking awesome. So I can imagine if half of that training is real and half of that mind, mentalism and all that shit they study and research and leak on their CIA.gov and all the documents they have. Now think about the documents that the CIA leaks. Imagine what kind of niggas these are. They got psychic programs, remote viewing programs. They all up in your business, but they ain't supposed to be because they ain't supposed to operate here, but they do. You know what I'm saying? They call it something else. Have another subsidiary that has a gray op, which is the Central Intelligence Agency. But since they LLC'd it and registered it somewhere else with another bank, it's not the CIA. Like, come on, dog. That's just too much, bro. Say it with your chest, bitch ass niggas, but they can't, because then they'll be like, well, that's unconstitutional. Alrighty. And what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Nothing. I don't even know why they tell us what is and what isn't constitutional. What is the argument? And the whole time they be talking about money. There ain't no Federal Reserve in the Constitution either. So that means you ain't got no fucking money to talk about. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. All of our adults in government are pretending. These niggas can drop. He hit a curb, another guy backed this car up, trying to whip it in backwards and hit the damn poles on the sidewalk. I'm telling you, man, these vaccines are weird. But that's weird. That's the second car that parked in the same place that hit something. I hope they didn't mandate vaccines for the CIA, boy. I hope they didn't mandate vaccines for the CIA, because this will explain everything. TSA, all that shit. The pilots, all that shit. All that shit. CIA everywhere, boy. CIA is unlike anything else. They're everywhere. Lidos would have a lot of CIA people. Hi, how you doing? Lockheed Martin would have a lot of CIA people. And I was doing tech support for them. I know it. I saw their bases as soon as they called. You fired the most federal employees in Northern Virginia, where most of the military industrial complex, Pentagon, CIA, where most of their federal employees were. They're the ones that got laid off, guys. Who the fuck want to live in Virginia? Virginia got a bad vibe. Way before the Civil War. Whatever knocked those buildings down, and then my ancestors that were left trying to rebuild and start over again, and then a white man came around. And that's the illest shit about my history. I could tell you all my family who look like me, who went to Richmond, Virginia during that time period. Free. And then all the bullshit that happened. Always bullshit, boy. And then the northern of it, closer to DC and Baltimore, you have all the military industrial complex. You even got like Bethesda, Maryland, right? All that right there. All that right there. All of it. That's what's under attack financially. Not under attack by terrorists and guns and stuff, but maybe they are under attack. Maybe their financial problem was an attack. Maybe that embezzlement. Maybe those leaks in their budget. Maybe it was defrauding them. Or something that's not constitutional. Y'all weird. Y'all let this shit go willy-nilly, as if we can do anything about it. But what I'm saying is, if it's not a constitutional republic no more, then you have to stop using the lens as a constitutional republic citizen because you're not anymore. It's de facto. It's de facto. That's the word that they would use if they're talking over your head, right? They're like, oh, it's a de facto country. It's a de facto concept. It's in fact, like someone telling you, in fact it is, you know, it's de facto. But the reason why they say de facto is because it's antonym. This is what fucks everyone up. CMP is de jure. De jure means it's official tissue, like jura, like jurisdiction. It's in fact it is, but it really isn't. But it's de jure, it's like this is the way it's meant to be. What we're living through is not the way that it was intended. Because none of the fucking people in it were there for the intention. So again, it's the game of telephone. Like, if you imagine if you knew George Washington all the way up to Lincoln, if you imagine if any of your family members are connected to those people, mind you, those motherfuckers grew up in my backyard. And I'm not talking loosely like the world or America. No. Westmoreland, Virginia, where the Moors are. Hi, how you doing? Like, my grandfather's in them burial grounds. Like, those niggas, the first few presidents, all born out of, alleged, or all around stopping the yards of all the black Jew territories. So they grew up with us. Because I was there, because I'm here now, right? You understand the science? So, like, I could tell you that those paintings are wrong, because I know what we look like. But even if they're mixed with something else and they got a little lighter, those people are not these people today either way. Thus, the United States is not ran by people of the land. Donald Trump's from Germany, dog. And his family wasn't there 200 years ago. We don't know where these niggas come from for real. I checked, the damn Holocaust was in Poland. They made a big deal about these Germans and Nazis just to find out they had the illest summer camp ever in Poland. Ice hockey, motherfucking everything you could ever fucking need while they're in an internment camp. Do you know why? They don't tell you the why part. Because those so-called Jews in Germany in recent history declared war. Did y'all know that? Like, why did they round them all up? Because they hated Jews? Nigga, the Jews declared war on them. They're in control of the banks and the printing presses. And they declared the war on the Nationals. Whatever the fuck that is in white. Although I know the Nationals of Germany look like me. Check my Instagram story. Thus, them little black boys standing around all them little blonde-headed white girls that just showed up. Confused. Like, where'd they get these people from? Poland? I don't know. I wasn't fucking there. But I know who was there. Niggas who look just like me. They don't look like African Germans. They look like African Americans. Understand everything. Because they're black Jews, bro. We're our own pedigree in science, dog. So stop fucking playing with us. So I know our people, like literally our people, on the Holy Roman Empire, some of them stayed there. So they're declaring war on them. You notice they're not there no more. Definitely not in politics. Native instruments. Imagine the science on that shit. So, everybody cosplaying today, right now, Chief. So you're trying to figure out which masquerade ball villain is going to win. Bad news for all of them. None of them. If they're attacking each other. That's the one thing about nationalities and races and pedigrees and tribes of people. You can't have a tribe worldwide dictating what everyone else is doing. That's not them. You notice the pattern? And then when the tribe's commanders have groups of people, millions usually, who are like, nah, we can't do it. We don't have the resources. We're not going to do it. And your benefits in your house and your kids, half your family and all this other shit's over here, so fuck you. And they're like, nah, we can't go and do the bigger agenda because I have a better deal right where I'm at. They're turning on each other, dog. This ain't people versus people. I'm not against the people of Ukraine and Israel. I don't even fucking know them. Relax. So it's not personal. It's not citizen versus citizen level. It's banker, it's bank account versus bank account. They dumbass ancestors found that game wise for a long-term game. They took over all the governments and now don't know what to do. You got the juice now. They wanted to be Tupac Shakur so bad. Now they losing money and trying to jump off of buildings. Stay woke out here. Crazy as hell. 3, selling your data from those job applications. JPX, peace. Harut on the track. 3, peace. Pencil Jackson, that feather is free, gang. Fire, gang. Thank you, brother. Salute. Balsura, CI, they probably did. What about Achilles? I saw a Tesla reverse into another car early as well. Nothing happened. It looked clumsy, though. 3, Trey Studios, how you doing, pimp? We out here. Let's see if he runs into anything. Oh, shit, he playing. I need Kamosi. Murder. No. That's 94, 95 too. I was outside. Here comes the hot stepper. Walking to school. Here comes the young gangster. Walking to school. Still living like that. Goddamn 30 years later. Still living like that. I need a new song. He said, yes, we don't die, yes, we multiply. He must have been watching Bebe's Kids. They said, if anyone come test me, they don't hear the fat lady sing, murderer. I don't think they understood that song. Shout out to ID Kamosi. But yeah, man. We out here. Still. I don't know why. I got questions. What's the point of lingering us on and keeping us around? I saw a good question today. I was on Threads real quick, because, you know, they ain't talking about shit. I now use that for Bible quotes. But someone says, why is it? Great question. Why is it? Why is it that the so-called African-American population is always around 13%? I was like, on Israel, you want to ask that question? They don't count us. I've never been counted ever. Maybe they're doing our IDs or something. Maybe they figured it out there, but they keep putting the wrong race on that bitch. But imagine if the symbol is always 13, 13, 13. Nigga, they calling you Israel, stupid. You're the 13 tribes. So your percent is really not a number. It's an identification. And if they're showing you this number, and they're showing you these sigils, and they're always channeling 6, 7, 13, 13%, like that shit came up. I was talking about it, but someone on Threads not related to me brought up that number. It's because it's in the air. It's in the air. Like you getting your favorite plug-in. You know what I'm talking about? You wasn't outside back then? Same story. Where would we be without hackers? The pirates of the digital sea. Like some Moors or something. Can you imagine? Same story. So we're dealing with people starting to wake up to these sigils and symbols. They're not answering correctly. I read the comments, but yeah, we'll always be at that number because that's what we are. The fuck? They still lingering around. How come white people still 40%? The hell going on with them? They got all the damn money and all the nice neighborhoods. How come they can't grow up to 50? They never asked that question. And then when you take the people of the land, 13%, and the people who stole it, 40%, who the other 40-something%? Everybody else that ain't from here. So your land is majorly composed of foreign citizens. Which qualifies the United States as a what? Foreign government. How do you have we the people of America, a bunch of Americans and mixed Americans, right? On Benjamin Banneker, right? Me too. If we're the majority all the way up until the Civil War, how do we end up less than half of the minority? We don't die, we multiply, so what happened? That's just how many people they brought here. Because remember, when all this shit happened, the United States population was never 1 billion people. So the ratio is off because that's how many new white people are here. They're not reproducing that many kids. They keep immigrating. And most of the white people, and I mean literally and figuratively, are immigrants. There's very few white bloodlines that have been here for longer than 100 years. They wouldn't have to do Ancestry.com if, like, your books weren't burned down, your church wasn't burned down, your library wasn't burned down. Y'all ain't built none of that shit for 300 years? Miss me with the bullshit. So no. I'm telling you, man, most of these people today in your government and politics, they are not from here. That's a problem. Because then you have to ask the other question, fuck us, because that's what the agenda is, but where are the original patriots that are not us in your government? They don't exist either. I found a problem with that. I take that shit personally. You saw how that little white girl did a project about the DNA of all the presidents being related to some guy? Yeah, that guy wasn't here though, so what the fuck? All your presidents are related to someone foreign that may not exist. It's a foreign corporation, guys. And we got people who are locals asking why the foreign government with the foreign bank isn't doing more for locals. Is that what the agenda is? Is that what the story is? Well, they were doing things that helped us before, yeah, because they had you working for their foreign corporations, stupid. And now they got AI to do their foreign corporations, for the most part. They don't need you for that, ever again. I think that's the saddest thing about this story. It's not like the job's going out of business because it had a bad quarter and doesn't know what to do to make money. It never wanted to hire you to begin with. You could tell by how much it pays you. I'm just answering the why to everything. Like, why it's like that. Do it have to be like that? Should it be like that? No. But what else can something foreign be? How do we as United States citizens treat foreign people? You don't care about who makes your products. You don't care about what their social political is. You don't care about their families. You don't care about their mental health. They work for less and longer hours than you. And that was our advantage, right? Over someone else that's being taken advantage of. I know. It's like the snake keeps copying itself, and we subjected ourselves to that, subscribed to it, and found a way to adjust and get benefits from it until it ran out for us. It was always going to run out. It's foreign. Universal law, guys. It's a universal law. Ain't got nothing to do with the white man, ain't got nothing to do with our man. It's just universal. The way you get it is the way you lose it. One more time. The way you get a thing will map to the way you lose a thing. That's why so many people have regrets. They don't say that part. They said, man, I had everything, man, and shit, this, that, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, man. My house, my bitch, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then suddenly, in my alcohol or drug-infused rage, because winning wasn't good enough, I lost everything because I became unbearable and lost my mind a little bit, and now I'm back. Well, before we get started, how did you get all these things, Mr. Mexican Mafia? I'll be listening to all the things they get. I've been working and with people who work my whole life and we ain't got it yet. So I know you skip some steps. Then the United States skip some steps, so all the shit they got. Then Amazon skip some steps, then Apple skip some steps. All that shit start with robbing niggas. All that shit come with ripping niggas off. All that shit was like taking the bulk of the profit. That's usury. So the United States copy and pasted usury into business, and they're using me, and they're using you. Now, how do users fare out in your local stores? Brothers, you're in a relationship with a woman. She's a user. We kind of been conditioned to expect it. I wonder why we're so conditioned to being used by women in a country that uses everybody. But, you know, one day you be like, her attitude ain't that great, and she don't look that damn good. I don't want to be used no more. Do you A, write a letter to the parliament and find out what's wrong with this woman? Do you B, just eat it and keep working for her? Or do you see, like, at some point, I gotta figure out a new strategy and get rid of this bitch. Some people go, well, I'll balance it out the scales of evil and I'll just go out and fuck with other bitches to bring my happiness meter, my dopamine back up, and then I gotta go back to deal with her, but I ain't gotta stay here because I got somewhere else to go. You know, that's confusion. And it ends in confusion if you notice these stories, especially if one of them other girls get pregnant. So, but the way you get it is the way you lose it. That's what's wrong with the sisters, right? You get the guy being fake, you lose him when he realizes you're being fake. That's it. Nothing suddenly changed. He didn't change his attitude. He didn't wake up a monster. He just didn't see through all your fucking charades that you were a user because he didn't pay for that moment he met you. You had used somebody else to get upgraded. Now you want him to upgrade you more. He ain't got time for that. That's not why he wanted a relationship, to upgrade some woman who's on her way to the next guy for the next upgrade. You notice these women don't ever take us with them on the upgrade mission, but they love us so much. Like, cut it out. The United States loves you so much. Cut it out. Your job loves you so much. Cut it out. If you want to understand your government, you got to understand women. The bad ones. 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 Those who took the Kool-Aid more than any other boy could have. Because remember, the boys were rambunctious and weren't paying attention and didn't get good grades and didn't develop as fast. All right. Let's assume that. We don't know the long-term data on that. We don't know the long-term data on that one. But short-term, give it to them. Very industrious. And they'll figure, hustle, and manipulate anybody they got to get to where they want to go. And they don't call it that. You see what I'm saying? If you just look at the actions, it is. But they wouldn't self-identify as a manipulator. But the whole time, their griefs is they can't manipulate somebody. Well, if you're upset that you can't manipulate somebody, you're a fucking manipulator. The way you get it is the way you lose it. What do women complain about the most? He manipulated me. Yeah, that's not a normal war cry. That's a war cry of a manipulator being out-manipulated. I hate those guys, but I keep ending up with them because there's something about their manipulation I keep falling for. Said the manipulator. Yeah, that's how they be learning. They be learning from their fails of manipulation to manipulate better. Right? Tell me I'm fucking lying. Love, like, good vibes of a manipulator? Bitch, if you don't go jump off the Empire State Building with a parachute with your phone in airplane mode, all you gotta fix is your manipulating ass spirit, narcissist. They don't know how to do that. Because their job don't know how to do it. Because their government don't know how to do that. And the society as an average at large doesn't know how to do that. This is a narcissistic paradise. And it's almost like you have to be to get ahead of it. That's why 48 laws of power exist, right? Robert Greene, 48 laws of power. Come on now. What did Robert Greene say in his interviews? He's a narcissist. Oh man. You know how like you gotta do your research on who's writing shit? You should do that with him. He'll say it. I don't know what interview it is. But he says it. He's like, yeah, I guess he went to therapy or got diagnosed as a narcissist. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But he's lucid. He's intellectual. But he's a narcissist nonetheless. He has to get energy from others. And he recognized that in himself eventually. But that is why he, a narcissist, can give you 48 rules about narcissists. Because he had to learn how to out-narc narcs. That's good science. You know what the bad science is? That we need such a fucking book here. Why the fuck does everything in that book rhyme with everyone that runs corporations in the music industry? Because half the people that run everything here in the music industry were the narcissists we went to World War II for. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, that's them. Same story. So the same way they got what they got, the same way they got what they got, they're trying to get Palestine and Ukraine, Germany and Poland right there. Why don't you just go back to your motherland, bitch? It's got a functional government, Volvo, Mercedes, BMW. Like, y'all be all right. No, they won't. Whoa, they're mean to us. Bitch, you're mean to us. Fuck you. The fuck? They can go to hell because they ain't coming to heaven. Not using our book. So, this shit is spiraling because these other foreign immigrants were conspiring with the world's arch narcissist class of people. And that shit thick in their genetics, boy. I know niggas got some shit we gotta work through. Apparently. Look at what this condition we're in. But what's their excuse? Getting all the free stuff. Y'all talking about welfare queens. Nigga, you paying for every bitch in Israel to go to school, to live, to have free health care. The audacity of these fucking idiots. Y'all worrying about feeding your neighbor from your tax dollars. Bitch, your tax dollars go to Ukraine and Israel. And them motherfuckers don't build nothing for you. They don't give nothing back. They take. You give $1 million to your neighborhood, your plaza stays open. You send billions of dollars to a war they can't win against Russia, you don't get that money back. And guess what? They don't win the war either. They're losing the war so bad that the only reason why they have those two places is because your bitch ass is funding them. On Trump, nigga. Like on and all the Democrats that are AIPAC too. That's why I hate this fucking country's cognitive dissonance with what the fuck is going on. It was Trump. Bitch, Obama was AIPAC. Bitch, Kamala's AIPAC. Bitch, Biden's AIPAC. All of your money of why everything's so expensive is because most of your fucking money for the past 5-6 years have been going to fucking Ukraine and Israel. Has it not been written? So when y'all gonna, like, you know what I'm saying, when are these people gonna wake the fuck up and smell that coffee? That's the price of coffee is going up. But them motherfuckers over there get free healthcare on your dollar. And you freaking out about your corporation firing and your benefits ain't inspiring. Meanwhile, your mRNA come from them. Meanwhile, COVID come from them. When y'all gonna wake up to that shit? See? You can't neglect the obvious. That's what I'm saying. Trump got bigger issues than you could ever imagine. He didn't sign up for this. Remember, Mr. Benny Ben keeps reneging on everything that Donald Trump's trying to do. Donald Trump was negotiating. He was doing what he said he did. What happened? Next day, Benjamin Netanyahu starts striking again. What? That's a 2-point problem right there. Hey, bitch, you fucking up our democracy, diplomacy, and the shit we trying to do, and you're using our missiles. And when you run out because your dumb ass gonna lose, we gotta send soldiers, troops, and more to you. My niggas, the United States is broke in the proportion that Israel's in a war. The United States is gonna be broken in proportion to where Ukraine keeps trying Russia. Have they seen any signs of stopping yet? So your country is only gonna get fucking worse. Fuck their AI agenda, stupid. Fuck this 15-minute city, stupid. Them motherfuckers can't win their war. So their agenda for this place is useless. Because the minute Germany activates, the fucking minute Germany goes, fuck them. And it's happening soon. Y'all looking at the wrong players. Venezuela ill. Europe is suffering right now because of the same shit. Is it not? Is it not? You forget it's not just us. We're very myopic like that. It's a world economy of the West. The central bank is doing its best for all of us. Nah. EU and Europe is having very interesting struggles too. They look exactly the same. Their citizens are talking about immigrants. Bitch, y'all the immigrants. You're in Moorish lands. Europa, a black woman. Wake your dumb ass up. Anyway, so now they have darker skinned immigrants with a different agenda. Where government is just bleeding funding and benefits for them. Huh? Sounds familiar. Kind of like the same way you get it is the same way you lose it. Now you get to see what you got. That was your great-grandparents not too long ago. Remove that speck out of your own eye. Right? And don't act like all your grandparents were fucking innocent people and did the best with their fucking handouts. You were too busy fucking killing us. And now one of you niggas went to jail for that shit. So you could have been great fucking people who needed fucking handouts. So you understand it, right? How the fuck they forget they whole fucking family in the last 150 years was just killing us and rounding us up and telling us what to do like they always been here. And now that shit happening to them, and it's like, oh, we need to do a revolution. Bitch, you're not the American. So how you gonna be an American revolutionary? Are you copper colored, bitch? Read the definition then. 1828. That is 50 years after the damn revolution and they're still copper. Miss me with your bullshit, right? But I believe, and I was taught by the Rockefellers and Gates, who are brand new fucking immigrants. I know. You got taught by immigrants about immigrants. Yo, immigrant ass. That's why no one knows anything. They made up a whole bunch of narratives to fuck us over to steal our shit. What is not clicking? The whole damn thing a lie. So the way it starts is the way it ends. Now everyone's waking up like, damn, this all seemed like a lie. Bitch, it seems. You think you've been lied to finally? You think Trump lying to you? Really? And what about all the other presidents lying and shit? It's just him. Oh, you think the money is not inspiring? Finally? Bitch, the dollar lost 97% of its value. It's worthless. The fuck? Yo, MG, I'm thirsty. Can I have a bottle of water? Cool. There's about 3% left here. That's your dollar, stupid. Now you have several of those bottles. How many percent you need from 3 to get up to 97 of them? 30 something? 32? 33? Oh, there it is. You need about 32 to 33 almost empty bottles of water to fill up one. Values. So if it takes $33 to equal one of its original intent, then imagine your paycheck. Let's say you got paid $1,000. You short how many in value? About 3,300, right? Something like that. So that means you're getting paid $1,000 out of the $4,000 you ought to have if the value was the same. You've been underpaid, nigga. You've been underpaid. You've been extremely underpaid. You've been paid 3% of value your whole fucking life if you're watching this video. So what's new? Well, it just doesn't seem like that because of connotative linguistics, and I have a chance that although they're ripping me off, if I work harder because the value has dropped, ain't nobody in your grandfather's history ever had to work to 65. There's no fucking jobs, you idiot. They weren't working for other people. And even the sharecroppers and indentured servants, that was temporary, nigga. You ever notice they were kids? Yeah, because in about 3 to 5 years, they can get their own fucking house, bitch. And do the same thing they were doing for him, for their damn selves. And we did. That's why we have all that land down south. What the fuck? It's ours. Who the fuck else was there? Who immigrated there and said, this is my land. I'm American copper guy, white guy from Germany. Shut the fuck up. This ain't Django Unchained. He ain't have no land either. Did you know? So stop fucking playing with us. That's why Martin Luther King was snapping. He's like, hey, yo, this is our shit, and the federal government wants to subsidize and promise benefits, but is giving unoccupied land to these fucking white immigrants, and then is giving them the loan
paid by the federal government, aka the tax dollars of all the niggas, the only ones with motion at that time. Do you remember the 60s? Oh, they never been to East Orange or Newark before to realize that those are black towns. Yeah. Now look at their fucking buildings. They had some motion, nigga, with a fuck you from the federal government, seemingly. So understand everything. We did it ourselves in this system already. Nobody else that came after us has done anything for themselves. That's what's impressive about us. The federal government wasn't giving us handouts. It gave everyone else. That's what we've been saying. That's what Martin Luther King said. He said the audacity of these faggots to tell us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps as if they're not being subsidized by the federal government suddenly, who never did that before. But they'll do it for their white friends. So we the people, right? Yeah, fuck out my face. There is no we. It never has been. Stop doing that de facto shit. I'm American. No, you're not. Stop doing that de facto shit. My family's from here. No, they're not. Because you're going to lose this the same way you got it. That speaks to doing better next time. Maybe you should build or acquire something that doesn't require you ripping off, stealing, killing, getting away with bullshit on another group of people. Because you don't know what they got about to do. You don't know what their spirits are about to do. You don't know anything. Especially if you come to a strange land you've never been in human history, according to you. That's pretty fucking stupid. But as long as you got federal government and some guns and some free credit cards, we can just do whatever the fuck we want and no one can stop us. Yeah, welcome to 2025. Welcome to 2025. What were you saying? Because why the fuck would we be worried about trying to stop somebody when we're just trying to get our own freedom back? Thanks for helping us. Did they listen to us, Shogun? Did they listen to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King? Did they listen to what they were saying? I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on me. What the fuck's that mean? I was here already. I'm afraid I led my people into a burning house. What does that mean? We were minding our fucking business, and now we trying to go to the Rockefeller Federal House, and this shit's burning down. Ain't nothing here for us. What does that mean? We keep getting tricked out of our spot by well-meaning liberal white people from Poland. It's only been 100 years, folks. Did Poland discover the United States? Did Germany discover the United States? Then why are these the main characters in our story today? What the fuck does any of this have to do with them? Nothing. They can't even go home. So imagine. They're rogue. They're a rogue state, hegemony. They're a rogue tribe or band of people. Our goofy asses haven't told them to leave because we believe in colors. Yo, your family grew in Germany and Poland? Take your ass home. The end. No, I'm not voting for you. What? No, they made us some new promises for some new benefits. We got to show up this time and Trump gonna win again. All right. You let me know how you feel after your tubal cancer is diagnosed. You tell me what we're gonna do when your ass a ghost. Fucking with the same people that gave you that. Going to the same people for the insurance that you can't afford, for the medicine you can't afford to fix it. Dumbass niggas. And I'm talking about all colors. How many times does your enemy has to prove that it's your enemy? Like how many times? Like what else can they do to convince you that they don't give a fuck? Is food stamps the ledge? Food stamps is the ledge. For a whole bunch of people who ain't got no fucking food stamps. That's the ledge. All right. So motive be. Let food stamps and SNAP be the ledge. For all the Karens out there who didn't know that they're being fucked over by Nazis and people talking about they're Jews and not one of them niggas is in the Bible. Because I could have sworn Jesus was copper colored. That's not a tan, bitch. That's his genetics. In case you missed the book starting with genetics. He's the end of the Old Testament people, by the way. He's the end result. Jesus is the result of all the Israelite tribes in Judah. He's copper. Can you imagine what the other tribes look like if he's related to them? Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. And until they do, they'll die. Because that's what's killing them. My people perish for lack of knowledge. That's universal, whether you're his people or not. People die, perish. But perish doesn't mean die. Perish means desolate, like running out of funding, running out of jobs, famines, having to start over. That's perish. My people perish because they don't know anything. True story. We're going through it now. So we're perishing to some extent because people want to believe that someone else who doesn't give a fuck about them or know them personally is going to make a good decision that somehow benefits them again. No. Baby, they're broke, baby. 38 trillion, they're broke. They borrowed $40 trillion in 40 years, baby. That's why the benefits seem so cool. Because they were free, nigga. They didn't earn that. Your taxes isn't you earning something new, nigga. Your taxes is your accounting for borrowing the Federal Reserve note. You're not making profit by working for the United States Corporation of Corporations. The money starts with them. They're giving you money they print for free, and then you're giving it back so they can discharge it. It's not a value system about, tangible items and resources. It's a game to bring immigrants here. What the fuck y'all don't understand? $40 trillion worth of immigrant policies towards immigrants. If you're not an American, right? If you're not an American is a group of people. Like, it's not people who live in America. It's just like no different than if your ass went to Japan on a military base. Do the people on the military base become Japanese, nigga? The United States is a military base in America. It doesn't become American, nigga. The United States has a military base in Korea. It doesn't become Korean, nigga. So if you're a United States citizen and not an American Indian descendant, then what are you? An occupying military base for the United States. Thank you. You're a citizen of their military. That's all it is. It's not people. It's not a country. It never has been. Read their UCC codes. We don't know the law. We know the narrative. Oh, you mean on the TV that grandma said was fake shit that's registered as entertainment by Barack Obama, Project Mockingbird? The people who can lie and show you false flags and say there's a pandemic, but all the pandemic images were from Getty Images? You talking about those people? We're telling you the truth your whole life? Cool fucking story, bitch. They barely tell the truth about the stock market. They really good about telling you what nigga got killed and why. But other than that, they're not telling you about the United States, the history, or anything like it. Why would they? Go to school. AKA meaning they ain't got the fucking answer either. Hence. Narcissism. That ain't my problem. I ain't got no time to worry about that. Now you do. Niggas have been having time to worry for the past 6 years, I've noted. I fear people have nothing but time to worry. Have you read the timeline and seen the videos yet? It seemed like everybody got time to worry in this bitch. What happened to the other times? What were they doing the other time? Because why they worrying now? It didn't matter, remember? Fuck bitches, get money, remember? Niggas can't even fuck bitches right now. Get money. Niggas can't even get money right now. So what's left? Ass niggas. White, black, and indifferent. Fuck them. For not taking shit serious. That is serious. Law of gender. This shit is serious. You know how, you see how I tried to take it serious as I possibly humanly could? And then look at the result of how serious what I was paying attention to is. Yeah, weird. That's fucking weird. Why are you always worrying about these things? Meanwhile, let's go to their social media profile. When's the last time they posted some new sneakers or something to eat? Yeah, what they worried about? They watching TV? What they worried about? What music they listening to? What they worried about, huh? What relationship they in? What they worrying about, huh? Exactly. Sitting somewhere stupid, shutting the fuck up. That's that. You know what I'm saying? I talk my shit sometimes because I got a lot of grief for worrying about everything that led to right fucking now. It's amazing how that works. It is what it is. I wasn't trying to be right. I was just trying to find the truth. If you find the truth, you might end up on the right side of it. Come on, dog. I ain't got nothing to prove. Nigga, they told you we were enslaved by some immigrants. Let's figure this shit out. Because in what King James Bible can you do that? We're the freest nation in the world. Then what the fuck happened to all the people you enslaved? No, I'm talking about the American Indians, because we were here first, right? Where's our land? Where's our trees? We're not Native Americans. Look at us. We're not Native Americans. They're Native Americans if they're born in America. The fuck? That means you're not American if you got to put a prefix on it, right? Right? If you put a car and then a used car, something different. Got some other pieces. It might have a different tail, everything on it. You have a car, and then you have an EV. They're both cars, ain't they? Technically, kind of, not really. What's a car? Oh, it's pedigree, motorized. What's an EV? An electric vehicle, kind of like a car, but a different system. That's crazy because the first cars in America that we had were electric. The first car is electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. So what are we talking about? AKA niggas just be making up shit for the corporations, which are foreign. I know. It's called marketing. Mind control. Yeah. They had a tight enough narrative to get everyone to go with the bullshit. Or not everyone, because you're seeing all the people do what they want to do. All the legal shit. All the people in jail. But that's more so because they're breaking immigrant rules that don't belong here. Now imagine if they can mind their fucking business in their grandmother's backyard. Without all the oversight. Because who fucking asked them? You can't vote for a foreigner. What the fuck you talking about? But yet, fucking Barack Obama was an African born in Kenya with a mysterious birth certificate in Hawaii of Russian territory. Wake your ass up. They bend the rules to their agenda, corporate agenda. Their corporate agenda was originally a church agenda. These are not church people. The church is a military. One more time, nigga. The Bible is about a military. So if a church is referencing the Bible and its people, hi, us, they're referring to the stories of our military. Is it not written? Kingdoms, tribes of people going to war against giants. That sounds very military to me. For Pharaoh's army to try to outbattle you with magic, sounds like military to me. For a Pharaoh's army to drown behind you, sounds like military to me. For you to have to go into the promised land and subdue the giants, sounds like a military to me. My grandfather, Sir, Knight, sounds like a military to me. Everybody in that goddamn book is from a military. Period. On King David, military. Solomon, military. The prophets are on standby during kingdom wars, military. They're prophets to kings who are going to battle, military. Remote viewing program, army intelligence, come on now. Us, military. Montauk Indians, military. Go down the list. If there's a revolution, military. If there's a civil war, military. Sidi Muhammad, military. Barbary Wars, military. When the fuck does a military have a time to sit down and go to church and just hope for good, positive things? Exactly. Their church is mind control. Our church is military. You seen the rules? Like, if you don't follow these rules, your ass is grass. Don't they treat you like that in fucking military? All right. So these are 10 commands. Who gives commands besides a commander? Military. Moses was who? Their commander. Military, right? Because he was Pharaoh, right? He's Pharaoh's daughter's adopted son. Military. Like, what the fuck we don't understand? Khan, Genghis Khan. Greatest military leader that they write about, as if, where the fuck were you when he was the greatest military? You come from the lands recently that he was the military of. Hi, we're one of his kids. Now, what's up? Military. So all they bullshit, all their lies, all their programming is military level. Welcome to the CIA and the Pentagon. The people who are losing the most money. Remember what I told you? The way you get a thing will be the way that you start to lose it, right? Brainwashing is military, guys. And highly unconstitutional and highly illegal and against all your human rights. But as long as you're a civil rights citizen, they're like, I guess you don't care about it that much. Who's gonna hold us accountable? Even if you weren't classified that way, they still try to do it. They do it subversively with the internet and your algorithm. That's a military operation. Which y'all don't understand. Terms of agreement is a treaty. It's military. United States is a corporation of corporations. United States is a military, so its corporation is a military corporation. Deep state. DOD. That's who punched fucking Elon in the eye. He ain't been there since. Military. Their first commander, General Washington. Military. The United States, according to them, starts as a military general leader. Does it not? So you're a citizen of a military, are you not? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. This is not a fucking country. It's an occupied force. Military. Just like Puerto Rico. Just like all 700 other installations. You notice that the United States copy and pasted its military, but didn't copy and paste its education? All right then. The fuck? The whole thing is military. They don't have any other game to play. They're military. A rogue military. With no state. They're a military without land. They were pirates. They had ships. Hence why they like what? Maritime law. Hence why they first pulled up where? On islands. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So the way you get something, the kingdom of heaven suffer violence and the violent take it by force. Military. Cool. Who's the leader of heaven's army? Military. Who's the top of that? Archangel Michael, right? All right now. They'll fuck around and find out eventually. Don't know how many more UAPs they need to see that ain't theirs. They'll see. He disarming all of their nuclear warheads, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you. Military. Think. Something from a planet far away, or deep at the bottom of the ocean knows all of your technology tricks to disarm your shit permanently. Like, how many years do you think they got to catch up with that shit? So if you really look at it appropriately, the United States cannot afford to feed its what? Military. So if the United States is a military and it can't afford to feed its military, then what happens to the military people, the personnel, the civilians, and everyone in between us, right? We're a nice little network of going on. But we're only going on here to keep funding the military. Right? Right? They're not downsizing the military. Right? Like, it was like, all right, so we finally got a country and we're finally all equal and we're all we the people. Maybe we should turn down this colonization because you can't colonize without military, can you? All right. And that's why the CIA does classified things, right? Because it's doing military operations, right? Alrighty, you play Call of Duty before? That was a military game, isn't it? Right. You notice how the CIA is already in the middle of it, right? And it's the CIA that's kind of subversing the generals and all that stuff and setting up situations and setting secret agents who were once trained by what? The military. Okay. All right then. All right. So when they say that China says we're not worrying about the United States, they have some domestic issues to worry about. The United States is a military. So what is it now? United States, a military, occupying force, colonizers for the Roman Catholic Papa Bulls, because that's where they enjoy all their privileges from. What happens if they have a domestic issue? You see all those transgender generals they had during Biden? Probably not. A bunch of ugly ass men dressed as women, and flags, and all kinds of fucking buttons and trophies. I'll bust that nigga in his fucking lip. Bitch ass nigga shit running their military? Policy wise? That's crazy. They're a eunuch army and Mamelukes all over again. Those eunuchs and Mamelukes lost everything. So the way you get it is always the way it's going to end. And what I'm saying is, what we're seeing going on now is not new in history. It looks like this, it feels like this, it sounds like this, the arguments are the same, the people are upset the same way. New mixes of the same genetics of people who already went through a thing. Can you fucking imagine? And then boom, 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 boom. Here we are. It looking just like those times. Updated from what, 720 to 1080 at best. You can see it clearly now. Thank God for the internet. We can talk about it in real time. We ain't got to meet up at the town hall and risk the KKK burning us down while we're alive, right? Them niggas. So like, nah, this is different. It's military. Always has been. Always, won't always will. That's the crazy shit about it. You don't have a military if you can't feed them. I'm telling you guys. They better have a fucking hat trick. On Archangel Michael. They better figure it out. They gotta do right by somebody. Who did they take it from? They better do right by somebody. Who the fuck have they been killing? They better do right by somebody. Who have they been manipulating the justice system against? They better fix something that deals with people and not budgets. Because as long as you're mistreating the people, you will never have a fucking budget ever again in human history. They're down 38 trillion, guys. This is not hyperbole. They're approaching insolvent. The world's biggest military. They modeled themselves after the Roman armies. Get off my ancestors' dick, nigga. It's a kingdom of heaven. We're talking about planets. Anyway. So yeah, like, no. Can you imagine if they decided just to be decent people? That's a lot to ask, it seems. You got a sick military. Don't forget. We talking about 2025 military. Not the military we read about. 5 billion people were injected. Most of the military was injected. Y'all ain't hear me. Let's run this shit back. You ever notice all the drones in this war? What happens if these soldiers have to go out to a war? Adrenaline rush, heart rate increases. Saving Private Ryan times 13. They'll drop fucking dead. They keep saying this stupid shit. It's ironic that ICE, the face of ICE, is Mexicans. Because ain't no white boys left, stupid bitch. Generations. There's not enough white boys to hire for ICE. Have you noticed anything? Have y'all been outside? Ain't that many white boys our age. I've been everywhere. They're not in DC like that. Niggas is in DC to this day, civilians. North Carolina, there's a lot of white people. There's not a lot of white boys outside my age. I'm over here on the west side. You thought it'd be the better side. Like, I don't know what version of Asian, Hispanic mix you are, but it's not white boys. And then the white boys in the military are the ones dressing up like girls as generals. The water's making the frogs gay on Alex Jones, right? But there was a black guy that told you, atrazine. Mm-hmm. Now you got that in COVID shots. mRNA, I mean. There's not COVID shots, they're mRNA shots. Injectables, I'm sorry. They have nothing to do with COVID. So those things. So COVID too, some of them got COVID too and long COVID effects. We hear them talk about it. And then mRNA. And don't forget the mental health disorders that they usually all have when they're done either way. $2025, that military. That military. You know, the people alive today, that military. Who are sick, mentally, physically, and now financially stressed. PTSD. Shut the front door. Shut the front door. They got a domestic issue, nigga. Pandemic was a death sentence. I hope y'all don't forget that when y'all get older. If you get older, don't let the future forget. Like, nah, the government did that to its own people. To everyone that's not an American Indian, especially. Like, yeah, they invited you over here, and when they couldn't afford you no more, they said, hey, take one of these. You might kill yourself. And they knew that. So your problem is you're either dealing with gross incompetence and negligence or gross, I don't know, Jewish agenda. They both end with someone being dead. Have you noticed something? Yeah. Yep. Supply and demand be damned. How many people are dead, bro? Who's demanding it? And then they said most of your housing market right now is owned or possessed by what? People 70 and older. Mm-hmm. But they can't sell the houses. So people 70 and older who have millions of dollars saved in pensions and stock markets and other people investing for them, you know how the game goes. 70 years ago would be the 1950s. Here we go again. Those people, World War II immigrants, again. Now I got to be stuck with all these property taxes. In the states they're in are trying to remove property taxes so they can keep their shit. Fuck them. They can die where they live. They invest in their kids. Fucking useless, right? You think you're saving Americans. Nah, when they use those terms, they're talking about the people who are holding the money in the stock market, most of which are over 70 years old. Did you know that? Like people who ain't got to go to work, people who ain't outside, people who don't know what you're going through. They're 40 years, 30 to 40 years older than most of us. What the fuck do they know about Kodak, nigga? With the Lady Gaga? Like nothing. Nothing. They're still living in the illusion of when they went to school, when schools were first open, where they taught them jack shit nothing. Besides maybe English and how to register for benefits and how to push down niggas. The 50s. So yeah, bro. I can't feel no type of way about their decisions. With valueless money, holding a bunch of property, then now all of a sudden Palantir, Vanguard, and BlackRock may buy up most of it. But most of it is owned by people 70 years old and higher. What the fuck you think they didn't know about AI? They just be happy to sell their house. But if it goes insolvent, it's 3% of its value. It's going to go insolvent. It's a matter of when. Yeah. I'm watching all these courtroom hearings and people trying to go to their local municipalities and argue the case. There's not enough people in that room to give a fuck. And the people who are incompetent, who are just doing it because how it looks on their portfolio and their fucking how it looks when they do their little website bio, them ass niggas, they ain't gonna fix shit. They ain't got no fucking money either. I hate that we rely on people in authority whose authority is just to sign checks. Because yesterday, there's somebody from Tacoma, Washington. We were just talking about Seattle. And he's a bounty hunter. And he shared all kinds of things. Like, we have different rules and stuff. Like, we don't have to follow the same laws as the police officers have. And ICE is talking about deputizing us for us to grab up any illegal immigrant $1,000 to $1,500 each. So he went to their town hall and said, I'm letting y'all know what's going on. What are you guys prepared to do to stop us? And this guy's about the money. He's like, are you going to pay us $2,000 not to do it? And the people he's talking to would not hear any goddamn word he said. He said, we're not going to refer to people as illegal here. He said, fuck your feelings. What I'm saying is, ICE is going to pay us, bounty hunters, to take illegals off the street at $1,500 a head. What are you going to do to stop us? We don't follow your rules. We're a whole different subset of privileges, but especially if we're deputized by ICE. And they did not hear anything he said. They told him to leave. And he also alluded to like every human has a price. So he alluded to other human trafficking goals and ends with his little circle of friends. You've heard all about it. Bounty hunters do that. Mm-hmm. A group with no checks and balances. Just paid to do it. Mercenary shit. You play Call of Duty before? Mm-hmm. Like street soldiers. That's what ICE is doing. Don't miss what I said. ICE is paying bounty hunters to get everybody else. People who've learned how to hunt niggas for the past 50 years. Don't miss it. Yep. So I see how incompetent local government is, because they should have kept him around and asked him 100,000 other questions. I'd investigate him tomorrow. Like, hold on, how much money does he got? Who he working for? Who's this group he keep referring to? Tacoma, Washington. Ew. Like, nah, nigga, something going on, something wrong. These Sons of Anarchy is getting out of control, nigga. Like, nah, that show was a long time ago. They still doing shenanigans. Where's ICE getting the money from to pay bounty hunters? Is ICE for profit? So don't miss anything. Who's paying the bounty hunters ultimately? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Listen, your government, your federal government, finds it wise to deport people. And each time they deport somebody, they lose $1,000 or more. There's a lot of people to deport. So imagine his team trying to be greedy, and they go for hundreds of people, right? Scale. That's a lot of money to be paying people to do some shit like that. Why is getting rid of illegal immigrants, if you will, and paying for it? Because you're paying someone's expertise and time to do it. Why are they paying for that? Like, what I'm saying is, when you start paying for it, you want it to go faster. Like, you're serious. Like, no, we really have to do this. We got to pay. We got to get these people out of here. They're not supposed to be here. They're not registered on our accounts and our taxes. We just got to get them go. And we're going to pay even more dollars to get rid of them. That tells you that each illegal immigrant is a bigger loss Bigger loss than the $1,500. So once again, it's all about money. Obviously, for military ran by a foreign bank. Thank you. It's coming out every day. It's going to be another story just confirming the same thing. I just don't know how we just can't. You started with I don't know. That's why. The answer is you don't know. The rest is just feelings about why you don't know. We got to get out of our fucking feelings about the unknown. Because this shit getting real. And what I'm saying is, we may not be affected all because there's, I don't know, allegedly 300 million people. But the thing that affects everybody is the tone, the morale, the direction, the new policies, the new budgets, as a result of all of this. It has a short-term and long-term effect. It already busted up tourism. Nobody want to come to the United States for real, from somewhere else. Why? So they can deport them for $1,500? Think about it. Ever since the government's been shut down, tourism has been on a steep decline. They're losing billions a day. They're losing money doing this shit. Don't miss it. To us, like the way we see money. Like, why would they do something to lose money? But it's targeting people from other countries. They're losing foreign money. Them plane tickets don't cost the same on their side of the pond, bro. They only cost that much for you. So you're being taxed to death inside, and no one outside can do. Imagine what that looks like on paper. Yup. Check the stats. The shutdown, fucking up the tourism income. A place that already has a negative 300 GDP is losing billions more. Right now. Every day the government shut down is fucking up tourism. Now you're starting to see the fallout in the furloughed employees. TSA is federal, right? 9/11. We didn't have it before, so it's kind of like, you know. But they're not worrying about terrorists getting on planes right now. Have you noticed something? The main hotspots too, LAX. Everybody want to go to Hollywood. Now those TSA lines. Now with that ICE out there. What the fuck a Newsom nigga gonna do? Nothing but answer dumbass questions. He can't stop the rain. He ain't got no fucking money. So it looks like the federal government is quote unquote attacking the states. It is. It is. Financially. Yep. Whatever California got going on in their little, what's that called? Trap card. Because remember, California hasn't been part of the United States for so long. So whatever its treaty was or whatever its agreement was to join the United States probably gave California, the state of people, certain privileges. And Gavin Newsom, whoever the fuck this nigga is in that chair reading those letters like Sidi Muhammad. And he's going, well, they can't do this, so we're going to try this and do that. We're going to get a judge on our side. They got to play all these bureaucracy games to keep nothing. Just to know that their value as a state is based on USD currency. They want the federal government. California got his own money. So California, a hub of illegal immigrants. Millions for their local economy and for their own privileges so they can buy their houses and do their shit and try to nudge things in DC with their Senate. You know how this game go. You know how swing states and swing votes go. Except for when you realize at the end of the day, the only thing any of these motherfuckers is voting for is who controls the budget. Because someone else gets the budget, they're going to do what they want to do. If you get the budget, you can finish your agenda. We need more money to get a hold of this a state trust used as the value of their credit lending against the Federal Reserve. They're leveraging the land they don't own in paperwork that don't fucking exist. Because we can burn it and say, fuck you, we don't want to do that no more. You really can. You have that option. Isn't that the option they use? Correct me if I'm wrong. When they didn't want to do the bullshit they didn't want to do allegedly 250 years ago, they said, fuck it, let's start our own United States. All right, same story, same people. The way you lose it, the way you get it, vice versa. So, if the shit ain't working for nobody, what do you do? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. You know why they can't do that? Because they don't have a state. If they disband the United States Service Corporation, the people who participate in it, especially running it, they're not Americans. So whatever they do next cannot be in America. Because the United States is born off of a treaty with people of the land. You know, we the people is at the top. We the people of the land. Like, not just, like, it wasn't like a Tribe Called Quest. It wasn't like randoms. It was like, no. They're in the land of Indians. So who's in the fucking republic, genius? If everyone else is just getting here. Yep, I know. Should have heard us if we read it. We have to make believe with the immigrant story. And they have no stories to make believe about where the fuck they came from within the last 200 years. The fuck y'all talking about Egypt for? They go, what the fuck were you just doing? That's annoying. Your ass wasn't here during the Civil War. You don't even live in South Carolina. Your ass in California. Shut the fuck up. Let me guess. You follow the Indians on a Trail of Tears? Shut the fuck, man. Let me guess. When were the railroads up for these niggas? Mid-1800s, right? So not a day prior. Yep. Tell the truth, shame the devil. So, I think what's the most unique problem about today's history is that there are no options for them but to keep the United States and to lead it with the military, which they're starving. That sounds like something dying. Oh yeah, reproduction, all low time, all low time rebirths, like repopulation, at the lowest ever in human history, percent wise, per capita. They love that. Per capita wise, they're not having enough kids. That's a signal. So your military can't grow without new soldiers, can it? So it's almost as if ICE is the military itself, kind of. Its laws and its rules and what you voted for gives it domestic access. I know. With a whole bunch of people who just got their citizenship. Yeah, I know. This is starting to sound like the United States all over again, isn't it? That's all they know how to do. Rinse and repeat. Subject one group of people, make a bunch of dumbass promises to another group of people to enforce them, pay them the benefits. The benefit of them kicking these people out is that they can then now buy these houses, and then because of their loyalty, they get to come forth and answer the call of future if they need another agenda. We know. That's why you see so many white people outside. A lot of white people are immigrants in recent history. They know what time it is. They know how long their green card got. They know how long whoever they elected as a foreigner into their politics got. I'm talking about Los Angeles got a lot of Ukrainians, bro. As soon as Trump undoes whatever the Biden thing was for them, they're illegal. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. And he ain't talking about that, but he can. If they ain't playing ball, they keep wasting his fucking money, right? Going to war with Russians, they ain't gonna win. Let's wake the fuck up. Who just tested a fucking ICBM that has a nuclear warhead on it? What nuclear warhead on it? Was it Russia that just did that? Yesterday, this week. They're testing nuclear warheads, whatever those are. Man, that's, you don't want to hear that. China announced 61. Have you heard about 61? Man, no. Why are they working on that? Why would China be working on a 61 missile? Why? Why would Russia be trying to come up with something that goes across continents? Both China and Russia got intercontinental missiles testing this year. Amidst everything going on. And they're showing you these headlines like, yo, we got you. It gets worse. Just like Demi Lovato says, but trust me, it gets worse. Wait a minute. How do you use Polo to dance? Anyway, it's about to get worse for them. Because what happened? Oh, man. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You know what I'm talking about? They're not sorry. They fucking with Venezuela. I told you Venezuela got a 360 to Russia. Financially. They got oil and shit. Russia needs their oil, obviously. But also Russia doesn't like what the fuck the United States is doing. CIA. Mossad. And Russia said, we got you. You know who also said we got Venezuela? As soon as I told y'all 3 videos ago, I said this. And guess who announced it just to double down on we got you? You know who doubled down on we got you? China. China said the United States does any fucking thing, military-wise, like to the land, like the people of the land. He's standing next to Maduro. He's like, we'll defend you. I want y'all to put this whole thing together. The people who got a new missile called 61, intercontinental, you know how close South America is to North America? Those people got China on their side. They already got the drones from Russia. They already got drones. So that's stopping them from coming onto their shores. Ain't stopping the cool shit that we got that hits the little fisher boats. But if that shit hit a building in Venezuela, China says, we got you. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. It'd be so much easier to launch this from America. Wake y'all asses up, please. The government shut down. It's about to be shut down there. They keep fucking playing with these people, boy. Why do they think people playing with them in 2025? They mistaken our peaceful nature for the rest of the world's. The rest of the world is on their type of time. They'll play fire with fire. We be waiting for God. Wait a minute. China didn't get that message. China didn't get that message. They ain't waiting for nothing. So, yeah. So what I'm saying is, the United States will never get whatever fucking resource that it thought it was going to get from Venezuela. Never. Never. If it tries, it triggers Russia and China. You know what the problem with that is? Y'all don't, I know. It's fuck, our news sucks. The fact is that China runs the Panama Canal. The missiles are already there. Don't forget, Russia has nuclear submarines off the coast of the East Coast at all times. We're already surrounded. If there was a world war, like if it was real and it was like a video game, you actually got to blow up stuff and do things. Yeah. We're surrounded. Mexico ain't playing ball with us. Canada ain't playing ball with us. Canada never really was, but the bank itself, I get it. So who has deals with Canada right now? Right there at our north. On the other side of the North Pole, you'd think it would be Russia, but you know, they don't ever send missiles that way. Kind of weird on the globe Earth, but whatever. So right there. So Canada needs new allies. It's having very hard talks with its people about its fucking financial crippling by decoupling from the United States trade routes and shit. It has to find a new way to do things when it was already suffering. Remember, their shit's so fucked up that people are signing up for suicide. In their medical system, which is largely free for them, we always wanted that copy, their waiting list is 500,000 people. Suddenly, right after the pandemic when everyone was vaccinated, that's weird. No correlation though, you know. White people hate correlation and causation logic, I guess. But for niggas who gotta believe a bunch of lies at best, nah, nigga, that's what it is. Canada's sick. I walked to the store this morning and I talked to a kid that was doing some type of drug. I forgot what he called it, Mexican kid. And then he was circling around trying to talk to me about my shirt. He liked my clothes or something. He's just going back and forth. He was like, yeah, man, I'm part of the such and such mafia. Like, we in Arizona, we in Nevada, we in California. I was like, oh, cool story, bro. He's like, I don't know why they just caught up in the drug trade, man. We could have been, the little homies opened up businesses. He said, don't worry, one day I'll open up my own store. We talking about a nigga that's in a mafia, a cartel. Just walked up to me all willy-nilly with a tattoo on his eye, telling me the fucking trade route business, as if I don't talk about that every day. And I got another fucking confirmation. Oh, that shit's still alive. Oh, that shit's still alive. That shit's still popping. They broke though, the kids. You know who the kids are beefing with? They're boomer-aged gangsters who had all that lead paint in their fucking brain that takes away empathy. Don't miss it. We have a whole class of people older than us who do not have empathy because that shit was in their vaccines and their damn paint. So, prime conditioning for not giving a fuck about people. I know that's right. You gotta do everything you gotta do to hate niggas. Because niggas wake up and you figure out you and they land, they might start talking different. They might start voting different. What the fuck would a nigga vote for? It's not our fucking government. One more time. We're participating as citizens, Dred Scott, ratified with the only entitlement of civil rights, since they're robbing you of your human right, which is your land, right? Your birthright, your inheritance, your land. So if they gave you human rights, then you say, get the fuck off my land. Who the fuck else child am I, nigga? Right, so that's why they give you civil rights, because then you can't claim land. Don't stay fucking woke out here, boy. You can get a mortgage, you can get a property tax, you can take one of their zoned areas where they put a post office box, which is military, but you can't just go, oh, by the way, all the Saponi Indians had that whole Northeast region. Let me just go somewhere out the way in Virginia and build my own city. They will come down there in a heartbeat, boy. They'll have a fucking panic attack. I should be able to borrow money from Africa, China, or Russia and say, yo, fuck with me real quick. And we wouldn't need billions because we wouldn't be squandering it with our fucking pensions. We would actually use it to build. Shit, we'd hire the Chinese and Russians like, yo, nigga, you could build it with us. Like, shit, yo, I fuck with y'all. Y'all ain't do nothing to me. I ain't talking about my mama or nothing. They're afraid of that. They're afraid of us choosing another HOA, actually. Because there's not enough of us to do it by ourselves, right? 13% of 300 and something million ain't too much. It's right under 50 million people left. And then out of us, a lot of us mixed and lost our damn minds, and maybe even 10% is African. Whatever. You can stay over here, cousin, if you want to, because I don't know, your ass don't know where the fuck you want to go. But you're here with the Indians, and I'm their big brother. You can stay here if you want, but I'm just saying. It's my grandmother. As long as we got that straight, we good, man. Shit, where you want to live? Yeah. That's the illest shit about it. If it was just us, it'd be plenty of land. And it still is. Even with 300 million people, there's plenty of land unoccupied. But now imagine, you cut that population of 1/6. New York will look like a ghost town. You feel me? So they know that about us. They know we will be fine. They have all of our books and our history of every time we've been fine. That part of it is where, I guess, not jealousy, but there's another thing in them politically, like those who know, the Masons, the people who study that, they know that we're resilient. They don't know why. I mean, it'd be a shame if they believe in God or something, but God just keeps doing it. Keeps providing for us, no matter which state we're in. If we do what we're supposed to do, God will be like, hey, new plan. Y'all go that way and watch what happens. Other nations will come to you. Ain't that what this is? That's what God said, and that's what happened. That's crazy, right? Now it's third party. Someone said that God said that, but yet and still it happened.
Just keep that in mind. That's our pattern. We're better out of captivity. For whatever reason, they just don't want that. They've only had since the Civil War to do right by us. Remember? They've never done right by us. And they're wondering why everyone's betraying them. They robbed us. They're wondering why everyone's robbing them. They burned down our houses, our cities, our banks. And they wondering why theirs are going unsolvent. Whatever you do, don't say a fucking United States citizen in your fucking mind. Because you're bound to lose it. That too. Don't we have the most crazy mental health issues per capita in this motherfucking country for some reason? That shit ain't skipped none of us. All right then. There must be something wrong about how we're living. There must be a connection we can't quite see because we're distracted with everything we're trying to get. And that makes sense, by the way. Like, of course. You're told to get things and nothing is free and you gotta work hard or scheme or, you know, everyone finds a landing point. Either way, that ain't what this is. That's what they made it seem like, and that's why we're fucked up mentally. That's why everyone's like getting tired and waking up and all that shit. Money. I'm telling you, the sisters are talking different. I saw a girl my age talking about, at my big age, shit so bad, I'm going back to my mama's house. I ain't got no shame about it. That's crazy, sis. For the past 20 years, you've been shaming niggas who live with their mom. Now you understand it? Oh, money. You know what that also means? Ain't no man out there trying to pay for her. We back in the Bible already, nigga. The fuck? That's the same story, dog. She got to stay home until Boaz find her ass after she humble herself out. It's gonna take a few years, but you know, if Boaz is looking for an old lady, she'll be at her mother's house. He'll show up at the fence, probably fixing shit, because you know, people have to maintain what they got. And then she'll be like, "I'll be the perfect wife, as long as you don't check my social media." No, sis, wrong. That's what's sad about it. The prices of the things for them to do it the way it was before it's happening now, which they have to go home, are never going back down to the prices that the way they were. You almost have to have another person. Can you imagine? A whole sub-society that prided themselves on independence. Can't afford anything. So what changed? The value of their dollar. Think from my TED Talk. They took wage per hour or salary to mean something about the dollar staying the same forever. These niggas went to college, but I'm tired of them. Bro, Shogun, help me. I'm tired of them. How they not know this? They don't teach them about the other market crashes in 2008 and what happened in 9/11. Like, that's just like that's only for nerds, I guess. That's only for like the nerdy white guys with glasses. You talking about the Jewish guys? Only the Jewish guys worry about that? Sorry. Nah, we all had to worry about that. If we all have to work for that money, that'd be like the only thing niggas can worry about, because that's the only thing niggas care about. Actually, niggas don't know the species of plants and trees no more. Niggas know how to flip $1 and get a crypto. Like, do the science. Like, the fuck going on? We're a different generation, though. It's sad and funny. I think this shit impossible, honestly. I don't know how the fuck this happened. Remember, I'm a Mandela effect person. I'm like, maybe they can time travel or do something in the human something. It didn't touch my memory. I still remember they changed it, but they changed something outside of the consciousness driving through this bitch. Damn. Them niggas just be hitting buttons. They'd suck at Tekken. Oh, man. Yep. They playing this game like Tekken right now. They just hitting any button like, yo, we gotta do this. And everyone thinks that like they're trying to provoke them. No, they're not. They're trying to save their money or their leverage, their value, their, what do they call it? There's another word they use for that. Equity. They're dealing with that. They're not really dealing with like, oh, because you're poor, because you're black, because you're immigrant. No, 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 no. If you did not need money from them, they would not give a fuck about any of those subgroups. But all those subgroups have special provisioning of federal budgets. That's what it is. Where did all that money go? Where are these employees? Where are the profits? Where's the tax revenue? Where's the new buildings? Where's all the new things? Are they just sending it to another country? Yes. Duh. If your motherfucking kids are gonna take your dollar and flip it on crypto, you think someone else's foreign immigrant kids don't know how to do at least addition? I go to America, I work for 5 years, I make $100,000, I come back home, I have $1 million. You know how multiplication works? When the currency's times 10 yours, so you come back with times 10 yours, right? And I said $100,000. $100,000 of work here, I don't know, 10 years ago. And then you go back home a millionaire. When did everyone here do that? Notice how no one here can do that. Right, because we have to stay here. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It makes no sense to immigrate here and to work that hard and to stay here. Thus, they don't. And I'm talking about all the immigrants, not just the Mexicans, who are in America, by the way. I'm talking about all the white ones who can start businesses and get federal fundings, open up stores and plazas and all these things. New apartment buildings made by Russians. Understand everything. They'll flip, get someone else to rent, HOA, and take their ass right back to fucking Moscow, where the fuck it is, surrounding areas. I've met them. We ain't talking about the lottery winners. We're talking about the people who are rich already and come here, who do all of the industry, right? You ever go into a business you apply for and you trying to find the CEO or the boss or the people who started the company, you notice how like none of them are from America? Yeah, them people don't stay here. So that means their profits don't either. Where does that money go? Ask Apple. Apple's profits, what bank does that go to? Somewhere in California? I could have sworn Apple's profits go to a bank in Ireland. Apple's overpriced products and the clout that it had, rest in peace Steve Jobs, no matter what's going on, $1,000 a phone, all of those profits outside of the little bit of taxes and now tariffs they got to pay Mr. Trump here and his representatives, most of their profits in Ireland. Y'all ain't know that? That's why they do that, by the way. They're multiplying the money they take from us somewhere else. Or they were. Now it's kind of like the system's kind of clogged because of the bullshit and counterfeiting. But you know, in the good days, I mean. So thus, that's why OpenAI, Meta, and whatever other fractionary Silicon Valley companies that are left here, tax-wise, guarantee-wise, dealing with the federal government on what they need on the surveillance, security, and anti-foreign hacker side. Because remember, it's not just me and you they're targeting. They're targeting everyone that's targeting us backwards. You know what I'm talking about? Like, we got to stop the propaganda. That part. We got to buy TikTok, you know. Yeah. They already bought off Mark Zuckerberg. Which is why his ass ain't in jail yet. Because he should go to the fucking gulag for the shit he allowed happen on his platform. He don't get to be a humanitarian when he feels like it, but when he fucks up humanity, hide and say it's business. Bitch nigga. You know how many fucking lives we could save if our fucking posts weren't fucking blocked? You know how many alternatives people could have at least tried before they said, yeah, let me get another shot? That's on him. That shit on his head. We heard his phone calls. He knew. He was worried
and he still blocked everybody else that was worried, trying to save their, Facebook friend and family circle. It wasn't like niggas was making money posting this shit to 10 people, right? We're talking about fucking Facebook here. But nah. He had to get involved. He had a police. He had to get his extra stipend from whatever department contractor under the Bidens, and whatever that agenda was, which seemed to suit Fauci at the same time. Do you remember anything? Fact checkers say your fact checkers ain't go to fucking a good school. Shut the fuck up. Your fact checker got C's in high school, nigga. Pathetic. Fuck out my face. What the fuck they know about facts? Have you seen these niggas? Exactly. A fucking pedophile and a cat lady ran that website. Real life. So imagine facts from these niggas. A 17-year-old girl is a woman, ass niggas. That's what the promise is. Them. Their best chance is their millennials. And they're neglecting them. Thus, no army, no war. 3 out, narcs and narcs is out like quacking ducks. Melting down because no one's telling them what to think for the first time. Yeah, they don't have a new narrative. I'm running back. So I saw the brother Track Addicts and Trade. Peace to my brother. Peace to you, brother. Immigration to fix the other immigration. You got it. They make the new people the bullies, and they make the old people the bad guys to keep the game going. Damn, Seraphim Ass Society. It's very Seraphim. I wish I knew what book Wyatt sent me, man. It was on my iMac. Damn it. But it says it so plainly. It was Ezekiel and 2 other angels sent down because the seraphim, they were clocking the seraphim, and they said that the seraphim were coming down in wooden boats, but their ship was above. It's a biblical book. It's an Apocrypha book. I don't know how many Esthers are in the Apocrypha, but the Esther that I read in the Septuagint doesn't mention that. It would mention a wolf. And he highlighted it for me because of what I was talking about at 6 a.m. So yeah, I was sitting down a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's not a bad guy. Since the seraphim is doing something with sheep, God is sending a wolf in sheep's clothing, not to go after the sheep, to go after the pastors. But the seraphim is linked to that shit. I don't think it's just the seraphim here. We know the Rephaim are always here, but I don't know what their population is. They're usually in the water. Mermaids. You've seen it, Atlantis movies, like, or even Black Panther. Like seraphim. That's what that is. And then Rephaim, I'm sorry. Seraphim are the ones that fly. But damn, I can't remember the name of it. Because I took it for granted that was the book of Esther, and they're all the same. They're not. It was the book of Esther. Esther was mentioned. It was Esther, a wolf, Ezekiel, seraphim, and it was a female. I remember it was 2 boys and a girl angel name, like feminine name. Was it Azariah? No. Michael, Azariah, Ezekiel? Something like that. This is an arrangement of them niggas. And it's a book that they removed or hid. And the only thing I can see that they would hide that about ain't got nothing to do with Jesus, God, or heaven, is the fact that it acknowledged that these seraphim are aliens. They have flying craft in wooden ships. Don't miss that. They stay in their craft. The things that they're controlling use the wooden ships that came to the shores. And this is in the biblical, so this is like 400, 500 years ago this is written, this scroll. Like, so the military campaign of Heaven's Army is clocking aliens who invade this planet secretly. Hence why the angels are here secretly. Wolves in sheep's clothing. It's the same game. They're playing the same game. What that tells me is when you zoom out of Europa or Earth or Mars, anything in our galaxy connotation of planet names, although there's way more moons here, and this is one of them. So imagine if there are 6 or 7 planets that could have humanoids, Earth or Mars being 1 or 2 of them. I think Earth is Mars. The name means it, but whatever. That's a planet, though. This is a moon, one of 96 of them. So imagine how many more civilizations there can be, just in our local awareness, right? Gardens of Eden's everywhere. Europa is kind of like Garden of Eden 4. But I think that's generational, like Mark 4, MK 4, Michael 4, like great grandkids. So like gardens after, so a garden created by a 4th generation of the original garden makers. Like, you know, can you imagine by the 2nd or 3rd generation they get their shit together and then do what they're supposed to do? The Bible doesn't tell you why, anything. Genesis is referring back to another story. We're that many years away from it. But fresh out the garden into the fryer, we're going to start with these 2 guys, Abraham and check their story out. On a place that needs to be replenished, aka people were here already. And that's in the 1st chapter of the 1st book of the books in English. So it's like, there's awareness that there's aliens, like literally there's aliens in that Bible. It says aliens, it doesn't say foreigners. In other places of that Bible, it'll say foreigners. And then it says aliens in Malachi in the same chapter, it's talking about many worlds. So like, it's weird that they fudge this shit. And you know, all that shit's classified CIA. Like, it's the CIA, man. CIA working with the Seraphim, bro. They're working with a foreign planet, guys. That's why they give a fuck about no one down here. That's probably why they're rushing crypto too, so you can exchange value interplanetarily. Speed of light shit. And if you get people hooked down here, depending on it, then of course you can have like infinite money, if you will. If you have a private investor on a different moon somewhere, and you would flood every fucking market or business idea because you have that off-planet account. Fuck an offshore account, nigga. They have an off-planet account. You understand something? And maybe that's why all their gold in the offshore accounts are never in those banks, because they literally taking that gold offshores, if you understand everything. At least not keeping it in circulation amongst the civilians, which is the same damn thing. So yeah, the Bible warns of this. And to me, that's scary. That's not like, oh, cool, my ancestors are cool. Hell no. My ancestor already knew about giants, aliens, and shapeshifters. And we fucking playing and partying and bullshitting in high school and college to get a good job to buy a house we'll never own. They're not even going to teach you about trust law and allodial titles. So like, what kind of dickhead shit is that if the whole thing is about education and you ain't educating the people shit? The fuck? That shit should be in a trust and you should have the allodial title. Fuck all that financing with a third party, nigga. You ain't trying to help a boomer retire. You trying to raise your own damn family. You feel me? So education ain't educate people on shit, let alone taxes, right? From a foreign bank. Shut the hell up on the federal government public education school system budget. You feel me? Maybe the Federal Reserve should have invested into education. Maybe it would have got its fucking interest rates back already by the, the individuals who would just open up their own accounts directly with the Federal Reserve. It'd be crazy if they weren't like gatekeeping that with just the white guys and the Jewish guys, Can you imagine you opening up your own credit line with the Federal Reserve, who seems to give infinite money away to people with good ideas, and you did have a good idea, and you just pay them back directly? Could you fucking imagine some shit like that? In 2025, in a world full of crypto and meme coins, can you fucking imagine if you had information to go to the Federal Reserve directly and open up your own account? Can you fucking imagine that? Now you're starting to imagine what everyone else fucking billionaires have been doing. What are we learning if billionaires have a different education? Yes, sis. Crazy story. Never outshine your master for the loss of power. Track addicts, peace, brother. More taxes on shit that don't need to be taxed. Just to send to Ukraine is fucking lame. Smoking while riding bicycles, TDFB. Russia show up, they go on a freeze. Germany, Sweden, and France are currently cooked. And those are the main characters over there. They bombed Hungary because they're still using Russian gas. Dickhead shit. That's a dickhead move. Petty, yep. Work till you're halfway dead and get nothing. No thank you. There's even a tax to leave the EU now, I think. I'm hearing about it. But they're protesting. So it's like, you're just gonna piss them off. They're already protesting the digital ID over there. And that's supposed to be sweet. Remember those old Amero documentaries, North American Union documentaries, or New World Order documentaries? Like, and then when Europe, and then the United States, like, Europe don't want to do it. Europe don't want that shit. Why they keep offering shit that people don't want? And none of what the shit people been saying, like, they don't know how to leverage. Like, okay, how about we prioritize the people for a little while and then somehow tie that into the digital ID? Same story, but you're preloading the benefits and then you're doing whatever the fuck shit is. But no, you don't give no benefits, just fuck shit. And then when I watch these videos of them talking to the people that want it, like, but isn't that like saying that that's illegal and you're gonna lock people up? No, we're giving them a year. Nigga, I'm asking you, what happens after that year? Well, we're hoping that people, nigga, answer the fucking question. They don't answer questions no more. Because they're getting paid just to do shit. I bet you they haven't thought about it. Like I said, these nerd-ass, loser-ass people out of school and college get a little motion and feel a little important, and then everyone else forget that they're always a stupid student. That's why they're in this stupid-ass position trying to pass stupid shit, because they didn't think about it. Being elected don't mean you think. Being chosen doesn't mean you think. That's what I'm saying. They pick stupid people for colonization. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not smarter people, because only dumbass people would do some stupid shit. Law of gender, bro. Stupid is as stupid does. We call that shit the law of Forrest Gump. His mama was on to something. So it's a universal law, is why you can say things like that. That's why they ring. Like, yeah, I do see that. Everyone I know is stupid be doing stupid shit. Everyone he know be doing stupid shit. Look, we all looking at someone stupid doing stupid shit. Stupid is as stupid does. So if you're seeing stupid shit, look for the stupid people. Now, do you think the United States is doing stupid shit? All right, now, to be fair to everybody involved, would you say that Trump is a smart person? Forget his money. Forget all his friends and associates that help him keep it. Just him as a man. Would you call Trump? You know, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And you about to win $1 million for a question about math, science, or history. Are you gonna be like, I want to phone the president? If the answer is no, you got a fucking problem. If you can't count on your president to know his own fucking education system. Think from my TED Talk. That's it. Cool. Once I figure out how to reclaim my birthright back home, I'm going to go on anyway. I can't enter that land of grandma. Where in the faggot shit is that? Because of a company of St. James Square in London. Damn, Harut. That's heavy, brother. I hope we all get a chance to do that. To at least reclaim that which is properly ours. Without a middleman who doesn't own anything. Telling us what we can and can't be. Like, that's weird. That's worse than everything you hear about slavery. If you heard about slaves in the Bible, I need to say this out loud in case people ever miss this because they don't know the Bible people. If there were slaves mentioned in the Bible, they're freed on Jubilees. Servants aren't slaves. Servants are employees because they don't have anything. There's slaves in the Bible. Captures, people you capture. You keep them with you. They're strong or whatever, smart, whatever, useful. You ain't beefing with them, you're beefing with their king. You live, but you on that bullshit with your paradigm. But you spend time with us. And if you survive 7 years, they let you go. Jubilees. All your debtors are forgiven. Servants, slaves are debtors. They're forgiven. Forgiven means they're no longer in bondage. Remember, we came out of bondage, so we're not trying to, you feel me? Like, we know, the Bible tells you, we know that shit's fucked up. Hagar was a servant. She was assigned to Abraham and Sarah as a payment for whatever the Pharaoh of that land did, that king, whatever he felt like, why God punishes people with a plague in return for the inconvenience to their God. He must know what spaceship he's in. Like, yo, take these goats, take these people, take Hagar too, right? Hagar didn't like Sarah. Makes sense. And then Sarah got even worse when she was jealous that the girl got pregnant. Hagar left to go kill herself. And one of those three angels, you know, Sodom and Gomorrah and the Tower of Babel, the same three guys through that whole Genesis, one of them caught up to her. Get your goofy ass back to Sarah so that you can get your inheritance, servant. She was a servant in Egypt. She was a servant to Sarah. But when she became a mother of Ishmael, they're given their own land. Right in time for Jubilees, I bet. Ishmaelites. She's their progenitor. That's the Black Madonna, by the way. Over there. You see her. That dark-skinned woman with the scar on her face. And she's holding a baby. I'm like, oh, that's a Black Jesus. They're all black, but no. Because they're all black, all those paintings ain't the same black mother. We should start there. She has a scar on her face. That's Hagar. That's Ishmael she's holding. They both lit. They both lit. That's Hagar, bro. That's Hagar and Ishmael. That's not their names, though. That's their English, Arabicized translation of whatever their names are. But that woman right there with the scar on her face, that is not Mary. And her son got an inheritance. As promised. So we all about the square deal, baby. Israel and Abraham. That's what's funny about that shit right there. The angel told Abraham, you will have as many descendants as there are stars in the sky and sands at the beach, bitch. That's not horizontal. That's horizontal and linear, right? Like a triangle, like a pyramid. Imagine the people in the pyramids. And the reason why Abraham would have more kids than everyone else, per se, depending on who else is outside after a fucking reset of their height, is because he has two bloodlines. Meaning anything can go wrong with the Israelites. And they can be subjected or under whatever the fuck and molested and intermixing, creating 12 tribes of Israel again. But Ishmael is also Abraham's son. What's their story? They're the half-brothers of the Israelites. That's why I say this shit ain't a religion. Goofy as hell. Isaac and Ishmael. Both brothers. Brothers. They're brothers. So Ishmael is Israel's uncle. Then all his kids are his cousins. Same grandfather. Same family. All over this bitch, right? That's what that's about. That's why that book is about bloodlines and genetics. So when you see the other tribe names, Amorites and blah, 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 all it's really saying is that, oh, that's Ishmael's side. But you're mixing in with the Israelites. All of you are Abrahamic. All of you are Brahma's kids. That book is just following the descendants of Israel. The fuck going on? We ain't the only family in the town of families. We just the only town of family in that town that wrote a book like that. They could have wrote their own book. They could have said whatever they wanted about their grandmother and their grandsons. They didn't. or they did and they burned it, or something crazy happened, or they respect the ledge on Israel, why would we subjugate our cousins? You wouldn't. Israelites would have nothing against Mohammedans, since Muhammad is what? On Ishmael. Cut it out. Now you see why the Quran has what? 80% Israelites, Sabbateans, people who keep Sabbath, Saturday, Sabado, Saturn, Satan. Ooh, scary. A religion with a Baphomet, Muhammad, Michael, Muhammad, the Conqueror, Genghis, scary. Ooh. Gotta be somebody's devil in this story. That's some seraphim logic. That's all that shit is. Projections. Nothing has changed then. They still project on us now. We be chilling minding our business. Catching strays, just being a certain skin color. White people are starting to feel like that. Can you imagine? That white people are feeling attacked. With a white president, a white Congress, and a white military. Full of black people. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. Who's attacking you, boss? Who's attacking you? They all look like white people to me. So white people having a civil war? Is that what's going on? You know it ain't black people, all 13% of us. We still waiting for Africa to catch up. All right. They got an Ibrahim over there cleaning it up. Ain't that a bitch? His name is Ibrahim, like Abraham. He the one cleaning up Africa right now. Can you fucking imagine it, France? Tell you, them symbols will catch up to him eventually. The way you take it, the way you'll lose it. You're going to take it from Abraham's kids, you're going to be taking it back by someone named Abraham and his kids, probably. It wouldn't surprise me. I gotta find out how tall he is. He look Arabian enough. He look like an Arab more. A-R-A-P more. The ones who were there first. So yeah, you look like them. From all the drawings I've seen. He don't grow his beard out. But his mama still named him Ibrahim. Must have been reading the Bible. Or Quran. Same family. Different vows. Different covenants. Our books don't have us going to war against each other ever. So, religion is doing that. The Alawite dynasty, Roman Catholic, Vatican, all that shit. That's them trying to take control of people. Then they stumbled across an island of angels. Oh my God. What's next on Dragon Ball? What the fuck is going on down here? TBFB, out narking the narcs. Boomers up. They retired before they were 60. Same story again, 333. No one prepares you for your mom's house at 46. It's a crazy tweet. If it involves billions, they think it's only for billionaires to worry about. Part 2. Fact checkers is out of business. Even the word at her root, they were just playing with checkerboard words, turning facts into dual litigations. Ridiculous, see? Yep, pretending to be boats coming to shores. Yep, everything on the phone. They can't answer one question straight anymore. They don't. And now they do an extra shift for the elections because people don't want to vote anymore either. Exactly. Guess it's only the women now, as it always were. Women care about society, not men. They're too busy going to war. I literally cannot go there. The even funnier part is the company is called Anglo-Asian Mining. They'll kick y'all out to steal your resources. What the fuck is going on in this country, boy? Angel Asians? It should be called Afro-Asiatic Mining. And I bet you none of them look like that. The audacity. The audacity. Mr. Now says they kept claiming to be European from Europe, and now they are finally feeling the difference between French, Spanish, Italian, German, Swedish, and everything else. Yeah. Yeah. And they can't change their characters now either. They can't say they come from somewhere else and they are something else suddenly. Like, okay, what about all these history books and stories you wrote about something that you aren't? Amazon will burn by tomorrow. Like the fuck? All these books are fucking fiction. Or, yeah, all of them are fiction at that point. Especially history. History is fiction. The craziest thing is their history is more fictional than damn mythology you find. They thought speaking English made them all American. That is a crazy fucking story on King James Kids. Because we're fucking Indians. Indians spoke English. Yep, Virginia, Maryland Indians. Saponi, Cherokee, they spoke English. Cherokees also spoke Arabic. Can you imagine the people that have all those languages can speak all of them? Next to all these fucking libraries. What's wrong with us? Just look at the images of our cities in the 1800s. I find these truths to be self-evident. You'd be tired of the bullshit too. If this is what we're settling with. We gotta die too. Without our inheritance. Yeah, let's try harder. That ruins the game for you. If you haven't figured it out for yourself yet, it'll ruin everything quick. Once you realize who you are, like who you're related to at least, and you'll be like, you won't even want to play this game no more. I know I don't. It doesn't make sense. There's no winning. There's no getting ahead of it. It's crazy that you have to figure out how to manipulate your choices to benefit from it, but you're voting for it. Or like all the math is wrong. Like, wait, they don't own the land either? Nope. But my grandmother did, naturally. How do I get human rights? You can't get it from the people giving you civil rights. Why would they do that? Oh, I'm fucked. No, you're just under occupation. Just like the brother Harut just says. He can't go to his homeland because of a mining corporation. Today, in 2025, same story. Same story. His grandmother and them had land already, historically. And some company shows up, works with some government, military. Like, oh, sorry, y'all guys gotta get out of here. Until we're finished depleting all your resources. Which they don't have treaties with them to even give them a tenth of, which would be different, which would be human, which would be civil, which would be decent. So if the corporations have none of those treaties or values, then what are they? Inherently, they're fucking evil. Goofy as hell out here, boy. Law of gender, man. You can do good business. You can work with the people. And you can get the fuck out their face if they tell you to. Like, and find a new business model, at the very least, right? We're geniuses and high IQs and shit. No, it's bullshit to begin with. And because their bullshit and policies and enforcement thereof is bullshit, they can't fix it without doing more bullshit. And they don't have enough credit for more bullshit, so what's going to happen? The same way you got it's the same way you lose it. They don't lose it on some bullshit. NBA all the sports rating, bullshit. Now it's going to fall apart, bullshit. Now it's going to be interesting when you understand how far those games and those gambles are, because they ain't the only ones gambling on the same thing. Imagine if niggas had text messages. So a lot of people about to lose their extra money because of this going public, right? FBI again. How you doing, guys? You think NFL players and NBA players ain't out? Imagine. So you understand everything. They going after the rich middle class and upper middle class people and they shenanigans. Not just immigrants. Don't miss it. Wrong war.
All wars they write about are banker wars. All of them. They're the bankers. Beneficiaries, at least. So, yeah, we're trustees. Yup. How they going to steal from us, Chief? As if we have something else to take. They took your real money, gave you monopoly money, now they want to take your monopoly money. That's some crazy marbles, boy. They packing up their marbles and trying to go home. Where that at? I hope they don't think they're going to stay here rich. That'd be the dumbest strategy ever, I swear. They won't even have to worry about me. I know where these immigrants come from. I'd be talking to random people in the streets who are part of a mafia. So, yeah. They can't just shut it down and stay. The rules of what they're shutting down is the only reason why they're alive anyway. Don't forget, everybody in this story got a price on their head, including your president, correct? Don't forget, there's still a price on Donald Trump's head. Several of them. So he can't just land, guys, and start playing golf and shit again. Without Secret Service and the military. If you notice anything. It ain't like the good old days. Even for him. Because he walking around with a price on his head. Is it not written? Y'all forgot? And don't you get one of those extra zealous anti-pedophile gangsters finding out who they're on Epstein list. They'll do it for the culture, nigga. Since the FBI won't. I bet you everybody on that Epstein list got some fucking private security now. I bet you. Only because of all the secrets and extortions they're part of. They're interesting. Not their behavior, obviously. It's who they were doing it with. Because all of them got prices on their head. I'm telling you, the people that came up with the vaccines got prices on their head too. Fauci, he got a price on his head. That's why you don't see his ass no more. He better be in a weasel bunker somewhere, bitch ass nigga. I told you he paralyzed that girl. She in a coma. As soon as she got the vaccine, she went into a coma. And her father's like an emperor or king or something. Connected to all the martial artists. That's why that was interesting. Martial art. He at the top of one of those pyramids. Gang-wise. We knew that as soon as it started. That's why I was like, wait. That was my confirmation. I was like, wait a minute. Not only did it take out his daughter, he's fully convinced to put a price on the nigga's head over it. He did the science. We talking about a king. So he's like, I want him dead. That's why Asia went a different direction. He's a king. We talk about people. Taiwan, Thailand. There's another one. Philippines. There's another one over there. There's a bigger one over there that had the same problem. They're giving their people who got COVID HIV. They call them HIV cocktails. Like you fucking around with these hoes out here and you feel like maybe something's wrong. You got a couple of days to go to the emergency room and they give you one of these things. COVID went away the same day. I'm gonna say this shit one more time in case any of y'all missed it. This is day one. These news reports are coming out of Asia, but Mark Zuckerberg, and the fact checkers were hiding them. That's what I'm saying. He gotta go to hell. So anyway, so the HIV cocktail stopped all the COVID symptoms within a day. Like people with fevers, couldn't breathe, all kind of real fucked up shit to go in the emergency room. One of the nurses or doctors says, HIV cocktail, let's try it. Oh, he's better. Whoa, why?
I'm glad you asked. Same Asian research. SARS 2, COVID-19, HIV 5. So a lot of people who were running into the hospitals when it started because they couldn't just chill at home is because they were having the HIV 5 symptoms manifest. And what the fuck did these niggas do? Give them a fucking breathing tube, which then gave them pneumonia, which is why they died in the hospital. Remember, Kumo was running for mayor or whatever the fuck, governor, whatever the fuck it is again, and the guy that's going against him said, or, you know, the way you sent all the old people to nursing homes during COVID for them to die, because they died. We were saying they would die back then, but I'm here to report they did die. Time has passed. Your APAC, ass Kumo, MSNBC, CNN favorite, dickhead. I'm telling you, these people aren't smart. They're connected. That's different. AKA, they do strange things for a little change. Nothing has changed in pimping. So yeah, they're hoes. Literally, financially, they're hoes. Because who the fuck does that? That's a human. And then when it happens, nothing to fix it, holding no one accountable, no one that gave you your mandates. You remember, he should be the main one going to state capitals. Talking about, hey, I got a guilty conscience, hopefully human. Nope, nothing. Just eyes wide open as soon as the guy said it. Dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Dumbass face. And I'm only using that language because he fucking killed people. It's kind of important, you know. More important than food stamps, right? You think about it. Food stamps, you can figure it out. Sending yourself someone to die and no one to help you, and you don't know what to do, you're just gonna die. New York. So imagine if those old people died in that situation, how many other people died in different situations because of the same thing? COVID. If it rolls the dice and you catch that HIV version, you go to pneumonia. Your immune system attacks itself, so it floods your lungs and thus you can't breathe. You drown to death. That's how I killed him. It's like drowning. Hyperimmune system. Except for it's turbo. So with HIV, you got some time to get the right treatment. With HIV 5, nah, you out of here if they don't catch that. So they were saying, well, the vaccine would stop the fatalities. Boom, right there. Everyone was going to have a fatal dose of COVID anyway. But if they did, and you got the vaccine, this is what they sold, that it would stop the cause of mortality from COVID, which if they didn't use breathing machines, we know the real numbers. But if you got to do the math for everybody else, what was killing them? Yeah, how was COVID killing them? If you need a vaccine to stop the killing. You didn't need a vaccine in a pandemic for the flu, and you had that shit every fucking year. Flu season. Come down to CVS. Flu season. Flu season. Why you just have COVID seasons? What the fuck going on? No, it'll kill you. How does it kill you? Why does a common cold have a hyperimmune system reaction? How does a regular cold from a bat or anyone that's between us have a hyperimmune system effect? Where you have to have an emergency vaccine within weeks to stop the mortalities. Exactly. COVID-19 is like AIDS. That's how people die of AIDS too. Wake up. Dr. Fauci worked on AIDS. And he worked on gain of function research. And he worked on COVID-19. Can you imagine if the law of gender was at work here? Mm-hmm. So how can mRNA stop HIV? Triggers. It doesn't. Now they say it's not a vaccine. Because it wasn't. So what is it? And did it stop fatalities from COVID? No. 0.4%, in fact, is the real number. We know it. Absolute value of efficacy, 0.04. 0.04, you know what that means? It's not even 1% effective against any of those symptoms. Now people have side effects and new symptoms. Weird fucking story. So they took something that fixed no symptoms of why they took it, just to have something and new symptoms. Can we afford to be dummies? How much money we got left? Can we afford to still be fucking stupid? Like, y'all worrying about food stamps. They done got 5 billion people with this shit, bro. Food stamps is not where we should have drew the goddamn line at, bro. We should have drew the damn line at 2019 and 2020, bro, where they set up everybody for a dummy mission. You know how many fucking people are sick now because of COVID or anything related to it, bro? That wasn't ever sick before COVID hit the shores? That has never happened in this country. It's not like the 1920s, nigga. You didn't have hundreds of millions of people yet. Your ass was just immigrating. Everybody wasn't in the same city either, so no, it's nothing like nothing that's ever been written. It's worse. This is the biggest fuck up in human history. On my dead grandparents. On my dead grandparents. I'm talking from experience. I ain't reading no damn book. So yeah, they gotta pay for that. They need to fucking call and find Fauci, bro. He gotta pay for that. That was everybody's source. They gotta pay for that. They have to. Absolutely. Every universal law, spiritual rule, they gotta pay for that. I ain't forget. This ain't about no immigrants and food stamps and budgets. That's a big fucking problem, yes. It'd be a less of a problem if those motherfuckers lived. Because you have more people of age who know how to do things with bank accounts and, imagine how that shit works. So nah, man. Motherfuckers talking about shit getting so hard out here. I'm about to go live back with my mama and one of my grandparents. They killed all mine, nigga. They forgot that we have to deal with the fact that we lost damn half near of our remaining family members. We don't even have a day off. Because we got to figure out how we're going to survive the next quick draw. Like, nigga, we're 6 years later, bro. We're living through the matrix of a fake pandemic. And none of the things that it treated did anything with it. So they still never vaccinated everyone against COVID. So where the fuck is it? See how stupid people are? The thing did nothing towards COVID. Yet COVID's not here no more. For a pandemic. What stopped the pandemic then? It can't be mRNA. It doesn't deal with COVID. So what stopped the spread of COVID? Let me guess, people washing their fucking hands and herd immunity? It had to be, because it wasn't the fucking vaccine. How much money they put into that stupid shit, and they ain't got no fucking money for feeding the damn kids? That's your problem, my niggas. How much money they fucking waste on the pandemic? Just for you to be outside without COVID. The mRNA didn't do it. It can't. It's not made for it. It sounds like a bunch of nocebo and placebo effects happen because of the news. They got to be responsible too. Fauci, the news media, Mark Zuckerberg, who else? Elon Musk? What was he doing? I don't know. Sound like he ain't around here no more. It's so hard for him to break up with California, he's saying. That means his ass is moving. I ain't lie yet. I told you his ass is out here. Fuck around and found out with the wrong kids.
He wants to see what talents is. Hopefully he can sell that fucking house. I wonder who's left there to buy it. Yeah. Jeezy. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You gotta put some reverb on it. Yeah. Can't stop the snowman, I guess. Yeah, so we are in a very precarious timeline, brothers. I have no idea why the fuck this would even be a problem in our society, our generation. Ain't nothing we learned, none of our principles, nothing we ever talked about, yet here we all are. You couldn't fucking imagine this. No way in 80s, boy. Ain't no way in 80s. And they only stuck on the Illuminati New World Order shit because they don't understand none of the other symptoms yet. Like, nah, nigga, they ain't write this book. This is not in that book. This is their agenda. Who is they? They look like you, don't they? Shut up. Stop talking. We're gonna need a conspiracy theory degree. Just like the countries are trying to do the communist thing. China, you can't do TikToks about politics and finance unless you went to college. We gotta do that shit. We need a conspiracy theory college because these people are failing. That is not what the fuck happened. That's not what that book said. They didn't read that book or the Bible. Tell them to shut the fuck up. How the fuck they betray a king and now they gotta fight an emperor? That's crazy. Like crazy as hell. Congress. Like it's right there. Goofy ass country. That's a goofy ass country. I never understood why we had to cap so hard. I'm talking about as a United States marketing. Like, why do they market so hard to be something that they're not? Let alone to the rest of the world. And they did that. You know why they did that? Why they got away? It's because they didn't have the internet. It was not even a fucking idea in their head. And then when the internet came, they were like, oh, only smart people and people with money will, do nerds things. And then you find out, like, people were just talking about what the fuck going on in their life and showing you evidence with video now in real time. Shout out to Apple in Ireland. Like, you can't even cap and say this thing happened over there the way we said it did. No, like, no, you got like 5 people there before you were. That's why the news is ineffective. Because the actual facts come out through the streets or TikToks and things way before the news gets there. Now the news is lagging behind. Now the news does coverage and it refers to social media sometimes. It's like, the news people didn't learn in college, you can't reference the internet. Like, but it's cool. It's cool when they do it. Now they can reference the internet. Trusted sources at MC Shiny Chain 69 said, or they just be quoting their own fucking tweets. Even worse. So like, imagine. So no, I don't know. Now the news can't keep up with what's happening. And if they're not funding them, they said Channel 7 down in New York City. They had that building down there with all the news station things, kind of like TRL used to look. That Channel 7 down there in New York ain't there no more. Think about that. Like, they can't afford to stay in New York. Iconic.
within millennial history. Gone, blacked out. That shit ain't coming back either. Because who watching TV to watch the news anyway? Boom. So the news, the mainstream news outlets, losing traction, losing motion, losing money. Murdoch group, right? Jewish, usually. So, yeah. Even the Jewish publication Ponzi from the 50s and 60s, when they acquired all of that stuff. But hashtag no monopolies. But even so, they're losing money in that Ponzi scheme. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. When you look at life for what it is, tribes and bloodlines and history of kingdoms, whoever Jewish is, and it might not be the people that we see, they're just using these people like they use everyone else. But whatever faction their bank is, like where all the things they do go back to, Murdoch Group, all the Jewish people in Congress, AIPAC people, whoever they're doing that for, like those people, they're not making no money in America. I think food is like the last thing. Food and like, yeah, obviously, living. But that's why they're stressing out about New York right now. Because per capita, most of the richest Jewish people who live in America live in that one little fragment of New York. And if they lose it to this guy, what's his name? Asadi, Mohammadi, whatever the fuck. Nigga be eating rice with his hands. Him. If he takes over and then puts his friends in the set, then they're never going to have another stronghold in the East Coast ever again. I don't think we understand how final it is for them. That's a side effect of the United States hegemony losing its control, but its secret social controllers, the Jewish communities, and their funding. And they always say about the money moves to their, blah, 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 blah. You seen that story come out when they were in that damn mosque in New York and they had the holes in the wall with the baby carriage and the bloody mattresses and the guy came out the tunnels through the sewer on the sidewalk and someone was outside in real time and caught his ass? TikTok. Like, that all really happened. So them, like that community with all that money in New York City, all the slumlords, y'all worry about Trump. What about the rest of the apartments? Them guys, they're losing money. That's why the price raising is so irrational, because they're irrational people. So if the price jumped irrationally, it's probably their property. But now there's no one to rent it. So you know what I'm saying? It's like chronically they don't think about long-term anything. And there is no benefit. Especially with this new politician going in, he's not going to bail them out. They're going to have to pay those property taxes. Meaning they can't just sit on them and wait for things to get better and then turn the water back on. Nah, he's probably going to make them pay their property taxes now. If that boy gets elected, it ain't got nothing to do with nobody's religions, beliefs. They all white people to me. Cut it out. But in America, but his policies, you just watch out for taxes, his adjustments. It's not going to go to them. So I already know he's probably going to win. Thus, you're going to start seeing that. You're going to hear the words immigration with an E and Exodus calling to the Bible. They're talking about Jewish people if they use that word. So they're going to exodus their finances out of New York too. They already shut down their news station, Channel 7. They're on their way out. Don't cry, they're dual citizens. They got another citizenship to use, I guess. But that's what I'm saying. But that is what the paradigm of music industry, media, the checks that was ripping us off, our 360 deals, was with people like that. And they're leaving. We stay behind. Have you noticed? We made them all that money, by the way. All that shucking and jiving. Those guys. All right. Frozen. Was it frozen? We're going to give it a few seconds because I just said I'm back. Frozen. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Frozen. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Frozen. Oh shit. Peace to everybody. Jonathan Lee. The Black and Milk Fund. Hilarious. Taryn Arts in the building. Let's see. We're back. Jonathan Shogun. All right. I'm going back to the old comments real quick. You know what's crazy? That was my boy. And he was like, I'm sorry I haven't showed up because he's bringing a new Wi-Fi router. And But he had said that he was under the weather. Mind you, he's a veteran, and he was just describing suddenly. He's blaming it naturally, like on the weather change, because it got really hot here and really cold. Today it's cold. Very weird. It's giving me North Carolina vibes. I don't like that part, the hot and cold shit. But anyway, yeah, he's describing flu symptoms or like sudden fever and shit like that. And even now, he's still weak. And that's what the fuck we're talking about. Because he's a veteran who's probably been fill in the blank. Easy, boy. That's why it should be on our spirit like that, because that should just be happening. And I think our subconscious, our ESP just be latching on to like, what the fuck I want to talk about? Well, what the fuck are you feeling? And then you know, why are you feeling that way? It's like, because that should be happening to people in real time. Maybe I just know too many fucking people now. I need to slow the fuck down, don't I? Going all over the goddamn country. Expanding my network of empathy connections. I can feel something. What the fuck is that feeling? I don't fucking know. Do we ever fucking know? I doubt it. You gotta wait for that shit to self-manifest. And like, oh, that's what that, yeah, that feels like it would be something just like that shit. Every time. That's how you end up learning. You end up learning after. And if you learn after enough, you start to find a fucking pattern. Like, that feeling is that shit. Yeah. These niggas ain't give us no manuals, bro. They really got this shit on what's that shit called? When the self-defense system supposed to kick in on its own? Like, oh, they trying to create some shit like that. Where you can put this shit on any planet and it get back on code by itself. That's crazy. These are some whimsical ass genetic experiments, if that's what the fuck that is. Like, we can put you in any environment and this signal will come back online. Like, oh, they really trying, they pushing it to the quantum limits. This some quantum limit ass technology, if that's what the fuck this is. Self-replicating, quantum limitless. No matter where it is, no matter what's going on outside, it's going to get back to its core operating parameters. Wow. Elon could never. Wow, that's impressive. All with a chip that's the size of a piece of sand. Don't miss that shit. I'm telling you, that pineal gland ain't that big. That crystal that's inside of there, it is granular. Yeah. That is our operating system. If you're looking for one. For the body, at least. They say everything else is the observer, but I mean, shit, in this reality, what else could it be? I mean, this ain't your body, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, what else would be here as you're somehow linked into the consciousness through a pineal gland of a apparently created, like humans are apparently created, even under the microscope, apparently genes are being spliced and bridged and have edits, like you can see it. So we are apparently created and then apparently modified. So you got the mRNA and then you have the RNA, original, and then you have the mRNA, whatever the fuck's going on now. So you got to get the creation part of the vessel and then the modification of the vessel and the evolution and that adaptation is the right word of the vessel. All three levels. But at the end of the day, if that granular piece of sand crystal is activated, you can kiss all that other shit goodbye. They don't give a fuck what none of y'all trying to do. This is what's going on today in that vessel. Yeah, man. Genetics, dog. That's what they talking about. That's what that book really talking about. If you want to be a scientist about it, if you want to bypass all the emotionalism, there's a Space Force military that created soldiers down here that self-replicate, and when push comes to serve, no matter where the fuck they are, no matter what time it is, they will start tapping into this other shit, and motherfucking floods and resets will start. That is a nuclear weapons. We talk about people who just have way too much bad news. The weather will fucking change. You understand what I'm saying? And so it's kind of like an emotional regulation thing. Like, if we put these things here, as long as everything's all right, that won't be activated. But if things are going bad, whether we're there or not, monitoring or not, or trying to catch up or not, it'll correct itself. Can you fucking imagine? You have a self-correcting code in the dancery. It seems like that's what it's alluding to. I can't tell you yet. We still in the middle of some shit. I don't know which way this shit landing, but if this is a self-correcting timeline based on the genetics inside of the people who created the timeline, then hell, they are cooked. They're cooked more than I can fucking fathom. I haven't read that book yet, but I imagine. I can imagine. They're hitting all the check marks for like, your ass is cooked in the Bible. They hit all the biblical checkpoints for cooked. They hit all their fucking theories and fears of lines and graph cooked. They're in all the narrative versions of like, well, if President Trump doesn't help the farmers, cooked. Like, has there been a person more cooked in human history? Has there been a nation or country head that has been more cooked? I'm talking about on paper, bar for bar, variable for variable. And remember, all the problems you had in the past, none of them was broke. This is negative 48 trillion we talking about, plus all the cooks. Do you understand? Like, has there been a worst case ever? While in our head, they parroted to us, this was the greatest country ever. In $48 trillion worth of debt, with all the checkpoints that we just hit, the greatest country ever? Who said that? Like, no, for real. I mean, deadass, like, who suggested that? Like, because where the fuck are they from? What are they comparing this to? This is the worst version of circumstances in the short United States history, in fact, if we're honest. Quality of life be damned, right? At least back then they had hope to expand shit. Now niggas just trying to pay their goddamn taxes and maybe some rent. You went from dreaming of expanding into enemy territory and killing them and moving them out the way and building it up for yourself and your kids and your slaves to, I gotta pay rent. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, man. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. We back. Haru, make sure you fast forward. How far along you said that? How far back were we great? Like, what is great about this? What are we even trying to fund right now? That's what I'm trying to say. Even if they can find the money and lie about the money they hide or whatever it is that people think it is, let's say they do all that. What's the next step? What do we want to do after we eat in November? What is the political agenda outside of food stamps right now? Like, for real, like, I'm dead ass. I think that's the most alarming thing that I've noticed that the people who love politics and red versus blue shit haven't noticed. You don't have a red or blue narrative. If everything is money, you no longer have social, humanitarian, political, anything going on. You're skipping your upper management too, on a city level, on a state level. You're going straight to the president. That's weird. But yeah, the fixation of narrative, news media especially. Everybody else busy working, living their life, minding their business, as long as they can afford to. Mind you, there's gonna be way, way, way more people participating in these type of things, more and more and more, as those millions and thousands of employees sign on, right? So you gotta understand, this is gonna be different. Even on the internet, that shift of energy and nudging is gonna be super different. Because you have a whole bunch of people who have more time to be on the internet, looking up things and finding out things and hoping. And then shit they never paid attention to because it applied to them. Now that they got bit by the stinger, now they gotta go back a little bit. Which is why it's wild convenient that the algorithm is favoring World War II and facts and science and all that shit. At the same time, most people are being laid off. We've seen this before with Flat Earth and fucking Mandela effect. It's very weird how the tech bros algorithm or the contributors thereof, the aggregates, are feeding this narrative with peak user awareness about the topics because it just affected them. That's very curious, bro. Don't miss it. CIA be damned. Which CIA is that? So I know when niggas are being nudged. That shit find me first. Every time. I'm like, oh, that's what's about to happen? Cut it out. It's fucked up. They're priming them to lose their damn mind. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man, them boys are tired. The sisters are tired that be on the internet, like the ones you see in social media. They're tired, man. For real. You just read what they talking about. That shit's so tired. What they call it, low vibrational plate of food. They got nothing but low vibrational ass whatever. They don't even use all those hashtags no more. You remember that time? Just typing a whole bunch of hashtags for no fucking reason. Goofy as hell? No. They don't even do that. Hey guys, it's my birthday. Here me go. Let me look at the background. How many people are there? Barely nobody in this fucking place. She's sad then. These are social creatures. Having lonely birthday parties. But that dress looks nice. It does. It does. Compared to that empty bar stool, definitely. I'm telling you. Cooked. Fucking cooked, boy. For now. Just for now. Nothing lasts forever. And this too shall pass. Yep. As long as you know who's in the fucking way. Your central bank. All roads lead to the central bank. That is the problem of all problems. That is the funder, that is the source, that is the interest, that is the cost, that is the value. All of it is the central bank. The same fucking central bank that none of our real American patriots ever wanted to be part of. It in itself is un-American, tradition, narrative-wise. Yet here it is. You want to make America great again? Well, if you rewind a little bit, there's no central bank. Thus, it seems like Donald Trump is trying to devalue the dollar on purpose. Finish that thought. Finish it. They don't finish these thoughts in these comment sections. They started. Yeah, why would Donald Trump want to devalue the US dollar Federal Reserve note to the bottom? Because then they would go insolvent. Yep. Because they're not going up. They're never going to pay 38 fucking million back. So what happens to the central bank? We never had this problem. It's brand new. What happens to a central bank that no longer has the United States and then the United States people, you know, civilians, humans, decide to do something else and decide to stop using the United States dollar? I mean, that's what the crypto bros are already priming you for, right? Generational talent, right? All of that is turning its back on what? The central bank. Now you understand the bigger story. If nothing is fixed, the central bank dies. It seems like every Donald Trump position is helping it die faster. The source of all problems is the central bank that's dying. Wow, what a disaster. When you're caught in the middle of a fucking sandstorm. Yes, the sandstorm is the central bank versus, bro. Every war they have is a banker war. Their bank is the central bank. The Federal Reserve is part of it. The Federal Reserve is the one that is short $138 trillion. If it lent out all that money and never got it back, nigga, how much fucking money do these motherfuckers got to lend? How the fuck you lend $2 trillion on a willy-nilly year to anybody if you ain't getting none of your interest back? From any other country it's part of, maybe, but they ain't making that much interest back. You seen France, Sweden, and all them niggas lately? So if they're gonna lose Europe and the United States, don't miss anything. Where are they gonna get these trillions from? Please come again. In a world with 7 billion other people. Now do you understand why they don't like Russia?
Now, do you understand why they always got something saucy to say about China, evidently? Yeah, my nigga. Different banks. Not different countries, not different races, not different presidents and corporations. Different banks. Big bank take little bank. The United States was supposed to take their bank, and it couldn't. So it lost. The United States already lost the war. The war is about the bank. The United States has no leverage in its banking. Thus, it didn't win anything. It's in debt even more. It borrowed to win it, and it lost. It's like gambling, casinos, Vegas. Law of correspondence. Vegas is shrinking. And politics run like Vegas. And politics is shrinking. Federal government laid off how many employees? That means they lost, they crapped out. They didn't put all their chips on the table yet. But they lost the chips they had on the table. That's what I'm saying. It'll never go back because they lost chips. You understand? They're cutting employees. But they made all these profits. You're not looking at the equation correctly. These people will always see, well, they made $60 billion. Shut up. They're cutting employees. Well, AI is coming. AI sucks. They couldn't afford those employees anyway, y'all. They hope AI can replace them. That's why they're cutting the most expensive employees first. To save money, nigga. Not personnel and colors. Amazon's laying off 30,000 corporate employees. Not niggas in your truck. Why are they going after the salary niggas? Why are they going after benefits, nigga? Why are they going after retirement niggas? Because they're broke, baby. Those billions is just your ass circulating. They're not making new circulations. It's not growing to what it ought to be. 600 billion. They captured $60 billion in the economy again. Yeah, that's telling you how much you're spending with them. Not how much they got, baby. They firing 30,000 niggas because they ain't got it. Anyway, AI is cheaper. That doesn't mean it's going to work. They want something cheaper to save money. Why would you be saving money if the billions is all profit? That's the question everyone asks. Yeah, I know. We don't understand math. They act like something per year is the same every year. Like they don't be checking the stock markets and the ups and the downs and all that shit. They hear about a good news report so they can buy stocks. That's fucking Project Mockingbird, bro. They some Pavlo dog ass headline people. That's what it is. They got the Pavlo thing popping. They don't do every time between. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they lost this. They lost this. They lost this contract. Now there's tariffs. Now there's weird things about shipping. And most of Amazon is just independent people. The service and the products themselves, anyway. These ain't Amazon's products. This is Amazon's warehouses. You're paying Amazon a subscription. Remember? Come on, wake your ass up. Amazon is just a bazaar. It's a mall. It's not Forever 21. So you understand it. The mall isn't closing because Forever 21 ran out of products or interest. The mall is closing because the person that owns the mortgage on that mall ain't got no money, baby. And Forever 21 ain't selling enough anything to pay his bills and keep it going. That's not a Forever 21 problem. That's whoever that Saudi Arabian is that own your local mall problem. And plus the property taxes for the property of that mall, can you imagine it? Those little subsidies and all that shit just ran up. Remember, the subsidies for them are temporary. These bankers know they're going to get it back on the back end eventually. So go ahead and enjoy your temporary prosperity. Oh, you made a lot of profits. Well, now it's time for you to go dip into your savings and pay us back our taxes. During a year of jubilees, taxes are going up for these corporations. Imagine inversing everything in your magic. That's all it is. You can't run a business in the United States without paying property taxes, no matter what your company brand logo is. Remember, McDonald's has the illest property
portfolio. That's what made them one of the best fast food restaurants, because they have the most land. All right, that means they don't have to pay the most property taxes, nigga. Why you think the fucking McChicken $5? It wasn't from the damn pandemic, nigga. The pandemic is they goddamn interest rates. They bought too much. I mean, what I'm saying is, value-wise, when the dollars were more valuable, they acquired more properties. Now the dollar's not as valuable and is not circulating as fast, and they got to pay the price for the properties increasing in new value, while the value of the dollar that they're saving has went down. So they can't automate it like they thought they could, because it's not 15, 20, 30 years ago. It's now. So as of right fucking now, McDonald's here, McDonald's is like, yo, that little automatic kiosk and drive-through shit is cute, but it's a side effect of them going broke, nigga. Them property taxes coming up. They thought that 1,000 people who love a $1 McChicken didn't mind $2. Well, shit, if they love the McChicken that much, maybe they'll pay $5. And you realize you do not have 1,000 people buying 1,000 McChickens no more. You have 100 people who just love McChickens buying it. Even at $5, that's half of what you need. And you can scale it and ratio it however you want. Raising the prices of their goods means you're gonna have less consumers. There's a threshold. If the price goes too high, you lose the rest of your consumers, no matter what it is. Meaning, it's like water. Like you have 100 people buying this shit, prices go up 90, because most people are like, whatever, I got it. Then when it gets to 50% of the people, because the price went up double, most people are like, nah, we'll go somewhere else. Now the people remaining, the faithful ones, they're like, all right, we can stomach it. We just won't eat as much. So it's already half the clientele, and now the clientele left ain't buying as much. They're buying one McChicken, not 4, right? Do the science. So $20 versus $4. Understand the multiplier effect. I'm a big dude. If I go to buy a McChicken, I'll buy 2. At $1, it'll be $2. But at $5, it's 10. Who the fuck I look like? Who the fuck do I look like? Buying 2 McChicken dollar menu items for the price of a combo. It doesn't even make sense to a human that's buying it, right? So at the very best, they're going to McDonald's because they can only afford a McChicken, right? Exactly. Thus, they will be going out of business. Yeah, they prices never went back down after the pandemic. Same thing with Chipotle. Same thing with Chick-fil-A. Same thing with Starbucks. And motherfucker, they just adding local water to coffee grounds. Imagine. So, nah. And then the tariffs, right? Don't forget where they get their beans from. So, like, all these business ideas still pimping out other countries for their natural resource value. And now they have to pay a higher tariff in shipping costs for anything, value. And then they gotta front that cost to you, the consumer, because there's nowhere else for them to pull that money from, value. So you're like, oh yeah, the tariff's stupid because you're paying for it. You're not. You're paying the corporation for not having anything else to cover it. They were playing the game like it was 10 years ago. They never adjusted. Ask anyone who works in corporate. They never change. They never update. They're always late. And that's why the Canada Prime Minister said, yo, we can't afford to be late to the fact that we ain't got no fucking money today. This is not a next month problem. Remember? And now their guy that's speaking to television now saying, hey, boots on the ground, we're going to have to make some adjustments. He's trying to soften the blow. Why are you just having this conversation now? Like, nigga, you didn't notice your trend report a year ago? Now you want to tell everybody when it's ran out. Last minute is what I'm saying. These people coming to Jesus now in politics, y'all got to keep in mind, they lie for a living. They project, they wait, they let things calm down. But if they're talking like how crazy things are in their own head, meaning there's no more road left, they have to say something now. That's the problem with this time period. These people are not talking because they give a fuck. They're talking because there's no other way to play it off. They're politicians. They're trained to do that. So if your Canadian politicians like, look, they ran out of time. that bullshit they saying is like, oh yeah, how the fuck you gonna have to adjust and raise yourself by your bootstraps because we fucked up the budget for years. Now the Canadian citizens gotta, buckle down for the new adjustments. Nigga, y'all had AI, Excel, and everything for years. You did not know you're running out of money? Like, really think about it, guys. The people who run the corporations, the people who regulate corporations and taxes and profits, the reason why you pay a lot, but the rich people pay a little bit, them niggas go, shit, we don't have as much money as we thought we did. You fucking think. You fucking think. You fucking think. And then everyone else says, that's why you should have taxed Amazon. No. No. They did tax Amazon. They tax you. You're the only one that shop at Amazon. Cut it out. What the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all funny. Remember, Amazon ain't selling products. They're middlemen. The middlemen that you're buying from are paying taxes. Wake your goofy ass up. Amazon just ain't paying it out of their half, goofy. Amazon's a middleman. Its profits is from how many other men who are selling things are using them, like licensing fees. You talking about taxing their royalties? I get it. But you are paying the taxes. Everybody you buy from. Because they have to report that revenue as tax revenue. Hence, they getting their taxes though. Don't you get it fucking twisted in this game. But it's not taxes on profit. It's charges and discharges of a credit card debt to the Federal Reserve. That's the entire problem. That's why the other countries like China don't have that problem. And they're doing the same thing. Alibaba, nigga. Cut it out. So that's why you see your banks open up portfolios for crypto. That's why they're so excited and pushing the legislation, the banks, like the small banks. Like, shit, we know the dollar going to hell, but maybe we can keep all these mortgages open if we let them put crypto on our books. So we can start giving out more loans versus the crypto that's unstable. So imagine you put loans out against something that's unstable and it crashes. What does the bank have left besides imaginary ashes? AKA, it's a dumb idea for a bank to do that. But you know why they're doing that? Value. But the problem is, it's temporary. Value. So if your banks are fucking playing casino with accounts that have crypto that go up and down all the time, and they need to leverage that to do the main thing they do, mortgages, loans for buildings, business stuff. If for whatever reason that value drops, but you still got to pay the interest on what it was, but your value's coming from what it is, you're fucked. Right? If a bank says you can put down a crypto coin worth $100,000 and then we'll loan you $500,000 for you to invest and buy things and flip it. But you use crypto since you opened up a fucking account with crypto, right? So they sign you a contract when crypto is 100,000. Following it so far? Get it? We're gonna give you 500,000 because you put down 100,000. Whatever. Have fun. You don't have to pay us back the 100,000 and maybe 50,000 more. Let's say if they're being decent about it. That's cool. As long as you can flip that 400,000, even if you're a crypto person, you're probably gonna put it back in the crypto market and flip it by tomorrow, right? Cool fucking story. If you paid it off all at once, and if you hit the lick that fast. But some people are old school. They just got crypto because someone said get crypto, and they're gonna try and buy a building. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. At the end of the fucking day, for whatever fucking reason, that crypto market drops to say 50. And let's just say it's temporary. The problem is the person that did that, the value of his wallet is 50% too. But he still owes $500,000. Now he needs 10 Bitcoins. instead of half of one. You understand everything? Soon you'll understand everything. It's the multiplier effect that's fucking these people over. It's not buying one apple. How many apples did Shelly have? He had at least, Dan had at least 4 apples. One apple is a problem when it raises in price. But you don't ever buy one apple. So those numbers be misleading people. Like a motherfucker. Oh yeah, hey, gas only went up 30 cents. You need 10 gallons. That means your gas is $3 higher than yesterday. Not 30 cents. You understand? You need to feed yourself every day, 3 times a day for 30 days. You need to eat 90 times. If the average meal was under $10 and now the average meal is $10 or higher, that's $900 fucking dollars, right? Theoretically, whether it's grocery or eating out, it's going to be the same number because food costs. So $900 to feed yourself correctly, if you will. What we're used to in our paradigm, in fact, if you were born in the last 50 years or more, right? So at least $1,000 for food. Just to have the minimum requirements of energy to do what you do, to get the money to buy the food. Now the cost of food goes up. $5, that's $450 more. Now that's $1,350 a month to keep your diet and your choices the same. You can say, I'm going to cook all the time. Problem. The problem wasn't how much fast food costs arbitrarily. The same problem why your fast food costs more and you're cooking is now that the shit you go to buy to cook, price raised the same. Groceries are outpacing the cost of fast food. For the first time in human history. Remember, McDonald's is brand new. So this is all new. None of your ancestors lived through this. Boomers, y'all are lost the damn plot. Y'all never lived through this. These systems weren't in place when you were going through, you didn't have nothing in a society that never had nothing. You're just getting there. Remember? Just 100 years ago. So, yeah, no, this ain't that. They got to keep that in mind. Like it multiplies across. So your mortgage rate go up. It sucks. But imagine these motherfuckers who've been flipping houses since HGTV. They got at least 10 stupid properties that they never did nothing with. They're holding on to because they're so cheap. Then property taxes come in, times 10, times 20. And more for the billionaires, right? Yeah, they money got to go out all at once to cover it. Or what? The bank takes it. Then they got to do bankruptcy. Then it's going to be harder for them to get credit in the meantime. Time expires, favors expire. And then they'll be like 60, 70, 80 years old by then. Don't forget that part. Time doesn't wait for no man to get a better banking deal. So they get older as they wait too, right? They're older than they were. They don't have the same friends no more. People die of COVID, mRNA, and everything in between. It's like, it's a different world for them too. Like, they can't just call the dudes they knew. Like, we need some new immigrants. Oh, they can't come over no more. How are we going to flip this house today? Nobody wants to work for $10 an hour or whatever the fuck they've been paying them. Yeah, nigga. A McChicken is $5. See? It affects everything. It's not just one thing. It's multiplied. So it's multiplied per product and it's multiplied per everything that relies on that product. Food is so important because everybody's product is people and all people need to eat. So if the cost of food goes up at any level, it's all food, all multiplied, all people, meaning the lion's share of money being spent on anything but food is shrinking. So Target, unless they sell food, problem. Walmart, unless they sell food, problem. Amazon, you understand? Oh, you better start fucking doing food services. Do you get why they all have food services? DoorDash, Uber, those services to deliver the food, middlemen, right? But it's shrinking because the middlemen got to buy the same food. So so most of the money of everyone from the 50% and under is the biggest thing is food today. It's the most expensive uncalculated cost because it multiplies. Not because of the number. Not because something was $1 is $1.30. That's a small change. No, it's not. Not for something for $1. We don't understand values here. That's a huge change. That's a 30% change. There's no reason we should change that much. A gradual change would be like $1.01, $1.02. That's a little bit for $1 value. Nah, to go from $1 value menu to $5 and nothing changed in the quality or size of the product, they're robbing you. But why did they result in robbing people? Because they're running out of money. Long term. McDonald's cannot afford to be McDonald's is what I'm saying. If the cost for you is already times 5 and climbing, and there's nothing in policy where the food costs will come down, so their prices on most of their food ain't ever coming down, you would have to get paid more. You would have to normalize that everything in your society starts at $10. But that's only when your society is inflated as such to have enough value in the dollar to where that's nothing to you, meaning your wages have to go up. You know what your wages would have to be to survive right now if it was on par for the way they started this? $66 an hour. The average minimum wage should be $66 an hour if you want to feel the same quality and growth potential. Everyone would be getting paid $66 an hour or more. Is that the case? No. So the amount of money you need to survive at minimum is times 5 what it is since they started this. Meaning you're at 1/5 of the value, your damn self, than what this society started with. You're getting paid 1/5 of what you ought to be paid at scale to your society if your minimum wage is not 66. You're way below the pale. Hence, quality of life feels like it sucks. Because it does. Food costs too much. Man should not eat by bread alone, I'm telling you. So that's why it's scary, November 1st. If they cut SNAP benefits, because they can't afford it, right? So if they can't afford it, the government, or that account with the government, and now ask yourself, with the price of food going up, that's a guarantee lick for every grocery store and every Amazon service and every delivery service. You know what I'm talking about. EBT shows up in weird places if you look for it. Now imagine all of those places are not going to get that money in their accounts in November. You're skipping over something. Where does that money go when these women or these guys get food stamps? Do they save it and buy houses, nigga? No, they're buying food. Don't we have a problem with our agriculture and farmers already? So what happens when no one's buying the products to the value of billions? You can take it out of people now. The government is paying the food industry through SNAP, right? It's only it's a SNAP dollar. It's a SNAP monopoly dollar. So it only goes to food service, right? FDA shit. It's from one branch of the federal government to the other, ultimately, right? And all the middlemen, little businesses underneath it. They take a piece on the way out, right? But ultimately, the government is behind both sides of this equation. So it doesn't profit them or not profit them. And people make it so emotional. Oh, the poor, oh, the black, oh, shut up. That's how they got your ass to vote for the last 60 years. Grow the fuck up. No. Follow the money. SNAP ain't got that much money to put in to the food economy. And just keep it simple. Non-emotional. Cool. Let's say they stick to their guns November 1st and 2nd too. And they literally just say, nah, we're not going to throw billions of dollars into the food marketplace. What happens to the food marketplace? Do prices of food go up or down after that? See, I'm telling you, these little conservative wanna-be down-ass people, maybe they work too much. Maybe they really do. I don't know. Maybe they don't fucking pay attention to common sense. So fuck where they work. What are they learning? If all the people who use food stamps aren't buying the food that they pack and expect to pack because they order it, you ever rent a restaurant or something? I have. I'd be assistant manager before. So you got to order shit in advance based on your reports. And if you see a trend in real time, people, all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of people ordering McChickens. I'm sorry, Burger King's version of it. And I was like, oh yeah, because the Mexicans are coming here during lunch. Why are they coming here? Because down the road they're doing some construction things. So I was like, at least 50 new Mexican brothers coming in and out buying spicy chicken specifically. We never needed that many spicy chickens before. But it would be a miss if we don't order more spicy chickens and then just tell them, sorry, we only got 3. Do you want Whoppers? Nah, they love spicy chickens. So you order more, but you pay for it up front, right? Now go to your grocery store, who've been ordering all the bullshit that all the poor people like, as if, right? And they stocked up their shelves with this shit. You think there's gonna be a sale to get rid of it this time? Who's gonna buy that sale? If only poor people eat that food. Oh, you think the poor people who then finally get a job, get their first little $300, $500 paycheck, are gonna go back and buy 3 Oreos for $10? Where the fuck do I live, y'all? What the fuck going on in this world? We don't need the government to get on TV to say these things. And that's why the social media thing is weird, because people are saying things they've never had to. They're not reporters, so I get it. But then the zeitgeist becomes that the average. Humans always average down instead of average up when in our narrative. I don't know what that is. Path of least resistance. So the average down narrative is going to be one way: social, political. How can we get more money to help people that money will never go to them? Versus banking. It's like, nah, guys, this move is going to bankrupt way more businesses. Mm-hmm. It's a nasty chain reaction. So these people don't come and buy the food goes to waste. They don't know if the food stamps are going to come back in December. So how much of this shit do we order again? Well, we can't order the same amount again because it just went to waste. We got to save money, right? This is district manager, GM level, right? Way before you get to a president. I'm going to go, all right, we'll move this here, we'll send these employees there, we shut this down, whoop, 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 whoop. There's no more food stamps. All right, well, the jobs is a K-turn, meaning there's less jobs available than people who need them. It's way more people unemployed than jobs. Interesting problem to have at the same time, too. So when people say, well, why don't you just find a job? Dickhead. 50% of the people who've graduated with degrees haven't gotten their first fucking job yet. Are y'all retarded? Not you. I'm talking about the zeitgeist, what the dumbasses are saying. They don't know those statistics. They're thinking shit's 20 years ago still. Right? Blame the algorithm, I guess. But what about the news? Like, how come they're not reporting it as it's seen? What about anyone in their society that's budgeting for people anyway? How come they don't know the science? Fuck a civilian or citizen. Why aren't the people in these nonprofits, in these federal agencies, in these programs, moving money around and approving money around? How come they don't know fundamentally where the money's at? Exactly. Structured. And they just follow the structure, and that's all they had to do. A lot of these things aren't thinking jobs, hence AI part 2. So you'll see. It makes sense. Like, it has to go to AI. Because millions of people who've worked in this also didn't notice they were running out of money. Millions of people employed in the systems running out of money and didn't notice, and they're 40 hours a week or more in that place. Nothing set off an alarm like, yo, I'm checking the budgets and submitting all these reports, and we ain't got no fucking money. Like, you ain't hear those stories yet. Because what would be the surprise that they're getting laid off if they've been trending the money and finances of the place losing money? Like, you didn't see layoffs coming? Like, your job was budgets. Yeah. So if the budget is smaller and everything costs more, what happens? I know. You have a value problem, not a cost problem. The values are fucked up. Bad code, bad math, that's all. It's horrible math. Especially when you're dealing with multiplication. Like, it fucks everything up. Multiplication means it affects so many more than one things at once. Like, it's an arc of lightning. That's why I use multiplication to create shapes. It's not point A to point B. It's and it's in the nature of itself. Everything else is addition. They're not doing addition. If they use percents, they're doing multiplication. That means patterns. It doesn't mean lines. Everyone treats life like a line, linear. Multiplication is not linear. It creates shapes, patterns, quite literally. So 7 divided by, 22 divided by something. Pi will give you a pattern, right? Mm-hmm. All kind of shit. That's why multiplication is different. Algebra. So we have to, I'm looking out for that. They're going to focus it on people and poor people and black people, especially, I've seen, but that ain't the problem, bro. I want them to answer that question. Where the fuck you think these people who need food stamps are going to get their job from? Let me write this down. We got markers now. Shout out to brother TDFB. Maybe I don't understand the problem. And I think we should have this conversation because you're going to be talking to way, way, way more people. The conversation of humans is going to change. And they're going to be referencing thoughts and ideas that they had from TV or cartoons or movies. So, how, like, you get attached to a main character and they'll say something political and you forget that you're watching a TV show. I think a lot of people have that problem, that they're filtering the politics through their media version of politics, if that makes sense. Like, oh, the girl from Sex and the City was a Democrat because she said something smart about Reagan, right? And you forget that that was a script written. Like, so she doesn't live in an actual world where her opinion fucking matters about politics. It's on TV, right? Like, I think a lot of people have done that. Or they watch The View, right? And like, none of these girls on The View, they can have opinions on politics. I mean, girls talk. You would want them to talk, but you would fucking mistake the fact that View is for entertainment and sells commercials. What the fuck do these bitches know about politics? Right? So, like, I think a lot of people have gotten mainstream politics brainwashed, if you will, because they can't tell you nothing about policies. So what the fuck would they know about politics? And then that begs the bigger question. What's the point of getting everyone to vote for a president when you know you're not going to count their votes? That's just a popular vote. Y'all know what that means? That's not the real vote. The real vote is the supposed electorate, right? And that's why they're juicing the system with citizens and red line districts to get a mini, electorate vote representing, representation in the bigger thing. On a corporate level, state to federal, right? DC to the 50 other foreign states to it, right? But nah, that's not it either. That's not it either, because the central bank owns it. So, but the game they played is what I'm saying. The game we participate in, politics, voting for politics. How can we vote for politics if we don't know what the politics are? Like, what are we voting for? I know it's gonna be red versus blue and social issues that are highlighted. And then every time I look at all my friends who are Democrats, I'm like, which one of these Democratic policies affect us? Man, and for a long time, millennial Democrats have just been school, 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 school. All the college kids, school, 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 education. Oh, you need to pay off your student loans. Say that. That's a different conversation. You don't want more school. You want less expensive student loans. You want degrees because you want more money in corporate America. They ain't got shit to do with Democrats, nigga. See? Lost them right there. You want the requirements to be part of the conservative side of your society, but you want the Democrats to give you the hall pass to cross over to white collar. Shut your dumb asses. Man, goofy as hell, dumb as hell. But that's only because we're not following politics. We're following emotionalism. Mascots, like we do with sports teams. My favorite team is this team. Well, my favorite team is that way. And then everyone's favorite team is supposed to win. So my question is, if your favorite team is supposed to win, how come your favorite team ain't winners? I know. Law of gender always being broken, but we do it so casually. It's funny. We even create gambling and bets and stuff and have parties with chicken wings and pizzas when they were affordable because of it. So it served us. See what I'm saying? It served us to a subset of our community. Like, they can make game out of it. They have narratives about shit to talk about at work, right? I mean, I get it. Like, I would too. Like, if you worked all day and
You with the crew and y'all have nothing else in common but sports. You would want to make sports was the highlight because you get to bring that borrowed energy into the workplace at least. You feel me? I get it. I clocked this shit for years. I'm like, oh, that's why they do that. Music was like that. I get it. That's why it's like that. J. Cole, especially, for whatever fucking reason. Oh, they all just went to college. I get it. It was just like that. It was just like that. It was just like that. But that was once in a lifetime moment. We live in some one in a lifetime moments for real. I suppose every generation does, but ours is very unique. Especially if I'm barely 40 and I'm like, damn, cooked. What did I say? 3. Always between delivering and getting delivered. The same food he delivers. Can we eat McDonald's at home? Question. We got McDonald's drive-thru at the mall, son. The Schrodinger DoorDasher is crazy. Plus, corpse on the 25th of the month type tweets. That's crazy. TBFB says 3. Artificial intelligence for their selling artificial coffee with artificial sweeteners. Very seraph. Jesus Lord. It's right there in front of us. We're frozen. Let me know if I'm back. I didn't say I was anything. Oh, we back. We back. I wish this couch had another edge so I can keep my phone on chargers. It just ain't there. I'm gonna try to. Let's see. Yeah. Every move they make ricochets back to them. If they allow the money out of the budget, it causes more inflation, and then it fucks up how much interest they have to pay back. That's their number one priority. Ought to be, if they're trying to pay it off, right? If that was their objective, to pay it off one day. But maybe it was never the previous people's objective to pay it off. Maybe they just keep passing the buck forward and predicted or planned the world to go a certain way to where, you know, bygones be bygones, you'll win the war type shit. They're not going to win the war, so Albert Pike's plan, game over. They must have got betrayed at that table later, 100 years later. So they changed their minds. Cool fucking story. But then everyone remaining behind, like, well, we got to cut back our spending. You notice that? Everything that they're cutting back on is their spending. And the only reason why you spend accelerated is because of growth. What they're telling you is they hit their potential, they hit the ceiling. There's no more growth yet, so we don't have to spend in all these areas to keep up with demand or keep up with sectors we didn't conquer yet. So now we kind of found level, number-wise. That's the problem. So now they're cutting back. Once they cut back from the numbers that they already inflated, there is no going back. They hit the level. That's the level forever and ever on Amy. They hit their ceilings. If companies are laying off thousands of people, they hit the ceiling of their agenda. There's no room for expansion for it to grow, nothing like that. Or they want to be cutting spending. They're cutting spending because the spending is not turning a profit, because they're only spending things on infrastructure and keeping it up. But on the other side of it, the profit isn't that great for having a branch or have that many branches that wide, right? That makes sense. Like, if that's not bringing any money or flow in, it's good to be there, for optics and marketing. And maybe we can't afford to keep it there, but ultimately we only put it there to make money. So people be forgetting these are corporations that do things to make more money, and if they're not making more money, they'll cut it. If they cut it, it doesn't grow back. We saw that with Circus City and Radio Shack and Blockbuster. Rest in peace, Blockbuster. You remember the times? That shit was in every city I lived in. So to go from everywhere and every weekend, if you can afford it, to which city is it in now? Which state's left? Is it in Alaska or is that Oregon? Like, you don't even know where the last one is. That's wild. That's fucking wild. So, but you understand, like, it started slow and then it was just a couple there. So Amazon's unique because of the internet and the international thing. But they got what? Tariffs and shipping and all that shit against them.
Those are new problems that never existed for Amazon, right? So Amazon already had deals with the federal government and subsidies and data and all that stuff. Everything was good. But now Trump wants tariffs. Now Amazon's people have to raise prices, meaning Amazon sells less subscriptions and Amazon sells less products, middleman for third-party products. Even if the prices go up, Amazon is licensing. You understand? Like it's in that realm. It's not. It doesn't really control price actually in that way, but it is the middleman for shipping in the tariffs. By the way, so it has to prepare itself to downsize everything in its marketplace to be more effective in this. And here's the thing about tariffs: they're uncertain, meaning nobody who's planning on doing a lot of business with India or China as a reference, like most of the world does, most of the products do, you understand? They get something from there. Well, if you say the tariff is 100% this week and you raise your price a little bit and you're like, cool, we're going to keep up with our demand, and then your demand drops, and then the tariffs go up to 500% because Trump is beefing on Twitter. There's nothing a small company or middleman company or drop shipping guy can do because just that number alone is going to lose the customer base. Fuck the politics and the tariffs and Trump and taxes. No, no, no. That store existed because they had a demand of some price. Now the price ain't that good, and now the price is even less good, and the people buying it ain't got no fucking paychecks for the whole month. So everyone's catching a fucking cold winter. You understand? The middlemen. If these people getting fired who just willy nilly with Amazon packages when they get home and shit, or they working from home and that's why they got to do Amazon all day, then these motherfuckers like, yo, we don't even have A, B, C, and D. So if Amazon raises its rates on me, I'm no longer making a good profit because I got to pay for the shipping, the tariff, and oh yeah, by the way, I'm trading in U.S. dollars. My shit going up. The whole reason why I'm in fucking business. Get it? These are not arbitrary things. This is people to people. This shit weird, bro. It's multiplication. It fucks everybody. And then that's what I'm saying. Because it's a multiplier, it fucks some people multiple times. Money on the way in, money on the out. So if anything multiplies along the income, you're fucked because that means less division for you. And if anything's multiplied on the output, fucked because you have to add and multiply too. Like, get it? Like, hold on. Let me see if I can draw that shit. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe you got something going on. Shit, you got shit coming in. It used to be 100. Now it's 50. You got shit going on. This sound gonna make sure. It used to be $1. Now it's 5. Yep. That's vicious. people got the wrong image. That's why. Literally, we need images. It's a value system shit. That's us. And I like to use 100 just to keep it simple. In the old days, pre-pandemic, you get $100 for whatever you do, whatever your job is. They're paying you whatever it is at 100%. So the value starts at 100. McChicken is $1 in the old world. So while your value was at 100, McChicken was $1. Then we gonna have all this other stuff: pandemic, hyperinflation, blah blah blah, crypto, woo 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 woo, whatever. Now whatever you've done to get $100, if you do the same exact thing, you only earn about 50. So most people have to multiply how much they work. We're not gonna do that. Doesn't make sense, because I had 100 for things that cost $1. Now I got to do more to get 100, but things don't cost $1 no more. Do you see where the glitch is? See where the glitch is? See, your value of your dollar didn't drop, and then the McChicken did not drop down to 25 cents to match the value of what you're making, since the value allegedly came from how much you were making, right? But you're making less. You can work more to get the old value, but the problem is you can get that 100 again, but now the price is this. This is the problem. That's the inflation and devaluation of your dollar thing. But these were based on your value, but your value is less, but the prices went up. That's the break. That's what's fucking people up. So people talk about it like this, like, well, you only got $100 and it only costs $1, so I'll buy you 100 McChickens. Yeah, that's what everyone wants to do with their McChicken money. I want $100 worth of McChickens a month. That's 100 fucking McChickens. I'm okay with that. You don't have to like that. Use your 100 for something else. But on the dollar side of things, I want 100 McChickens. Now people be like, oh, we lost value on things. So if you only got $50, then why don't you budget how many McChickens you buy? Okay, I only got $50 doing the same fucking thing. So now I'll buy me 50 McChickens. Do you see what the fucking problem is in my diet? Just in adapting. I have less McChickens I can afford. You want me to work more. I have less calories. So I'm gonna have to get more calories and more money to buy the same amount of McChickens. But the problem with me working harder, twice as much to get the same amount of McChickens, I don't get 200 McChickens, nigga. So it's broken already in the way that most people understand it. Like, I gotta work twice as hard for the same thing. I need a part-time job for the same thing. I'm not getting I'm not getting double McChickens. I'm not getting the super McChicken. I'm getting the same thing that was $1 when it started, when I had 100. Now it's up times 5. Okay, but this is what it's really like. You got the same tired ass $100, no matter what you do. It's 50% of the value, but the McChicken went up. You can only afford 10 McChickens, nigga. They're telling you to work twice as hard to get 100 again. If you don't like 50, no, nigga, I can only afford 10. Where I'm going to get the energy to work that percentage up to get to 50, that's times 5. Now to get it back to the 100, times 10 the effort on me, nigga. I can only afford, with the same energy, 10 McChickens. You know the difference between 100 McChickens and 10? 90%. You think any human has a times 9 multiplier of work in them if they're buying McChickens, nigga? Does that make sense? Multiplication changes everything. You're not making the same value. The price is telling you your dollar's value is going down. So even if someone paid me $100 today, $100 is not the same $100 that they would have paid me 10 years ago. The value of 100 went down. Itself, whether I buy McChickens or not. Because the value of the dollar changed, everything in McChickens go up. You understand? So you're not being paid the same. That value, they're getting the same work out of you. They're getting the same hours. They're getting the same output. You're getting paid less in value in your price of things going up. They've been smacking and pimping everyone here, dog. Multiplied effect. Now it's caught up to them. They were spanking you at $1 billion in profit. Now their $1 billion is worth 500 million. The energy is going to find level. You're juicing these people. They don't have enough energy for your profits. It's an energy. You're not going to get ×5, ×10 effort out of anyone on this planet. You're already underpaying them and undervaluing their currency. We are already at max fuckery, guys. So what I'm saying is it can't get more valuable. It's falling apart because it's not. So it's not going to get more valuable than its breaking point, right? It broke at this point. It's never going to go above that point. We're on the way down, value-wise. Value-wise. But you're also on the way down because food shortage and all that, energy-wise. So even if they could pay you the big bucks, you don't have the energy to want to do that job. That's what the millennials and younger are saying now. I'm tired. Stop being lazy. You're an empathetic fucking sociopath narcissist. Shut the fuck up. If everyone's saying the same thing, it's true. They're not making excuses. They're giving you one answer. The answer is exhaustion. They don't have energy. They got 100 McChicken calorie diet a month. They're down to 50 or less. But they need to work even harder because now they can only afford 10 per paycheck. Where are they going to get that extra money from? And in order to work to get it, they need more energy, stupid. Where are they going to get the energy from? We're talking about fucking McChickens, bro. Carbs and protein, hopefully. And fats. That's why they could do all that shit on 100 McChickens. Now they're down to 10, 50 to 10. So there's a deficit of energy from when they started to get the first value. Now there's less energy for less value. Where they gonna get more energy? Energy doesn't come. So what jobs are gonna have a problem with, even with they put on the list a certain amount, the graduate comes in, is like, all right, I'll take 80. That'd be decent. And then the recruiter will be like, well, we'll offer you 65. And then the kids do it. I don't even fucking want this job. It took me fucking 3 months to talk to you. Talking, you lowballed my cost of living $20,000. What kind of fucking company is that? Thus, they're hitting the threshold of people's common sense too. Like before, you didn't have a choice but to do A, B, C, and D to be in that position and that, ladder and, where all the benefits are. There ain't no benefits there no more. So less and less people are even going to apply to that. Not going to apply themselves to something just to get smacked in the face, ghosted, or have your fucking asking salary cut in half. You understand the problems have always been there, but they were there because people kept going for the benefits. Now people are not going to keep running through these phone calls and these on-site work from home. They're not going to keep running to do that for $41,000 a year. They need 100 McChickens. Recruiters aren't trained in that, I don't think. I think they're good at the salary cap of the company they're in, but they're not good at giving a fuck about the numbers outside of it. But the reason why the company's recruiters of yesterday got away with it is because there's so many new people at that age. Like, if they don't take it, someone will, and we'll get a good candidate at a cheap price. Now I don't even have good candidates for real. Fuck the cheap part. So they're going to hire people at cost, and they don't get the results thereof, and thus they don't even have smaller profits for themselves. Fucked. Because the McChicken still costs the same for everyone else. It's a global variable. It doesn't fucking matter who you hire and how ungrateful or grateful or smart or aware that they are of their value. They still need the energy to work there. and you're paying them less. So they have less McChickens. So you're going to hire a whole bunch of people who are willing to accept less out of desperation, if you will. And their desperation comes from the fact that they don't have enough McChickens. And you're not going to pay them more to buy more to help them grow. No, you're going to keep them where they are, tired. But then you'll try to figure out the business reports on how come the business and the goals aren't being met in an office full of everyone burnt out and tired because they can only afford 10 McChickens. I know, these motherfuckers are stupid. They think like hunger and energy and the loop of money following the energy input and output of humans is like a theory or something. Like, oh, there's always going to be someone else. As far as I've known for the last 10, 20 years I've existed, like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to the corporations and their business people. Nigga, you just got out of college. Shut the fuck up. It's never always been like this. For a story from a company that started with fucking free labor from slaves, don't understand the loss of value when you gotta pay people. Are you fucking serious? Dumb as hell, stupid as hell. Public education. Yeah. It was a kingdom before. You wouldn't notice anything. The only people who had something fucked up in the damn kingdom were the pirates, the privateers, and the people trying to do business. That wasn't the regular people living their best fucking life with their damn mothers and their aunts and all their brothers and sisters. You had like 10 to 20 of them. You go to a fucking basketball park by yourself, nigga, and you'll have 4 or 5 brothers with you. Jackson 5, nigga. Stop playing. So, like, from that paradigm to this one, why do you think people ain't got no fucking Jackson 5s in their house? They can't afford 500 McChickens, nigga. Remember, multiplying's a bitch. I'm describing one nigga who we act like want to eat McChickens for the rest of his life. That's just him getting in the game, bro. I was that nigga for it, right? So imagine when you grow up through McChickens and you get to the next tier above that you can't already afford. Now do it plus your girlfriend. Every date. You can go on a date if like, yo, girl, let's stop by the whatchamacallit. Yeah, get you anything off the dollar menu. Shit, you can spend all $10 if you want to. Now what? You pull up to that same dollar menu with a girl, and you be lucky if you can get 2 McChickens, one for you and one for her. But if I had $10 back in the day, she'll get whatever the fuck, they want fries and a drink. So $3, $4 on them automatically. I'll go ahead and get my McDouble and my McChicken and my Sprite, nigga. I'm good. Or sweet tea, like, I'm good. Cool. $10. And I got change left. Then I can buy a Black and Mild when we're done on $10. Let's take everything I just fucking said again. 2 McChickens, $10. McDouble, much to the same, $15. Fries, $4 to $5, $20. Her drink, my drink, those are usually cheapest, but they're still $3, $4. So let's just round them back up to $8, $30. That's like $40. And Black and Mild, almost damn near $2. I need $50 to hang out with some chick that I'm cool with. And we're like, you want a snack? We're hungry. It's after hours. McDonald's is open. What do you want? Not much, because it's going to, you know what I'm saying? It's McDonald's. But you're going to eat something, right? Energy, calories. You need them. Your body's calling for them. Let's get some calories from here. Some cheap calories for $10. Now it costs $50 fucking dollars to do the same thing. So that means we can't do that every midnight. We can only do that once a month. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a multiplier, meaning the amount of times you can do it is a divider. Because the money ain't coming out, the money ain't growing itself. You're fixed with the same, the Monopoly player, you have the same thing. When Park Place price goes up, your money didn't go up. Your money going out more. Like, it's draining, and that's what they said one of the agendas 25 or 2030 was, to drain everyone's savings and blah, 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 blah. Because I think they're trying to get rid of the Federal Reserve. But I don't think they knew how to account for, all right, but then you're going to drain the whole system. You know what I'm saying? You can't just target your civilians or your citizens, well, basically the upper middle class and middle class. And then you see the power play in politics. Well, the rich people and millionaires buying up the billionaires. Yeah, nigga, welcome to the founding of this current fucking paradigm. Ain't that what the fuck Rothschilds did? Like, where the fuck were these people in history class, bro? It's pissing me off. Like, everything's fucking a surprise and new to them. This is what this country's been fucking doing. CIA, y'all did it, man. That conspiracy word, boy, that's the CIA's greatest hits right there. Rap music, conspiracy, and Call of Duty video games. So, like, I don't know, man. People don't have more energy for the $10 McChicken, nigga, or they wouldn't be fucking going to McDonald's with $10 to get McChickens, nigga. So there's no more energy anywhere else in their environment. You feel me? With a McDonald's that's not hiring. You feel me? With a McDonald's that has to pay property taxes soon. You feel me? The answers, the people who got it good right now in this dialogue, at least, I pray for you, man, because it's not because you're an asshole. It's because you're an asshole because you're stupid. So I can't imagine what else you're missing about your life in a second. And it's going to be quick, man. If they haven't noticed this yet, it's going to be quick for all the people who think they're secure in that pipeline, in that network of civilians, right? We the people, we the citizens at the very least, right? We the citizens, like, it's the citizens are under attack. You're one of the citizens. Yeah, that's your team, stupid. They don't understand the team part of this. They think they're independent nations and sovereigns or something in someone else's land. That's crazy. That must be very fucking privileged to even pretend. But no, if citizens are suffering and you're a citizen, that's your team suffering. Your team is suffering. When my team goes out there on the field and I'm on the sideline, I didn't fuck that play up, but we lose. The Constitution starts with we, nigga. So we are losing. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You know, we the people that change our governments and our banks and our deals, like we're the only things that stay here, it seems. Yeah, our team is losing. Not your red side or your blue side. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are silly. They've been competing for benefits. Nah. The benefits program is dying. That's red and blue, bro. Your team is losing. We're losing as a team. If you look at this, you're not on anyone else's team but citizens. Anyone who thinks you should vote and Donald Trump's a president, you're all on the same team. And your team is losing. I just can't wait for them to wake up to that. They're saying that they want a smaller team. We don't care if the children go homeless. We don't care about the ghetto people and all this and that and the third that are on my team. Keeping us up, by the way. Whatever, they'll figure it out. They can get a job in this no-job economy. Right. But even if, I don't know what they think happens to people who don't eat, right? Let's say they live or don't live. However, you're going to have a culling in your civilization because most people who are hungry aren't going to try to make children. So you're going to see the population decline get even faster, right? Multiplier effect. More people making the decision that I cannot afford to be an American. So why the fuck am I worrying about making kids if I can barely afford one McChicken? Don't miss it. The cost of McChicken tells you how many kids you can have. I'm telling you something. I'm telling you, how much was hamburgers when motherfuckers still had 3 to 5 kids? They're like 28 cents, 58 cents, remember? Now that same hamburger, $2. How many kids niggas got? Nothing. Now, you can almost use McDonald's prices as a catalyst for your fucking civilization's multiply effect. Can you fucking imagine how quantum entangled the energy is? Yes, same story. So thus, not enough calories, not enough kids. Why do you think all these girls doing OnlyFans by themselves? Entertaining boys and being around people and going outside is expensive. Hoes be out there waiting for a trick. They get thirsty, nigga. Yo, Shogun, they don't get the whole picture. They don't see the whole picture. She got a camera and she can stay at home. She ain't got to go outside, get dressed, get cute, entertain people for hours. You know, she can just turn the camera on. That's a cost problem, bro. These girls would have been hoes either way. Yo, at least the amount of girls on OnlyFans gives you the percentage per capita with an age group of how many hoes your civilization ought to have in real time. Oh my goodness. If we only knew how to do algebra. So yeah, algebra is beautiful, man. You can use the variables for so many things. And then if you follow the universal laws with it, oh my God. Balance the equations and not just write shit on the paper. Can you fucking imagine? It's consistent, like a pattern. Just like light is, isn't it? Isn't light a pattern? Interference pattern, no matter what. No matter what you put in front of it, it draws the same pattern, right? Like the light itself, the photon itself, has a fixed destination, no matter what, right? Split electrons, right? And we would say photons, electrons, and lights is a form of energy and has a fixed outcome no matter what, right? And these motherfuckers are manipulating the paper that corresponds to the energy, thinking it manipulates energy itself. That's called stupid. But you see what the problem is. They manipulated the narrative, the numbers, the stats, and what it says it is, but it's corresponded to energy itself. You can't fake that. So to the degree in which the paper is manipulated, it's to the degree in which the people it's entangled to feel manipulated. And doesn't everyone seem to be talking about and tweeting about and making videos about being fucking manipulated? So as above, so below. Quantum entanglement. This is a universal law. You cannot break this shit. They're learning that for the first time in human fucking history in a land full of hermeticists. Motherfuckers didn't grow up with us. We would have known more about it then before. Tell them to cut it up. Dumbass, man. Pissing me off. So anyway, yeah. All this, everything can be boiled down to the cost of the McChicken. That's my gold standard, nigga. How much do McChickens cost? Oh, they $5? Yeah, you ain't gonna have no more kids after a while, man. Shit. A nigga can't stop at McDonald's down the street from work real quick so he can finish the last 3-4 hours of his day? Nigga, you cooked. Just bring your own food. Yeah, let's buy me some $8 to $18 worth of ground beef and make at-home tacos and bring those to work. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let me buy some MSG while I'm at it because I'm addicted to fucking McDonald's, right? You know, like, what the fuck is going on? Next thing I know, I gotta bake apple pies again too. There goes my energy bill. You know, that arbitrary electric bill that by the virtue of doing more things at home, you have to use more electricity and gas. That also has a multiplier effect of them randomly charging you a higher electric bill because AI and everyone who doesn't pay money, just borrows money, made your electric bill and water bill go up. That's what we should do. We should go home and use more water and more electric so that Sam Altman and fuck Mark Zuckerberg can keep fucking up the rest of everything else that we loved about the millennial. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll go home and I'll run up my electric bill a little bit higher. Thank you for the solution. Well, I'm only disappointed because their answers are so stupid. The privilege of not actually having to think about anyone else is crazy. That's very parasitic. So don't spend your time arguing with people who sound like parasites. Because what I'm telling you is, if they have a parasitic way about looking at everything and everyone besides themselves, they don't see anything. They have a parasite in them. They're not as NPC as it gets. And that's if it's not a fucking chatbot from Israel anyway. Don't forget. Don't forget where this shit started. So yeah, you got all those problems going retarded, boy. You know what's crazy about life? Tapeworms. A lot of people who are obese actually have worms. Don't know if you know the science. It's not because they eat too much, but maybe it is. Maybe they eat too much of the wrong stuff, yes, but that weight is not corresponded just to calories. It's worms. You know, great old FDA. Now imagine, hold on now, wait, think about it. A lot of those people have worms, and you can tell them that, they don't have no idea what that means or what to do about it. My company, my tribe, was way more aware of tapeworms in the 80s and 90s for some reason. It was a thing. They heard about it. They talked about it. Tapeworms. Okay. Tapeworms take over your digestive system and call certain signals for certain things. Mm-hmm. You know why? It's a parasite. So a lot of these people out here, you can just see them and you'll see that their mind is occupied by a parasite. Since your gut health is the other mind that you have. Gut, intuition, God, German, same word. So if their gut health is attacked by a parasite, then they'll make a lot of parasitic, irrational decisions. And you guess fast food, Starbucks, and all these other things maybe, have little parasites in them if they have roach wings in them, and sometimes humans. But we all sleep on the thing we can't see, the parasites. And ain't there a whole bunch of food recalls this week because of bacteria and parasites? So parasites be in the food dentistry. And if parasites be in the food dentistry, parasites be in these damn people. If you're trying to figure out why your society turns slightly more parasitic, I'm like, we're almost there. If we only would have listened to Dr. Sebi about the science at least. All right, so then you go, oh shit. What happens if all these people have to fast suddenly? Damn, homie. People, American people, I guess, or United States citizens of American and Americans, all of us together, I guess. We the people of whatever this is currently. Parasites, all out of this bitch. Obviously. Now imagine if they have to fast because they can't afford to eat. First things first, if they don't know they're going on a cleanse, they're not going to suspect any of the symptoms that are about to hit them. They'll feel like they're hungry and dying of hunger, but that's only because their parasite is about to die. They're not dying no time soon. They have enough calories, don't they? They better drink some salt water, though. Always sea salt if you got it, or just iodized salt in water, no matter what. You'll live. If you're fat, you'll live. You'll live. Trust me, for months. You'll live. You just need salt water. Anyway, and bananas, since they're the cheapest still. Bananas and salt water. You'll be all right. But even if, right, that sucks to even think about, but that's the answer, by the way. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you're hungry, in the moment, salt water and a banana. You won't die. If you got some fat on you, you'll be all right. And bread. Bananas, water, bread, shit like that. You'll be all right. But most people don't know what happens. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So then you're going to go through the parasitic cleanse, then go through all kinds of mental and mood shifts. And you want these people to go to work. I don't think you do. I don't think you do. See, it's one thing for these people to bum rush the stores November 1st, living off the calories that they got in their cabinets currently. They'll run through that shit in a week. So between November 1st, if they really don't do this, I'd be surprised if they pump fake it. I'd be surprised if they say, fuck these people indefinitely, for real, guys. I'm hoping our government's not that far beyond the pale, bro, because there's no point. Food is the point of no return for anybody's army, for anybody's civilization, for anyone's country, Marie, and let them eat cake, all of that. This is everything they try to tell you in the books about why they ass showed up in our shores is this moment right here in human history. Because remember, all these motherfuckers that formed the United States allegedly left their fucking countries because they ain't have no fucking SNAP benefits. Swear to God. Tell me something different. All right, so how convenient their kids forget, I guess. So yeah. We're at that time in the story that they're looping in. Remember, this is like a clock with mini gears spinning, and every fucking gear is hitting times up. No matter how big the gear is, no matter if it's a Kali fucking Yuga, it's here. No matter if it's what Jesus, Granddad, and John said, that's here. It doesn't matter what the Indian, Native American, what the fuck that is said. It's here. Is what the Mayan calendar said. When you turn it upside down, it's here. Age of Aquarius is here. It's here. Every fucking body clock. Click, 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 click. To right now. Daylight savings time be damned. So November 1st come through. And they really don't feed these people. And they don't say like, wait, we need about a week or two. Usually by the 15th, right? So they're like, well, listen, there's rumblings of something that could happen. We're working on it. And then the 15th comes and suddenly it comes back on. Cool. I get it. They're running it down to the wire for real. But if they got food right now, they sassy. November 1st, panic, worry, anxiety, mental health issues, hospital check-ins. These people are dramatic, bro, especially with parasites. Oh my God, if we only knew what's wrong with people. You can't tell by looking at them. So then you'll go, okay, we got about a week of whatever they fucking didn't eat. You know, because we eat the good stuff first. When you're hungry, you're like, oh, we did have a bunch of ramen noodles. Oh, those are chips I really don't like. Oh, these are things, all the shit we can cook. Hey, Mike, why don't you boil some of that water for me? So blah, 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 blah. You'll go through that for about a week. In the meantime, the single mothers who are running the game, they'll be calling all the baby daddies and best friends and besties and trying to do sex for McChickens. So all the single fellas out there, from November 1st to November 15th, I'm just throwing it out there, man. You might be on a sex for McChickens run. Don't fall in love. Please don't fall in love in the month of November, brothers. Don't fall in love in the month of November. If you're dating single mothers, especially, do not fall in love in the month of November. It's not what you think it is. These are parasites talking to you. So the first week of November go by, so November 1st to November 8th. And I'm telling you, they probably pump fake till the 15th. Because that's really when the mortgages are due. But anyway, whatever. So the 15th comes around and they go, okay. So that second week right there, the 8th to the 15th, that one's crunch time. That's when hungry and tired of the food that I'm eating goes into anger. Because the parasite's going to die now. Fasting. You're going to be intermittent fasting by the second week. It might even be extreme. So the parasites and the worms are probably going to die faster. And then people start magically losing weight as soon as that tapeworm is gone or the other worm is gone. There's several of them. They probably got new ones now. Shout out to Fauci. But those worms will start to die. And they'll start to lose weight. And then they'll start to panic because they lost weight from fasting. Like, oh my God, I'm dying. Back to the hospital. Motherfuckers gonna skip 10 McChickens, drop 30 pounds, and end up in a goddamn hospital. Can you imagine? We ain't talking about all the dopamine flush that's gonna happen. Part of a fast. Part of your fast is sugar, right? That sugar detox, oh my God. Coffee is already hitting these bitches. That's why they tweet like this. And then you have salt. You need salt, actually. They taught us against salt. But you actually need a lot of salt. It's weird. Shout out to ramen. But within the constraints of the rest of your diet, that can fuck it up because of cholesterol being too low. All this shit they told you was bad is actually what you need. You gotta stop eating like a Jewish person. Huh? Anyway, what was our soul food like anyway? Granddad didn't have a problem building all those damn houses. Anyway, so calorie expenditure was higher. Hence, he can survive on it. So anyway, that's why he needed all those fats, because he was actually working outside and shit. Do you remember the times? Probably not. Anyway, so we're not in those times either way. So, but by the way, I'm just telling you what it was. So now today, I'm like, nah, we ain't got the calories. The food that they do buy on Snaps usually is empty calories. They definitely don't notice how empty they are. I tell you that, I do. I don't buy as much or eat as much as I used to. I haven't in years, actually. So I remember this clearly. So you go through that, and they're unaware that this is normal. Like, they're going through a fucking detox. They'll probably drink more water so they're not hungry. They'll start fleshing shit out more regularly. And if for whatever reason they survive this, out of millions, I'm pretty sure millions will survive, right? There's a cool new plateau that happens called mental clarity. Mental clarity. Now, in mental clarity, you'll start to understand things because you're no longer driven by the animal side of your hunger or your stomach or the parasite that's driving it. You kind of have to like rebalance yourself. So you know their moods, their emotions, and the social media and everything's gonna have them out of whack anyway. But that'd be the best chance for them to get back in alignment, though, because it'll be easier to get in alignment. You're not so distracted. The sugar isn't having you doom scrolling. The salt, you know what I'm saying? less of all of it will be better for them at first, definitely. But they're gonna feel like shit. And if they're overweight already, or just older, my age group and older, overweight, still the same story. You're gonna feel like you're older and depleted. But then you have this clarity. And the only thing they can pay attention to in this new clarity is why they can't afford food. Do they know what the fuck they're doing out here? Because we gonna find out in 2 weeks exactly what the fuck I just said. So if you're getting used to the timeline now and how people are acting, don't get used to it. Don't get used to it. You think your coworkers and them are weird and annoying already? Don't get used to it. You ain't seen shit yet. You ain't seen shit yet. Shit, they already emotional with food in their cabinet. The ones who have it, like the 4,000 stamps. They already have it, right? But everybody else who just had a little bit, they pissed off already, right? Like, this ain't enough for what I want anyway, but better than nothing, I guess. They're gonna take that too. Oh, imagine those attitudes. They barely gave me anything. I barely had enough anyway. I barely had enough energy. I'm already exhausted. I'm already tired of this shit. They gonna take my $130 a month away? Shit. That was like 20 McChickens. No money for food. So not enough money and no food. What does that equation look like long term? Do the white rich people think like everyone else just kind of just sits in their house until they're dead, like it's COVID or something? like nothing. They go out with a putter, without a putter, right? Nah, buddy. I really hope that's not the timeline that happens. I really hope they're pump faking for real. On food, at least. I really hope they're pump faking on food, boy. And then they'll have to figure out how to make food costs, subsidize food costs anyway for everybody else that's paying for food. Because it's the same ticking time bomb. It's just a different multiplier. It's a bigger circle, but it's circling around the same outcome. Especially if your grocery stores are gonna have to close down. Everyone working in the city that depends on it, including all those people who hire all the people and barely pay them. And now you're barely paying them, and they barely have calories, and their local grocery stores now they need to pay more gas prices just to work for your ungrateful ass. I'm talking to the South right now. The South got a lot of that going on. Everybody in the city. So you understand something. Everything ain't got a subway. So you understand everything. Like, no, this ain't that. There's tons of people scattered around outside of the city with their own local business franchise Ponzi schemes. Same value of the dollar though. Same story. So those will be fucking annihilated. Those people in those communities will be fucking annihilated, bro. Whether it's socially, whether it's energetically, whether it's whatever, shoplifting, homelessness, those regions are about to be fucking annihilated. Because look how big your cities are. How much bad the homelessness is, as it were. Now these are homeless people, a lot, not all, who have food stamps. At least they can eat. They ain't got to beg and steal, but so much. But you know what I notice about those people? They spend all their money at once, and they consume it all at once, like chipmunks. Yeah. So at the first of the month, whenever you have a town like Cali, Vegas, even Raleigh had homelessness, but not as crazy as like DC or something, right? Those hubs, these food stamp recipients. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on, I'll be right back. I ain't gonna go too far. Hold on. 30 out of 45 likes. Shout out to y'all, man. I'm running it back on the comments again. McDonald's math equals universal math. Shout out to the brothers Jonathan. Shogun says, LOL. The most expensive kick it spot is where you pay rent. Come on now. Sir, would you like to round up your change to support? Nope. Denied on last round. 7 round of interviews. Yeah. It's wild out here. Like, right now is wild, right? Meal prepper's been real quiet. I ain't seen no vlogs in the past few weeks. Hell. Have they made a fully dressed cheeseburger at home ever? Well, yep. They just started taking wormwood tincture today to see what it's about. As within, so without. Shout out to M. Diesel. Real talk on this TED show. Jonathan Lee 3. Mr. Now says, yep. The feeling of dying or headaches is from the ammonia from the worms. Yep. Himalayan salt plus cayenne pepper on Shogun. All right. Jonathan Lee 3. Always when you go past like 16 to 18 hours, hunger kicks in. He said, yo, caffeine and the sugar withdrawals at first too. Come on now. That's November 2nd. You're going to see the energy shift in people and on the internet. Oh man, that caffeine. Come on now. They left for famine. For sale since now, and they thought, and they brought the parasites with them. 3. In past day and halftime been moving slower. Yeah, and they about to roll the clocks back, probably because of that phenomenon. So it keeps moving at this pace. The food will even feel even less because it will seem like they're experiencing more time between meals. Yes. And even thinking and all that stuff burns calories. Noel says, replay crew. They can play that game anywhere but America. Hashtag rent due. Jonathan Lee says, man, just go on Tinder and offer McChickens. Women won't find that funny at first, but they'll realize it by November 15th. Farouk on the track says, shit, no wonder I'd be feeling more hungry. Don't get nobody pregnant between November the 1st and 15th. Shit, skip November, period. November's supposed to be one of those months anyway for these fucking kids, so just stick to November rules, please. Trump's bill is going to cut a ton of people's insurance next year. Oh, next year. We got to get past the fucking winter, bro. Fuck what he doing next year. Everything he did this year has an unpredictable consequence. I am not hoping for a better midterm, bro. I don't think we have grasped the concept of millions of people not eating in the next 2 weeks, you know what I'm saying? I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. I can't even fucking pretend with these 2026 ass people predictions and when the market, fuck the market. What are you talking about? Like, you got 80 million people in your working class. You're having thousands of jobs being axed every fucking week. We have SNAP beneficiaries who don't have a chance in Hades to get a job if you're negative jobs for your report in a K term. So what I'm saying is all the things that people could have did, should have did, would have did, the corporation itself doesn't have the seats to fulfill even if they could. So it's a moot point, but that's social. When you get to political, it's like, all right, we'll make some promises. We got some terrorists, we're moving money around. We got to shut down some more programs, see how much we really got. And when we create our new budget for 2026, then maybe there will be relief if we're following the system from 10 or more years ago. And none of those other years prior were people about to starve. And you didn't have this much homeless. And you didn't have houses that cost this much for people who can't afford them and people who can't afford to sell them. And property taxes are coming. We have never had all those variables stack up against they goofy ass. Insurance costs. Motherfuckers ain't even going to pay for their insurance. Are you serious? They're crazy, boy. Yo, Noel, tell them people, boy, y'all worrying about the wrong shit. I already seen the sisters who work, who are educated, who got families like, yo, where the fuck am I supposed to come up with $700 more? If I pay this insurance, I'm $700 short on everything else that I've been allocating that $700 a month for. Trust me, and they're already pushing it. So nah, he can't say the insurance are going to get cut. The insurance just tripled and doubled already. Cut to what? You see, and that's the bullshit I hate, right? Because they'll cut from the new price. So your insurance is $300 a month. By November, December, it's $700 a month. And then Trump is going to pass a big, nice bill to cut insurance prices by percents. And you're like, oh yeah, he did cut it. It's not $700 no more, but it's $450. Nigga, your insurance went up and stayed up. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, the math. It's like, yeah, it's gonna spike up because United Health and everyone's fucking dickheads, and then he's gonna mandate them to cut it by 1%, and it's still gonna be more than you've ever fucking paid. And the value of your dollar is still the same. They still owe fucking $40 trillion. Don't miss it, right? So, like, no, nothing he can say in that language makes anything better for nobody. And usually when he says something, it goes the other way anyway. So we gotta be careful with these guys. Everything Trump has said has gone the other way for the people. He's making profit. He's not paying for things. The people. It's the citizens versus the federal government. Don't miss it now. It's DC versus 50 states. Are you part of DC? Then that is not your team. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. You never were. Y'all don't understand the Civil War. They barely teach it. They just talk about white people, slaves, and greenbacks briefly. Oh yeah, we killed a president. Who killed the president? Someone killed the leader of the republic. What does that mean? Formerly a kingdom, by the way. They murdered the leader of the republic. Yes, it's not. Hasn't been a republic since the one that they talk about. Thus, hypothecated during the Civil War, same story. That's how. So they put some other dickhead there that had nothing to do with the founding fathers, obviously. So, and then here we go again. Bankrupt by 1913, Depression of the 20s, 360 deal with the sellouts, 1933. Oh shit, gold standard, 1960. And we're bankrupt members of trustees, 1980s. And the boom, tick, 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 tick. Now they're up to borrowing $40 trillion since that video. That's why I had that video. That's when it started. They were below zero as of the 80s, after borrowing in the 30s. Boomers benefited from all the borrowing. They have no idea of what value is. Fundamentally, their whole paradigm from news, TV, growth, and expansion has all been on them borrowing the money, credit, their society, that is. They didn't find a problem when they were hiring an actor as a president then. Them niggas. That's why Trump is here. They're trying to bring their vibes back. Goofy as hell. We talking about people we talking about big grown people, 70 and up. Remember, they were only 50 in the 2000s. In the 90s, they were in their 40s. They're this generation now in the 90s. These people. You're adults from the 90s. Those people. That's them now. The adults of when you were a kid are the adults who they're talking to now. They're not even talking to us yet. Because they're the only ones that have money. Your parents and grandparents. Stay woke. Better learn on only eating once a day. Oh yeah, they don't drink water like that. Things manifest faster when fasting too, in my experience. Yeah. No more hospital visits. Going to get worse. I think so, bro. Taryn Art says 100. Young Icy says, all this while the Schumann resonance is supposed to spike up on the 30th too. It was crazy yesterday. Noel says, this apocalypse is brought to you by Palantir. Probably. Noel says, hyperinflation hitting the food stamps. It did. Composure Slim, big manifestation on the 31st. Tend to your mental gardens. Good sound advice. The AFDS lawyer is calling, sir, those fruits have been outlawed again. Noel says, he ain't cutting price. They're always trying to freeze me. Yeah, if their thoughts manifest faster when they fatten back online. Hopefully, I should be here in a second. This is crazy. This is the craziest. This is the craziest dailies ever. You bike back, bigger, blacker, Christopher Rock. I don't know, bro. They got too many things. They got too many weapons formed against. They got too many weapons formed against the federal government. And I don't think they believe in God like that. No signs of it. You got a ritual for everything else. Yeah, so. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Not no weapon formed against a corpse shall prosper. Why my news got wiped? Israel. Run it back. What do you mean? Describe that situation for me. You said, why my news get wiped? Shout out, we back. Listen how we back. Shogun. Super church. What do you mean the news got wiped? Your news feed? What news feed? On a device? If the WWF can't get no viewers on Netflix, can you imagine? How many people watch that Versus? Did the numbers come out for it? I mean, numbers wise, everyone says they watch it, but because I was in Vegas, and somehow it wasn't advertised locally, which is weird. But enough people knew to show up. But how many people actually watched it? Was that on a streaming service? I wonder sometimes. How many people are left that remember those days? You missed it? I missed it too. I only saw the clips. But they like Wayne wasn't there and he lived in Vegas. I was like, that's hilarious. Wayne's down the street, Memphis Bleak's down the street. Who don't live here? That means Superhead nearby, ain't it? Yeah, probably is. Code used to live out here. I know she used to be a stripper. It was on Apple TV and IG. Oh, IG streamed it, but Apple TV is the subscriber service, so they would have the metrics. I wonder. Because that's a cultural phenomenon. And if that number isn't higher because of it, then the rest of their programming is cooked. And I'm talking about that's news last bastion. Streaming. There's a lot of news stations that stream now. The corporate ones, the main ones. A lot of people ain't putting cable on their TV or a fucking digital box to watch it for the most part. Maybe people over 70. Maybe that's what the problem is. They only see the propaganda. They don't see nothing or no one knows. I guess grandkids are not visiting their grandparents as much. Especially if everyone's strategy is to put them away in a retirement home or they themselves prefer it. I've seen that story too. So, I don't fucking know. They ain't even got nothing to draw about it. I just know the 15th is crazy. The reason why the 15th is going to be crazier is because the mortgages, all the people who are furloughed, are the prayers for the young bleed. He in ICU after the Versus performance. Prayers for him. What happened? Did something happen to him or he just collapsed? Is that one of those things that just happened to Brandy? So imagine that. Your performers get on stage in front of those lights, radiation, attention, and whatever's going on inside of them. That reacts, anxiety. Heart rate goes up, and then boom. That's crazy. So live performing, quality, 50%. Like what? Maybe a collapse. Yeah. Then you gotta find out, was he vaccinated? Like, you almost have to ask that question. It seems callous, but it's important since no one else wants to do the fucking science. You gotta start asking, were these people vaccinated people? Because everyone's going, no, it's not that. It can't be that. Nigga, too many people collapsing that never collapsed before. Or whatever Trump said. People dying who never died before. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how that works. They're collapsing. Damn. Prayers for him, though. Shouts out, brother. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow him all the days of his life. But I don't think that's a good sign, basically. If you have one collapse per big performance, and it's been years, and I bet you it's been years since they've been vaccinated. That's why that's scary. Most people got their vaccines in the first 2 years. But if Brandy, him, others That means they lied about how long it stays in your system. Or the damage that it did, how long it takes for the body to heal itself. Because the body can heal itself. We just don't know how long it takes because we never had mRNA adjust our genes before. I'm pretty sure the body goes, fuck all this, let's go this way. Eventually. But I don't know how long that takes, unfortunately, because they just started telling us the truth. We no longer sound like conspiracy theorists. Now you gotta take it serious. That's where they are with that shit. But they want to take insurance away. They want to. Can you imagine how sick that shit is? People who are working with long COVID and vaccine injuries, whether they are conscious that that's what it is, they're working because of their health concerns. And it's kind of like you're extorting them, right? Like in order for them to get that medication or for them to, in the back of their mind, in case I got to the emergency room, they go, you got to pay $300 to $300 or more just to keep that lifeline. You already got shitty coverage, shitty network. Deductibles already got worse over time. But now, if you don't pay for this, you want to figure out how to overcome the side effects of something that was mandated. And Big Pharma is the one taxing you when they benefited billions off of the mandate. Now they can't afford coverage? That's weird. That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I think that's fucking weird. You require it, you make them pay for it, then you raise the prices and go, oh, well, I mean, if those people can't afford it, like I said this at the beginning of the year, watch out for insurance companies. So they're at the McDonald's store yard. They're not gone yet. So what they're going to do is raise their prices first, right? So they're going to go from the $1 McChicken to $3 McChicken. And they're like, whoever's left remaining who really takes their health serious, they'll be here. But yeah, you have less people there paying more. You're never going to get the new people, or the people who can't afford it back because it's $300, or more, right? Because the bar was already in hell. People barely wanting to do it, but it was part of the benefits. But now you raise the bar to hell higher, and they're like, I don't want to go to hell no more. Shit, I'm too tired to even work for your shit, let alone pay $700 a month for it or more. It's more. And that's just for basic stuff. Imagine people who have like more complicated needs. They got to pay the higher rate, right? Nope. So even their premium class is going to drop. And then their working class is dropping. So the people subscribing to it for 2026 is going to be a way lower number. Who does that affect? Doctors. That affects doctors. Those are the beneficiaries of your healthcare. Could have sworn it was. So between your job and the hospital, the money that flows freely to the hospital, and the nurses, remember they said 50% of the people in healthcare are already on some fuck around and find out type of time. They're questioning their life and their career decisions. Those same 50% have to pay for healthcare. So imagine if 50% of your healthcare employees, nurses, traveling nurses, PCAs, and all that type of shit, like, I don't think this new class of people in healthcare is working for me, because they're already stressing them out when we had this conversation at the beginning of the year. So now we're getting towards the end of the year where the layoffs are near and the opportunities to work at all these facilities funded by Medicare and Medicaid also cut a little bit. And then their options to making money and keeping it fun and, so they can afford 100 McChickens is going out the window. But then they have to pay for their own healthcare. They're in healthcare and they can't afford their healthcare. Just imagine that as a math problem in their conversations. Yeah, I think it's about time for me to get out of here. Cool. You'll move on and follow your passions and your dreams. But no one's rehiring. So you're going to be even shorter staffed. And now you're going to have the hungry people, the injured people, and the people who can't afford their medications rushing into these establishments with half of the damn personnel that's already understaffed and overworked. Welcome to my TED Talk. Not only can they not afford healthcare, they're going to be in a wait list for it.
at $700 a month or more, nigga, people be unsubscribed by that from all of that shit by New Year's if they don't cut it the fuck out. You understand what I'm saying? Because of the ripple. It's not just like, I guess these dumbasses who raise prices think it's like one spreadsheet. No, nigga. Your spreadsheet's connected to, is hyperlinked to 15 other spreadsheets, nigga. You could predict that your greedy ass is gonna meet your quota, but your quota is not met. That means everybody else's quotas don't exist. If the healthcare industry is upheld by insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and private, everything relies on it. It's not independent, right? So like if they're not paying into this pool, then these other people cannot draw from it to get service. And now you need way more people who need the service who don't have coverage. That's going to strain the system. And all the free benefits and all the grants and all the things for those people with special exceptions and the wait lists and all that. Meanwhile, they're sick already, right? And, you know, they're hungry already, or they got a turbo something lingering. You understand? Like, that's what I'm saying, guys. That's all from food stamps, insurance prices going up, and the government shutdown. That's before anything else happens. That's right now. It's happening now. Check in on your strong nurses, y'all. Go on Tinder real quick. DM them back real quick. Ask them how things going at work. Real life. Ask your strong nurses what they talking about. Ask them how the people are acting. Both the patients and the employees. Yep. They watch news in the hospitals too. Yeah, Weezy didn't show up. He right here. He right in Vegas. It was on Apple TV. So we got the claps. We got the Lil Wayne didn't show up. But that makes sense too, man. Last thing Wayne would want to do is collapse as well. You imagine his health conditions with lean and opiate addiction. And if he got vaccinated, can you imagine? All them kidney issues. Yeah, man. This shit's scary. Now I think about it. Lil Wayne, Dame Dash, all of them. That whole generation of people are not doing well in their health. Jay-Z out there somewhere playing some actionable items for us. Y'all let me know if y'all get that email. I'm not subscribed to Tidal anymore, so I don't know if he's going to do notifications through his social network of music. But if he does, y'all let us know if he figured out the actionable items for us. What Joe Rogan and them talking about? Is it still gay if I make a profit? Kieran Kennedy. If you said still gay, you're probably going to be gay no matter what. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Be proud of yourself, man. Get you a nice boyfriend. Get the fuck up out of here. So anyway, I saw a piece of the Joe Budden podcast because Queen's Flip and Mark Lamont. I've been talking about I've been mentioning Mark Lamont Hill because of that, but then all of a sudden he trying to fight niggas. Imagine that. I want you to imagine what time zone you're in. Where Mark Lamont Hill, the college-educated brains, the sound political voice of black peopleism, want to get up and take a nigga outside. He lost his temper. Indicative of Queen's Flip been annoying. He's from Queens. He in New York. Like, they're like that. Now he losing his shit against him. He tired of him running his mouth. Don't that sound like an attitude adjustment? Mark Lamont Hill, dog. I'm not saying he can't fight. I'm just saying that's not his patina. That's not his character. And that's not his character in front of a camera, especially since he's been professionally doing news segments. He said, fuck all that, took his headphones off and stood up and said, you want to go outside?
And Joe Budden had to calm him down. Like other niggas who are about bullshit their life now have to calm Mark down. It wasn't about whether he was getting washed by Queen's Flip or nothing like that. It wasn't about the fight itself. It was about, what are we talking about? You're Mark Lamont Hill. Why are you trying to fight a nigga that's known to be annoying? Like, that's why he's on this show. You know what I'm saying? Like, you trying to fight this nigga? Why are you taking this shit personal, bro? It's a podcast. Not saying that people don't get heated, but I'm just saying for him to get up, take everything off, and ready to go outside in an instant. Yeah, that's something different. Something else going on. Mm-hmm. This is a guy that like lost all his friends in Gaza. Remember, he was on their network, Al Jazeera. All them people that they bombed a few weeks ago, that was part of his team. And he can't afford to talk about Israel. That's why he on a fucking podcast. Can you imagine what he would have to say about Israel if he was honest? He can't afford it. But he about to get into a street fight with a nigga. So if Mark Lamont Hill Temple, well-educated, well-read, is losing his shit lately on a podcast with hip-hop kids, all over 40, don't miss that part. These ain't YNs. They older than me. So, yeah, it's hitting them too. Whatever it is. Mr. Now says, I haven't seen a Rogan clip pop up since last year. YouTube shorts mainly. Noel says it's the Hunger Games in real life. What do you mean, bro? In what dimension? In Shogun L3. Unfortunately. Shout out to Mark Lamont, though. I hope you good. I already know you're going through it, though. I know what niggas feel like when you want to fight niggas. Especially niggas they know. Like, nigga you see every day. Like, something else. His ignorance filter, his tolerance he's losing his tolerance. AKA something's more serious. AKA everything he paid attention to in life. Politics. Mm-mm. And if they lose him, that's the last reasonable voice that look like us about it. Unless y'all waiting for AOC to get podcasts. Nah, Mark, the only one left from that generation. Mm-mm. They got that white girl losing her shit over it too. Was she on the Al Jazeera network or was she on the Young Turks? One of them white girls. Outspoken. She been snapping. Like, every time she get in front of the camera, she cursing out someone in Israel. It don't matter. Who else? Theo Von. He was like the Joe Rogan sideways step, right? Even he's like, Then you had your boy, Gil and all of them. They all alluding to the same team of people, boy. They all dog whistling. It's not us. Well, we're part of it. Yeah, we did sign contracts. Damn it. But it's not just us. Don't forget. Gilbert Arenas. In the middle of all the shit. The guy that brought guns to his locker room. Can you imagine the science on this? Hanging out with gangsters and mafia. Yep. You'll understand everything if we can understand anything. What's the ET on the government reopening? Anyone throwing theories out there? I said, I have a theory that they voted on that bill and I didn't pass. And the only difference alleged was $5 billion. So Ecuador, sorry. Your climate research just didn't get the extra 20 million it needed this time. Hopefully we'll get to your carbon emissions eventually, Ecuador. shit ain't fun no more. They better fucking change something. Because if something doesn't change, that they will change. Universal law. If they don't change it, it will change them. And then it'll be all for nothing. And that's really going to piss me off. Waiting until the last minute to replace something or fix something and get the right people in office. And then you got to rebuild. Cleanse, willingly or unwillingly, is going to get the parasites other places too. Yeah. Society is on the ropes if that's the case. You already see your Hollywood people waking up. They had George Clooney freaking out because someone wrote a memoir about Epstein and put his ass in it. He's probably there. But still, the fact he's speaking up suddenly, nigga, you ain't saying nothing about nothing. Until now, ain't no one paying attention to you. You might as well just shut the fuck up. Who else? Oh, your boy from Star Wars. Oh, the black wife. Told you. George Lucas. They keep cutting his clips about what he's saying about Hollywood. It lacks ingenuity. It's telling the same stories from old movies. I don't care about Star Wars since I sold it. I'm old, nigga. Mm. Same thing Jordan said. He said, I haven't shot a basketball since I retired. It's been years. They're getting out the game, bro. And then we're the only ones left. Ain't that a bitch? We're up next. I'm not ready. They didn't give us enough credit or capital to start. So can you imagine a whole generation of people across the world? Africa's median age is the 30s, millennials. Then it's going to be us. It's going to be Africa, America, African Americans. Can you imagine? It'll be Africa and America, one of the youngest populations, no Japan. And then we're going to have to figure out how to rebuild something totally new by the time we're 40 or 50. Or 50 more closely. That's crazy. We can do it though, but I don't know what we want to do. I don't know what our reference point going to be. We all got brainwashed. They're going to try to emulate the 90s without the corruption. That's a key ingredient. That's like the water in New York for pizza, man. You can't just model the 90s. Definitely not Friday. I'm glitching. Am I glitching now? Shogun says they're not reopening. Oh, that's a hot take. How long do you think the government got to stay closed then? What is the long? Does anyone know the longest government shutdown? I think we're in second place already. I think it was like 20-something days. I'm good now. What's the longest government shutdown so far? I know there's two of them. One was like 20s. I think that was 2008. And there's another time, I think, further back. Is this the longest government shutdown so far? Because every day of the month is how long it's been shut down, right? So it's the 28th. So it's been government shut down for 28 days. When's election day for governors? Midterms and stuff? I don't know. Usually November and shit, but I don't know. I wish I had my Wi-Fi. Hopefully it comes today. But, so 35 days is the longest. So when rent is due? So November 5th. It'll be, well, technically November 4th, because 31 days in October. So, yeah, October 5th. November, Damn, we at the end of the year. November 99. 5th. 95. It'll be 36 days of a shutdown. Wow. That's right next week, ain't it? So if they don't open, they're going to tie for the longest shutdown ever. And if they make it to, November 1st, fuck what we talking about? Same theory. It's going to be the same overlap. November 5th. November 5th is when shit's going to hit the fans. Because those federally furloughed employees are now missing 2 rents if they didn't pay the first one. But if they paid the first one, they got no money for the second one. So you have the federal employees, TSA, and everything related, airports, groceries, food stamp people, the delusional ones. Nah, guys, that's millions of people. That's millions of people affected in the zeitgeist, in the energy, in the worry, concern, anxiety, fear, anger, frustration. I'm just talking about that because of energy, like the emissions, what people say, what people are going to be on camera. I noticed the white boys getting louder and louder, like yelling. One from Philly I watch, one from Vegas I watch, obviously. I don't know why I'm watching one in Philly. He just snuck on my algorithm. But he's more liberal. Like I said, I keep in tune with all of them. I follow an Asian guy that's liberal, just to see where their moods are at, see what they're talking about and how they approach it. They ain't got no wrong. They're smart people. They're just missing the Federal Reserve part of it. But for everything else they talking about, they are tired, boy. That Chinese boy, man, his hair turning gray on us. I was like, I wish I knew his name. Next time I see his name, I'll remember it. But he's cool. I think he's in New York. He's like, nah. He don't like talking about MAGA no more. It's a divorce. We get it. They voted for the wrong president or something. We should have had Kamala Harris. We would have had more social programs with no money. What? They're 38 trillion in debt, 50 billion a day. Democrats are not known for budgeting. But could you imagine if it wasn't Trump? Ooh, I did. I lived through Biden during the pandemic, and it sucked. You know, his vice president was Kamala. The people who mandated. They forget that part. Everyone that's sick and dying was under Biden and Kamala Harris. Fuck, imagine. All that Ukraine shit. Yeah. Yup. All them allocations. Remember, Ukraine was like asking for $1 billion here, 50 million there, $1 billion there. That was all Biden, buddy. You can't afford food stamps, Democrats. But Democrats fed Ukraine and Israel, nigga. Don't miss that. Trump. Shut up. Why the fuck y'all giving billions to Ukraine for anyway? What the fuck's that got to do with anything over here? You've never even heard of them until 10 years ago. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they don't even know where Ukraine was. Another new territory. Hmm? It ain't their land. And they sure are selling Tartarian. They only got 150 years to find a way into that shit. Stop playing with me. So yeah, bad news for everybody, red or blue. That's the only thing they're not honest about. They're not honest about the vaccines yet, the liberals, because those were the champions of it. That's a big reason why they're more tired than the others. Mm-hmm. Yep. All of them are vaccinated. Everyone I follow. They don't talk about it though. That when them Pfizer stories come up and those doctors start talking, they don't cover that shit. They go on TikTok and wait for someone who's cool enough followers of MAGA, and they respond to that. I get it. But they're missing that dimension, unfortunately. You have less people in your country because of Democrats. Fauci's a Democrat. What's going on here? You have all these people who need your programs because of COVID. They want to blame it on China. Go for it. What word does that rhyme with? Don't say communist. That sounds like socialists and liberals to me. That's that side again, blue. All right. Stop playing with me. Nah.
Biden and Kamala stopped all that shit. They didn't. They didn't. I was in Charlotte. I remember. I was doing these videos then. Like, the fuck? They better not. Look at the fuck they're doing with this. They better not. Look how he handled this. You don't even remember something Joe Biden said the last 4 years. He was so fucking incoherent. Like, these people had 4 years of an incoherent president just 4 years ago, just last year, and they just seem to have forgotten all of that. All they focused on was Trump and wondering why he manifested. Universal laws, man. It ain't for the liberals, I guess. It's a science. Just like pharmaceuticals. Anyways, we're cooked. Whether it was a Democrat or not, man. That ain't what the problem is. We all have subscribed to a belief system that is only a belief, obviously, because that is not what was happening to any of us. That's the saddest thing about it. If the United States go away, so do those factions. And then you're left with the primal people. What are the people going to do now when the system of all of that idea is failing? They don't all feel it yet. They don't know it yet. But everyone's going to feel the symptoms. People here. I say this all the time. My kid is very uncomfortable. Start running his mouth, something about Mexican mafia. You have extra black and mild, like all over the place. Just, man, I'm just going to just rap and go back home. Like, that's all you had to do anyway. But he in a game. And he only have enough money for a rap. I ain't miss anything. I'm outside. I thought that was interesting. He was talking about somehow some of his friends are into drugs and his other friends have stores. He wants a store one day. But he's not doing good. He's jittering. I think he's smoking a little bit more than marijuana. I think that's what he asked me first. Do I smoke? I'm like, weed, nigga. You don't fuck with whatever? There's some word they use here. I'm like, no, I've never even heard of that shit. I ain't even trying to. I do not need that in my law of attraction. I don't need to meet more of you. Matter of fact, Will Tide, the Time Traveler 2, I saw him last night. He didn't say nothing. He was on a bike. I was like, I thought he had a bum leg. But he a champion on that BMX, boy. And he pulled up to me on the bike, and he dapped me up. And then he got back on the bike and ran and went the other way, went across the street. Probably looking for drugs, but still. The quality of the drugs out here are ass, I can tell you, by the drug users. They are not doing good, bro, because their drugs aren't real no more. It's just a bunch of chemical, everyone's fucking, what's that word? Everyone's Breaking Bad type shit. Motherfuckers getting high off Adrena. Can you imagine that? Street chemists. Other tweakers. Just mixing shit together. Calling it whatever crystal it is. And wonder why motherfuckers are dying. That's weird. Yep, man. Everybody tired, y'all. Trying to think if I know any cool stories that happened recently. Nope. I'm just meeting people who are telling me about how they survived so far. Now I just listen. Taking notes for my damn self, honestly, if I'm honest. I don't know how I'm gonna make it. I'm already doing the impossible. Shit, Shit's so crazy out here. I don't think I ever want to buy McChicken again. You know what I'm talking about? That's not even the goal. 100 McChickens? Nah, I don't even want to buy McChickens no more, boy. They done fucked up the game for me. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm saying. McDonald's don't know what they're doing, man. Soon people like, I don't ever, ever, ever want to see a McChicken again, man. Yeah, I know. I see the girls complain about Chick-fil-A. Damn. What are we supposed to do to make them happy now, Phyllis? That's like, let me run it back. You're good now. Noel. Mr. Now. What's election day? 35 days is longest. 2018. Yep. $0 paychecks is wild. I didn't think that shit was real, bro. I was like, nah, it's not possible. But then you start seeing like the backups at the airports, like, oh, they really not paying them. And not like some of them, like they're really not paying none of them. Some of them showing their pay stubs, some of them are doing content, and most of them are just not going to fucking work. Noel says back in Cliff's 2002 BitChute, he said that governor workers would just leave, like abandoned posts. That's what we too. Like, we not voting for this dumb shit. You better catch us. And they caught their ass. They had that girl locked up in the Parliament building. Remember that shit? That black woman? They just let that shit slide. Eamon Ross says, wasn't Kamala the border czar? Yeah. She's the reason why we have so many Haitians here. And maybe Somalians too. That was during her thing. That so-called black pastor was like, man, Biden is the comeback kid. That's hilarious, Eamon Ross. What the fuck is that? The fuck they talking about? Facts. They spent all of 4 Biden's years talking about Trump 24/8. They did. Maybe that's why they forgot they had a different president just a year ago. You know, the tidal wave of what it is now was under the last 4 years of their president that they wanted. Because Kamala Harris was vice president already, guys. That's what led us to now. I know. I know. I know. It's a lot to keep up with. We got rent tomorrow. Trust me. That's why all I got right now is prayer, bro. I hate that. I hate that. I really do. I kind of miss trying to thug it out for myself. Like doing the thing intellectually. If then that, maybe if this, maybe if that. X amount of time, times weeks, times months. I don't need that. Man, I've been saying I don't need something for years now. Shit. That is not a sound strategy. Cutting back doesn't cut it back on. I'm promising you. So somehow or another, shit gotta turn around. Period. Law of rhythm be damned. It's our turn. Come on now. Go ahead and let it go. Go ahead and swing back. Shorty, swing my way. Be damned. Go ahead and swing back. Sweet chariot. Swing back. Now we know that we know. This government ain't gonna fucking look out for the cookout. They ain't gonna be talking about reparations no more. They're like, it ain't in the budget. How convenient is that, Ukraine and Israel? How convenient is that? Can't even pretend to cut a check to make niggas happy. Can't even help us go to school and do our own communities. Can't even afford it no more. Can you imagine? But they can borrow $2 trillion for everything else. Think about it. They could have did reparations for the narrative just off of borrowed money. Wouldn't have to worry about so many food stamps. Ah, got them. See, what they didn't do on one promise, they end up losing somewhere else. Now the whole fund is zapped. That doesn't affect? You know, like, that them not doing reparations for the same people that use food stamps got food stamps taken away, and now they own people on food stamps, and they going hungry too. And that's the part of the news that we're not going to hear about. That part right there.
we're using a monochrome vision of who's on food stamps and who's going to act up at Walmart. Yeah, per capita though. Yeah, per capitas though. I don't know the start. I don't know the stats on that one. I don't know what neighborhoods per capita have the most white or other people on food stamps, but I can tell you something. They already marching for lesser reasons. They're already Charlie Kirkin, January 6s, and everything else for shit. We don't even know why the fuck they doing it. I don't know why there's a fucking Kings, whatever. That was just funded by Soros, but I don't know why he funded it, right? But when the next thing happens, I don't know, November 5th, we're going to start to see... and ain't none of us going to be surprised about these damn fucking marches and whatever the fucks. They trying to plan a fucking mass no go to work day at the end of the month and shit. Like, nigga, if you don't get your ass on it November 1st, they better do that shit October 32nd, nigga. Like, the fuck, they think they got time. They ain't got time to organize. You organizing people, you feeding them. You better stop fucking playing with us. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, they ain't got that type of time. They ain't got time to wait and see for us. You ain't got time to come see me. Come on, Party Next Door Part 3. They ain't got time for us. How can you never see me for once? How you love me for once? You don't ever come to see me. Yeah. Nah, you can't wait till now. That's crazy. Nah. Niggas need to protest today. You gonna wait for them to be like, nah, psych, we ain't actually got an emergency fund either because we done stole from that to pay this other thing off. Israel's got to get its munitions, man. We can't afford to feed you and fund a war. If we could just get Ukraine to cripple Russia's economy, we could pay off our 40 trillion ass niggas. They thought Ukraine would be enough to slow that region down and Israel would be enough to slow down the Arabian African side of it. They're like, you know, we can just bypass y'all, right? No. And why they're trying to bypass them? What China doing in South America? Bypassing the United States. That shit ain't funny, but it's hilarious, dog. Y'all don't understand how hilarious that is. The United States was not minding America's business. And I guess because South America ain't the United States, but they have to have a relationship. I saw the treaties. But if not, if there's not the same central bank for some reason, I don't know. I don't know enough about it over there, down there, wherever it is, on Moon Europa. But wherever that is, China said, yo, check this out. Yo, Trump did not expect that. I don't think nobody in Department of Defense expected that one. Because Venezuela is so random. Like, they acting like that's where Scarface come from. Y'all don't know nothing about Venezuela. I was taking care of a kid who was half Nigerian, half Venezuela. They're black people. And Rio, he be on those songs with Dane. His mother's from Venezuela. And you wouldn't know he's you wouldn't know he's Venezuelan is what I'm saying. Got curly hairs and all that shit. He looked like us. Because of his mom. His dad's African, so. They down there with the last remnant of the bloodline of Israel, I guess, in South America. Obvious, I'm telling you, it's obvious. And then you go, you know, even Maduro, you should look at the women in his guard, man. And then look at their hair. So we down there. That makes sense of Israeli and Ukraine's behind the agenda. They go for Venezuela where the real Jews are. Imagine everything about life and science. But then they go like, nah, the Tartarian Russian is going to go say, hey, we got you. And then China, the other Tartarian is like, nah, we definitely got you. We saw those papers that Putin had. They got the North in captivity. They trying to put you in captivity too. Now, let's go ahead and take over Panama real quick. United States lost control of the Panama Canal. That's important. That's how you get all that shit from over there to the other side. All that shit from over there to the other side come from all the places he's putting tariffs on. Which, if you understand anything about math and science, the tariff toll booth would be the Panama Canal. All those shipping containers and all that shit that makes it to the West Coast and to the East Coast. It's doing a U around the United States. Because if you go off the West Coast in Alaska, you get to Russia and Asia. If you go off through the East Coast, you get to like Iceland and Greenland, you get to Europe. So it's like a sine wave, actually. But that sine wave at the bottom, under the Caribbean, how you don't hear nothing about their stories or nothing. And they're right there staring at the same islands. They just cut that part of the map off. That Central America part, there's a lot of us mixed in with a lot of everything else. But control-wise, it always favored DC, the United States, because they're using their currency, petrodollars and everything. But now that BRICS exists and it's getting funded and they're starting to do projects with it, which will incentivize other people to do business with them. Venezuela is one of them. Remember, they already got Brazil. That's why it's curious when you hear news about South America. You never hear about the United States or Brazil rising to the occasion against the United States of America. Like, you never hear about it, their government. You hear about Brazil, visiting Brazil, tall white Jesus statue in the favelas, but you don't hear about, like, it's the United States of Brazil and they have their own economy and they do their own things. How come them right fucking there next to Venezuela and Colombia ain't, like, in the conversation? Interesting story. The United States part of it might be half of it. And don't Brazilians speak Portuguese or some shit like that? That might be the only damn difference. Because Venezuelans speak Spanish. But they're right there is what I'm saying. They're right there. So they're going after the Spanish, Moorish, Latin-speaking people first, I guess. Ain't gonna happen. On Carlos V, man. On Carlos V. You got China and Russia downstairs. No, that's bad news for them. It'll never go back. You feel me? They playing Risk, and they just lost that part of the map. Panama, Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia next. They try and stop them from joining their bank, guys. Don't forget, when Trump was president last time, he was calling those countries that BRICS are sweeping up shithole countries. You remember that part of the game? He was calling places shithole countries and things like that. He really said that. In perspective to where he comes from, maybe it is. But, you know, delivery. Well, because of that attitude and that energy, they're not going to ever sign with the United States for their dollars or their currency. Venezuela was hyperinflated on purpose by the CIA. Do you remember anything? Same story. So then now they're going to be in a position with all their oil reserves, petrodollar. And then Russia needs the oil for its things. And they got it because they can get it out to the west side, Panama Canal with China. So if you just got to think about it in terms of the route, if you will, to go from South America, go through the Panama Canal, and take your ass straight to Asia. All through the Pacific. You ain't got to worry about Europe. You ain't got to worry about going through that shit over there in Africa and Saudi Arabia. You ain't got to worry about that canal. You can take that shit straight to Russia and Hong Kong. Brazil also speaks French, Portuguese and French. Gotcha. Oh, they a mixed colony of Negroes. Wonder where Napoleon was, right? So, yeah, with the big white Jesus statue. Anyway, so, there we go. So, yeah, I don't know, man. They don't have no leverage point. Because quite literally, all the trade lines are bypassing them. I think that's what Canada's holding out for. It would not surprise me if French Canada, do the science, if they decide to go, maybe we should do more business with China? Ding, 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 ding. You can bring you a dusty Ford factory there using petrodollars, or you can get with the future and get one of those automatic car company things, EV things, and all the other things that China's been doing in Korea, in Singapore, obviously Taiwan. They can pick anybody on the west side if they wanted to. They got the ports right there, just like Seattle does. Go up a little bit further north into Canada territory, there's some ports right there too. And there's all that shit in Alaska. That's the only thing they gotta worry about. Remember Russia and Trump met on the tarmac in Alaska? Yeah, because Russia gotta go through there. Russia gotta go through there. Got to. Because the treaty, it was theirs. So they're negotiating whatever that is. Like, oh, we can't use the federal roads. How about we pave our own? Then Alaska got hit by a storm. And the United States ain't bail them out. Who you think gonna figure? Who the fuck, man? Now Jamaica get hit by a storm. Who gonna bail them out? Come on, dog. Where's Melissa going now? It's getting bigger, isn't it? Like I told you, they know how to add, they know how to hype up a storm now and keep it off the East Coast. So there it is. It's gonna manifest somewhere else. Like I said a week ago. Thus, so nah, man. Let that storm hit anywhere in the Gulf. There's no money to fix it. It'll take time, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is time is not a luxury they have anymore. Inevitably, everything will go a new direction. I think we're just waiting to see what the United States is going to do. Is it going to step up to the occasion? Or is it going to sell us out like we think it is? And then we'll end up with something different. I don't think BlackRock, Vanguard, and Palantir is enough to keep me in the game, since all of their evaluations seem to be in US dollars, threatening insolvency. So it doesn't matter how many quote-unquote properties they have. It's all paper. They have papers that belong to what? The federal government. So if the federal government is insolvent and it goes away, then BlackRock and Vanguard don't own anything. Maybe they fucking CEOs. Let me talk to them. CIA, AI, notification system for the CEOs of the big corporations. Y'all do know, if you fuck the United States over, you can't both own the titles to the land and then also be the custodian of the land by usurping the United States government on the land, right? You do understand that loop you're creating. You can't say you bought these things and now they're yours, but you're taxing for the things that's yours, but they're yours. You bought them, you owe somebody, but you're using Federal Reserve notes. But we'll get to that. Maybe you have a different account with the Federal Reserve. You get it better than the United States. I get it. Maybe we ain't got to worry about that. But you don't have to accrue all of that United States debt, which was used in those mortgages you bought. So you're holding your debt that you bought. So you bought your own debt. So do you think you're going to move into the political branch of the executives and then regulate what? Set up a new little social agenda so everyone can live on your things and they can't own nothing? Nigga, you don't own it. You don't own it because the United States don't fucking own it. You didn't buy the land, you dumb bitch. You bought a piece of paper that said you can be there. That's not land ownership. Don't let Planetary and these, when this shit go defunct, you don't own no fucking land. You ain't got no fucking treaty. You ain't got no treaty with no Indians, and you definitely ain't got no treaty with no City Muhammad, and I know you don't know anybody about John Smith. So no, it ain't yours, bitch. So what I'm saying is, if y'all are afraid, like Noel and them are studying that, people that are talking about Palantir, trying to, move in and, switch it out, it wouldn't fucking matter. The fuck going on here? It doesn't matter who the pirate is. The whole thing is piracy. Doesn't matter who the pirate is. The whole thing is piracy. So replacing the pirates of the United States with new pirates didn't change anything for the people. But more importantly, it didn't change anything for why they're broke. They don't own these people, this land, or these resources. So moving you to a 15-minute city without a United States, you're a United States citizen. Who the fuck moving you? What the fuck are they talking about? See what I'm saying? Like they didn't think that one all the way out. Well, martial law, that it's not just the idea to switch ownership and move people. Is that they're bankrupt and going insolvent. Do that simulation again. With the people of the United States in the positions to carry it out, or you're gonna hire foreigners. You're gonna have to hire foreigners. So you have a foreign military of who? I've seen these suckers on TikTok. Stop playing with us. Then what they gonna do? Move into these mid-rise tofu apartments? Cut it out. There is no cyberpunk future for the United States if it's broke. It don't matter who the tech firm is. They're broke. Does Palantir have 38 trillion? Then they're going to inherit the same fucking debt and the same fucking problem. It doesn't matter if it's automated. They're going to automate debt? Like, the fuck going on, bro? They got to deal with the big boss, Federal Reserve. And they got to deal with the fact that their Federal Reserve is foreign. Their money is foreign. Their value is foreign. They ain't got shit to do with us or this land. Take your foreign ass onto the internet then and do your crypto United States with your fucking stock markets and your apps. Because that's basically what it is. It's not real. They can't really hold this land. And they can't adjust the constitutional rights that people believe they have and Bill of Rights they have and say, hey, it's not the United States no more, but now you got to do these things. Niggas be like, what? Fuck out my face. With no backstory, with no heroism, with nothing getting better, they say they're going to take it over and it's going to get worse. And that's how they're going to win the people over. Shut up. They're dumb as hell, boy. They're not even good at video games about this, apparently. They be having like people who are like human psychology majors writing these stories, in case you didn't know. That's why they're good. But anyway, so it's I don't know. I ain't threatened by BlackRock, Vanguard, Palantir owning most of the stock market. 1% of the people own 50% of the stock market already. What is them moving in going to do for what we got to worry about? Nothing. They got to worry about why they ain't got 20 grandkids. That's a different math problem right there, boy. Don't forget. Nobody, Peter Thiel, playing with your... Half of those guys are homosexuals. So they definitely ain't got 20 grandkids. So they're not expanding, as people. You need people... I don't understand anything. But, so it's not that type of hegemony play either. It's only greed. It's only control of the most... Dog. I keep betting the crackheads are going to win in the middle of losing because of crackheads. Why do we keep thinking that? Like, why do we get fearful of the other boogie monsters who are equally on drugs? And it was like, and half of them don't have children. That might not mean nothing to most people, but if you're a man, you understand, like, oh, they're those type of niggas. Bad math all around us. Those niggas wasn't cool in high school. They're gonna get cooler because they got more money. Their coolness is a testament to their social degree. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not black sheep. They're just undesirables. Undesirables with money. Ooh, keep a community going. But fuck, they'll get robbed in real life. Then they'll cry. Like, nah. You can't buy someone else's debt and be like, hey, we own you. Technically, you don't. Them transferring the debt broke our contract. You own papers. The fuck? Don't let them trick you. That's why they're trying to digital ID you so you can associate that shit with an app. So you start forgetting your human rights and your real life rights, and you start doing everything on the app. You start thinking everything's based on your fucking Apple ID in this bitch. Nah, in real life, living, breathing, thinking, in real life, you can keep that. Ooh, but if you don't use the app, you won't have access to nothing. Yeah, we can boycott that. Did you know that? If you can boycott Target, you can boycott the app and not use the system. It just keeps getting perpetually worse. Maybe you should boycott it. I don't know how I'll survive without it. The way you did before you boycotted it. The fuck you talking about? They be tricking people. I get it. Fear is a hell of a drug when it comes to that dumb shit. But this ain't Terminator. They're not that smart. Terminator assumes that the people who created Terminators were smart. These people aren't smart yet. We're skipping steps. We're not even going to Minority Report. Those people are smart. We're not smart yet. We don't know how to balance budgets. Now, balance a network of AI machines, and AWS just went down a week ago. We're not there yet. We don't even have the power for it. We don't have the grid for it. We don't have the Panama Canal. We don't have the oil in Venezuela. Where are we going to get all these materials from with tariffs? Like, it's not about how much money these motherfuckers are sitting on paper. Because remember, a lot of times they're billions of dollars on paper. They don't have billions of dollars of liquid, guys. They have billions of dollars worth of properties that they can't sell. They don't have $1 billion. The fuck wrong with people? If you buy a house worth $500,000, because that's all of them right now, but you only put $20,000 down, your ass do not have $500,000. Your ass is negative $20,000 last time I fucking checked. But your house is worth $500,000. So your net worth will include whatever that is. It's misleading. A millionaire buys $1 million mansion in Los Angeles before everything was $1 million. You're like, damn, this motherfucker can afford a $10 million house? He can afford hundreds of $1,000s down on it. His movie ain't do that good. Y'all be forgetting all this shit subscriptions. It's monthly payments. Well, if they're making monthly payments, they didn't pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're making monthly payments towards a $500,000 house, you don't have a $500,000. You're making monthly payments over 15 to 25 years. It's speculation. If nothing changes, you can probably one day pay off this $500,000 after you first pay me all my interest. They don't own that house if they owe interest. On top of that, so their value is only in debt. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So they multi-billion-dollar corporation following the same rules. They're multi-billion dollars in assets that they're paying monthly subscriptions to. And if they have a bad fucking quarter, they can't pay all those fucking internet bills. They gotta fire people because they have billions of dollars worth of assets. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah. These ain't people, like, they ain't work and save $1 billion. No one does. You know how this game works? Nah, you go into debt and you circulate and you regulate. And then you get your daddy, the federal government, to partner up with you like China does. And then he finds a use for it because of your network and how many people you're employing in different branches in the schools, and everyone's fed, and oh yeah, that's a cool story. That'll expand this territory. Let's bring some more immigrants there. Then they can't afford it. For any reasons, quality reasons, social, morale, marketing. Shit start getting weird. Then you start having competitors. You have espionage. You have honeypots. Look, they don't even do a fucking news story on that. You know how many motherfuckers still dealing with honeypots right now? Who else just had a Chinese honeypot? I was like, duh, nigga. Look at your face. But one of them girls dating one of those white guys, one of these Chinese girls who like Chinese with this white guy, and they found out that she got him in trouble for something to do. Something she was sending to China. Something she was putting his dumb ass up to, and he wasn't paying attention. But yeah, like, we live in that paradigm where you don't just have the Illuminati, you don't just have secret societies, you don't just have like white people being mean to everyone else, visitors. You also have like, like Chinese people are active in this motherfucker. Y'all don't even know what the Chinese people want, bro. I don't even know what the Chinese people want, but they be infiltrating the government more than anybody else through their honeypots, boy.
I told you when COVID kicked off, how many niggas off the side of it ever talk about Chinese people on the news? That's crazy. What would? But yeah, that's a weird story. It's a weird story, bro. There's always a Chinese honeypot. It's like you would think the white boys would be like, stop marrying Chinese women, nigga. Like the fuck, you're racist already. What's up with you and these Chinese girls? Like, why is it always you? Why is it always you with the Chinese girl? And why does she always end up being a double agent for China? Like, are we missing the signs? Like, these people can't bring you the Terminator, nigga. They can't figure out a simple pattern. Like, this is a pattern, bro. Really, his wife, was she Chinese? Oh, she's a honeypot. Mark Zuckerberg, his wife, she's Chinese. Oh, she's a honeypot. We're like, what's next? What's next? We got to discover that Aisha Curry just wants to be a city girl because she missed out hanging out with Meg Thee Stallion. What's next? What you want to take a guess? You want to take a guess what's going to happen with these stories? Like, shut the man. In politics, you a white boy in politics with a Chinese white man. Shut the fuck up, man. Nah, y'all can't keep falling for the okie doke and think me to be okay with my destiny in your hands. No, y'all haven't figured out women yet. No, you can't run no damn government. Shut the fuck up, man. Nah, that's what we're dealing with, people who get honeypotted in 2025 by Chinese spies. With a Chinese wife, my nigga. It'd be different if she was African and it just kind of threw you off. You're like, Wyclef? Praz? What does Swiss Beats got to do with this? Why is Swiss Beats in trouble? You know what I'm saying? He is in trouble. Now, you got to think about that. Like, Swiss Beats and Praz is like, those are wild cards. Like, oh, that's crazy. But when the girl Chinese as fuck, and you in politics, and you in some sensitive programs or whatever fuck nepotism you get, no one goes in their fucking ITAR clearance. No one goes into like the fucking common sense every movie and every book we've ever read about this in the last 60 years, and no one goes like, maybe we can't hire you because your wife is Chinese. And they don't have to say it that way. They never say it that way, but they don't have nothing to say that way to make it not happen. Again, and then again, and then again. I've lost count just in 5 years. There's another Chinese. It was like a class of them. They all go to Yale and Harvard at the same time, and every Chinese girl in that college that can stomach an ugly dude like that just happened to be a double agent. Like, we didn't think about it at all. I'd be wondering if they even be having kids for real, because then the pattern gets so much easier to solve. Like, have you or loved one been married to a Chinese woman for more than 5 years and have no kids? Are you part of any military industrial complex contracts or anything within the federal government? You may be entitled to a screening, because how the fuck you miss all the science, bitch? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I can't imagine them being that stupid. So imagine data China took. Is there even a measurement for that? Is there even a measurement for how much that China has over us? Because it damn near has everything they thought they had secret. And you see, like, they're not worried. They say they have their own domestic issues. And you're like, how the fuck would he know? Damn, I know. That's how they always know. They've been knowing ever since President Obama, nigga. They know everything. You got an FBI and a CIA and a DIA, and China still got everything off of a white guy marrying a Chinese girl. Cut out. Y'all shut the fuck up talking to me. Yo, Tom Clancy rolling his grave, bro. 007 would never, nigga. Like, if you had a lineup and you try to figure out where the mole is, and you was like, hold on real quick, everyone, put your wife's picture on your phone real quick and put it in the center of the table. I bet you, man, I'd be a hell of, now I think about it. My split half troubleshooting is crazy, boy. We playing duck, duck, goose, not for real. Not the pattern has emerged. There's no duck for ducks. There's no goose. There's just ducks. Like, he got married before that kid. Cut it the fuck out. It's a Chinese one? Nah, that's a setup kid. Nah, homeboy not even handsome. This ain't happening for real. Y'all crazy. Get out of here. Ain't that why China
likewise panicked on NVIDIA because they found out that NVIDIA was trying to do the same shit backwards through the United States. And China cut all of their investments in NVIDIA all at once. Imagine that. China said all at once, no NVIDIA, period, right? So much so they created a new industry to supplement it because of no software, period, from Microsoft, period. They don't have their own OS soon by tomorrow, ChatGPT and stuff. Now imagine if someone in the United States could have noticed a similar pattern and made the same decision. They never did. Hence, your political parties are even secretly funded by different factions. United? We're not even united on healthcare, nigga. The fuck? Yo, that's what happens when you immigrate a whole bunch of people and they get to be willy-nilly and saying they're American citizens. Shut the fuck up. You never build something like this without your family, nigga. Are you stupid? Your family ain't that tight. But imagine a goddamn stranger you never met in human history, according to your story. Yeah, that'll go as planned. Some people I've never met before. Shut your ass. Goofy as hell, right? We talking about intelligence agencies, dog. That's scary. That our intelligence agencies aren't intelligent anymore because everyone else learned how to read. They were the intelligence agencies when they created artificial famines and burnt down everyone's books and made everyone learn English. But as soon as everyone figured out English and was able to type some Wikipedias, they're not intelligent no more. Man, give me a break, Kit Kat bar. Yo, someone come save us, dog. They not smart. You said pillow talking. Pillow talking with a spy. They ain't pillow talking with a spy. You seen them boys just running their mouth on a date from Grindr? It ain't even pillow talking. They told every security clearance question, answer what their job is, who their friends are, how much money they make on the first goddamn dinner date, bro. That's how we found out about Pfizer. Them niggas was on Grindr. And they're dating undercover gay guys who recorded the whole fucking date. And they just bragging about Pfizer. They didn't even make it to the pillow. They didn't even secure the bag, bro. They did that on their first date. Like, hey, my name's such and such. Hey, I'm glad we linked up and matched. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you everything about my government security and fucking OSHA, all fast, all that shit. I'm gonna tell you everything I know on this first date to prove my competence to you. And they're like, oh, cool story. I think I recorded all this. Well, back to the news. Back to the news. Yo, because they be on them opiates, boy. And they be on those vaccines. They forgot what their filter is, dog. Look, narcissists looking at you after saying something narcissistic. And they were like, what is it? Do you hear yourself? You're not even using your filter. It normally works. No, you normally filter what you're saying. You can't afford to think that long anymore. That's crazy. I wonder what happened to your brain vessels. This segment is brought to you by Pfizer, unironically. Pfizer on a Grindr date. Pfizer and the narcissist den, man. What a time to be alive, man. I hope they go down in history for something, dog. Yo, they did it, man. Yo, Pfizer really kept this economy alive for 5 more years. Pfizer been holding down the news media with all they damn ads, boy. Pfizer been funding your government, boy. That's crazy. Pfizer went ham, bro. Ham, pork, and bacon on our asses, boy. They like, you don't remember me. Shit. Now with all your side effects. Now with all your side effects, man. People forgetting things faster than ever, my nigga. Nah, we ain't gonna remember that. And then don't add a Mandela effect to it. Don't add the Mandela effect to it. You ain't gonna remember shit. Look, and half the niggas don't want to remember this shit, because you know who ain't gonna remember this time period? This nigga right here. Nah, y'all got it. Even the dogs get it, boy. Look at them. Shut the hell up. All that shit. Haters. But yeah, Pfizer cooked. Okay. They sound like some squeaky toys. Why do people buy so many punk ass dogs now? That shit crazy. Man's best friend was in a teacup, nigga. Anyway, so fucking we didn't even like dogs like that for real. We had lions. I guess they're more feline natured. That makes sense. But anyway. Yeah, cooked. What are they talking about? Some goddamn. This, what do they call this shit? They gonna call this shit This Silent Generation Mark II, brought to you by Pfizer. Like, damn, what's Pfizer? Shit, what's healthcare? How come every corporate program is a fucking oxymoron? Healthcare, like, come on out. Who's writing these jokes, bro? Or are they genuinely coming up with these terrible fucking ideas because they're genetically just narcissists? Like, that's the scarier part. There's no other form of it. Like, there's no other form of where something is created and done away on purpose and it works and is beneficial the whole time I've been alive, at least. Y'all gotta tell me about the older days. But how do you impossibly have nobody that's decent in a corporation? Like, fundamentally. They say the Costco dudes trying to keep their hot dogs a certain price. They trying. Arizona trying, right? You seen them taxing Arizona's. I don't think that's Arizona's fucking charter right there. But in general, all the shit we got to worry about that might be killing us. Healthcare. What? We're having a healthcare issue in a privatized, corporatized healthcare system? Can you fucking imagine the law of gender at work here? What could possibly go wrong in this motherfucker? The same people talk about simulation tricks, trying to figure out which healthcare benefit to get at their new corporate job. Cut it out. You getting out the matrix and you went through 9 rounds of interviews. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. We gotta stop saying shit unless we mean it. We gotta get back to the 4 agreements, man. I need you to be impeccable with your word. Do you really mean that shit? Or do you just want likes on a social media post? Looking for a new dopamine hit. And that's a problem no one's had in human history. Where everyone could just say shit and everyone can get a dopamine hit from saying shit the wrong way all the time, every day. Never, man. Most people didn't have a voice in that way, even in their own community, let alone, what do they call that, fringe communities. And then fringe communities dictating policy because of the collective. And then the fringe community connection, nudging policy and politics causes real life reactions like Donald Trump as your president again. Jesus Christ. For the first time in human history, even some dumb shit like that happened. That's even your candidates. You ain't got better candidates. That's the illicit about all of it. You didn't have better candidates. You don't. Stop lying. You ain't got better candidates. And you ain't got no new candidates emerging. Cooked. Grits, grease, nigga, butter, sugar, salt, and pepper, nigga. Like, all of it. Fuck we talking about? Why are we making options? Why are we choosing how we want our grits? I want my grits like all of it, nigga. Cut it out. And then, yeah. So, I don't know. We'll get out of it, though. We always do. We always get out of it. Somehow. Very peculiar people. Chick, what? When he said this should bring out HIV5, it's crazy. They big dicking on a date. Compose your son, cut it out, boy. But they are. That's what they're trying to do. Mr. Now says, just on a pill and some appetizers. Brought to you by Pfizer. Quite literally. Pfizer on Grindr with appetizers is nuts, as Amori. Talkative agents. Them happy pills, too. Mr. Now says, this is your brain on HIV-5. Terranor says, rolling off my ass, laughing my ass off there. Comedy. I heard the dog say, goddamn, very clear. Chick or cheek? Turning into she filet? Chinese filet is crazy. Don't like the way it tastes right now. Not G Fulane. Not cosplayers impeccable with their word. Oh my god. Three on the lard. 3 on the lard. That's 7. Yeah. Yeah, niggas. Here we go to surviving again. We gonna get a break, you think? We need a prayer break. We need a praise break. We need a lunch break. We need breaks. Because we just can't do it. We can't just keep doing some shit like this generation after generation. When you figure out it's all artificial determination by some fucking idiots that no one asks for. And that you never ask for them. They just be there. Very opportune times, right? But you didn't vote for them. You didn't say, hey, bro, come over here and help run our things. Like, that's the only reason why the recent generations have been vexed. Some fucking foreigners that just showed up out of nowhere in government with billions and millions of dollars. Very strange. It don't add up. That's okay. Back to us, though. What the fuck they gotta do with us? We tired. We don't want government. How about that? We don't want nothing you talking about. Call us what you want, man. Call me indigenous. Let's keep this shit very aboriginal then. We'll keep the internet, nigga. Like, we'll be alright. Nah. We all gotta go down together. Nah, bitch. I watched the Titanic. Alright, fuck y'all. I'm getting on a boat. Or a dog, nigga. Fuck that. She can hang, man. She can hang on to the edge. Shit. Maybe we put her legs on one boat and her arms on the door, man. We'll get her out of here. The fuck? Y'all never played with Tetris and Legos? What the fuck going on? This ain't no Titanic. Hell no. Patriotism. What does that even mean in a corporation? They, like I said, they just be saying shit. They read books about their history and borrowed it after 1933. That's a weird story right there, Rockefellers. They ain't telling nothing. Like, nah, this shit ain't the same. Get a job and leave your husband so you can pay taxes twice. You can buy your own refrigerators. Fuck. We're at work. So I don't know. I don't know, man. The exchange has never gotten better for no one, and they passed the lore down to the next generation. And we're like, well, we're dummies. We're just gonna fit right in, file, rank, and center. And like, this shit ain't working for us. It wasn't working for them either. Well, if something will change. There's plenty of people older than us. They checked out a long time ago. And like, in the perfect position. Our fucking generation. It could have been anybody else's, man. But our generation, on top of that, nigga, we tired. We tired. We ain't got time for this. We don't. There is no generation for the people with those ideas. The break is built into the poor build quality. It's a core feature of a bad table. TBFB 13.3. We're going to let the people know the plan when the time comes. Type of people. Hate to see it. Mr. Now, CEOs for a day. Suddenly. Show and L, check. Yeah, we tired, dog. That's all I got. I don't even know what else to say about it. I'm tired of even like processing it. Because it's accelerating itself. It's doing its own. Whatever is about to happen is out of control already. The change itself, the preloaded already. Grand Theft Auto is preloaded. You're just waiting for someone to start, I guess. But yeah, we already preloaded all the worst case variables for 1 year. Just imagine, all in 2025. Like, I can ignore everything else, and it'll still be too much. Like, oh man, lost too many people. People got way too weird for me and on me. I've had enough. In a year? Oh, I'm good. Hey, no more lessons. I'm cool on the wisdom. I'm good on that. I don't think I want any more wisdom. Knowledge? Yeah. That don't take us to college, so I don't think I need to read more books for a while. I'm good. I got to figure it out. But everything else besides getting money here is a distraction. And the more money you get here, the faster you lose money here. Inflation. So it's kind of like a hamster wheel that goes nowhere. You can't even go on vacation in Jamaica right now. Can you fucking imagine? What the fuck am I gonna do? What the fuck am I gonna do? She's gonna move back home with her mother and expect me to take her on a vacation somewhere in the Caribbean. During Melissa? Nah. Tired, boy. That don't make sense. They ain't fixed them other islands since the other one. They ain't sent no money down there since the other one. They just had another one. Now they got another one. They got sharks in the swimming pool, dog. You know how crazy it is you wake up and there's sharks in your swimming pool? Like, that's every day now, right? All them, and the crazy shit is, that's just a storm. Them floods ain't stopped yet. Italy and Europe. I follow a channel. I'm talking about these cities are flooded, like flooded, like cars moving down the street flooded, like all the time. We're talking about insurance. Talking about insurance, yeah. So insurance is being called every day, everywhere, all over the world. And a lot of these insurance companies are international. So, and they have subsidiaries that do the local things. You know how it goes. Same bank account. So just the natural disasters is milking insurance, right? The main bank for the insurance company. So they got to pay out, fix. And on the government level too. So Turkey, Italy, fucking China too. Like, they got their own shit going on. But you know what I'm saying. They got the same Ponzi scheme. Insurance is being maxed out just by 2025 being a hell of a year. Then you got the healthcare branch of it. Then you got the automotive collapse. All those new cars are supposed to sell at something percent, and all those new cars have new insurance policies. They're not selling no cars. What does that mean? There's new insurance policies. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Like, so insurance companies are already being, are already dialing back on their liquid. And then they're telling you insurance costs are going up. That's why they said Trump has to cut it. That's his insurance company brother is telling him. He should say something like that. So people stay subscribed until it drops, with the promise of it dropping. That's like Netflix saying, hey, we're going to raise it up to $30 a month, but by the time Dune 3 comes out, we'll drop it back down to $19.99. Nah, I'll wait until it's $19.99. I'll watch Dune 3 whenever, nigga. What the fuck? We got torrents. That's what they're doing. They're buying time. They're saying it can be cut, but they don't know that. So the only reason why you would say something you don't know is because you have to say something to keep people from reacting a certain way. And what they're telling you is, if they're telling you that Trump, your president, CEO of corporations says, we have to cut insurance, what does that mean about insurance now? It's already too high. How do we know it's too high? They need to cut it. Why do they need to cut it? Because other people are not buying it. They don't need to cut it because it's expensive for you. You gotta think of a corporation. We need to cut insurance prices. Not because they're voters of the insurance company said, hey, this shit's too expensive. People are just calling us about it. No. The insurance company goes, we need to cut prices because we're losing customers. They're losing customers. That's different. That means that action has already been taken. So he has to slash prices next year. Wrong story. They already cut. Those people are not buying insurance again. Until then, and that's if he can do that. If he can guarantee that, if insurance companies can slash prices, but how do they slash prices? Where do they get their profits from? These natural disasters ain't stopped yet. These sicknesses and these diseases and these turbo cancers ain't been cured yet. So how can they take less money in? And now they have less subscribers. So you're taking less money in after having a season of less subscribers in general. And you're hoping to get old subscribers back who are jaded at a lower price, but with all these new sicknesses. In the meantime, hunger, turbo this, get the wrong fucking cold during the winter. Can you imagine someone getting sick during this winter? Like, all those things. And then you have a turbo ingredient for some of them. And then you have like, oh shit, what are we gonna do with that? Exactly, insurance, health insurance. And then all the people that need health insurance, but they need a job first to get it. But jobs ain't hiring fast enough. AI and layoffs and shit. Like, oh my God, what's gonna happen to all those people? Yes, But he wants to cut prices next year? Nigga, I'm looking for something. How did I lose or drop something that fast? And I cleared this whole thing. Hold on. That should be bothering me because I'm like, what in the Matrix is going on? It's like a local Mandela effect. 1, 2, 3. This is OG. These are the markers. I might need that. Here's the board. That shit really just disappeared on me, y'all. That's crazy. I feel like a magician. Like I did a fucking magic card trick and I forgot where the card went. Fuck? That's weird. That's very fucking weird. You ever like drop something and it's like, I didn't hear nothing fall, but it completely disappears on your ass? That's one of these moments. I felt like I dropped something. I didn't hear it. I lifted up everything, and the thing I'm looking for is missing. So I was like, okay, it fell. Word to Hades. But I'm trying to figure out, like, why we have a reactionary monetary policy, I think. They're reacting to things that are too late. They're not that's what it is. They're not proactive. You can't be proactive and pro-profit, I guess. If you're pro-profit, bottom lining, you can't also fix problems because your problems are always in profits. Your problems are never expanding, quality, morale, marketing. It's always in like, move raise numbers. Change threshold, raise the threshold. AI automatable. That's the problem. You can't, I bet you any amount of money AI is making these decisions for them. And that's what the problem is. I bet you. I fucking bet you that's what the whole fucking recent problem is on their dumbass side. They're not thinking anymore. They're using ChatGPT government, a defense contractor edition of trying to balance the economies. I bet you. I bet you. I bet you. The prices and everything, I bet you. I bet you that's what's happening. I bet you they already did a soft rollout of automated Jade Helm. We remember this story. Jade Helm was during Obama. And we heard rumors about what it was. And it was like, there's artificial intelligence that helps the military. And, they were doing like street combat training, alleged. But that's when they were rolling drones out and things like that. And data analytics for the military. For some military operation, I didn't like they're about to go back to Afghanistan and stop the Taliban finally. But then you find out we lost that war. So what was Jade Helm for? But they said Jade at the helm. So Jade is probably the language model. The artificial intelligence itself is Jade. Jade Helm. So like a Jade helmet. Very clever fuckers. But I understand everything. So if they continued that or manipulated that or worked on that, and then here we are 10 plus years later, it's like, oh, this is some Jade Helm level bullshit. Including the pandemic. Jade Helm would lead them to the pandemic, a fake pandemic. That's what it is. I bet you all of this. That boy frozen. That boy frozen. What you going to do? Frozen. What you trying to do? It's still frozen on your end? It's still frozen on your end? I just reset it again. It does that dumb shit. And that's my internet connection. It just randomly goes reconnect. Jade Helm, AI, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we're talking about. Can humans talk about what the fuck humans talk about? Since you ain't got no other fucking content anyway. So anyway, yeah, we back. Goofy as hell, crazy as hell, crazy. We back, Karuk. All right. Time delay. What going on? I don't know. I don't think we're going to know, man. November 1st is trying to steal the thunder of Halloween, I'll tell you that. Not evil. Because we're just talking about adults. Nobody has talked about in any of these diatribes, because I don't have any, unfortunately, but no one's really talking about how this is affecting kids growing up right now. That's like a hidden leaf village in this whole story, is that we have kids out there who are conscious, like we were as kids, who have phones like we didn't, who have access to information, even us, low key or high key sometimes, right? So any age gradient. So you can go from like, I don't know, 4th grade, was that 10 years old? From 4th grade to 12th grade, them. Definitely from 4th grade onward. 4th grade to 12th grade kids who live in this crazy ass world, right? Like right now. And then amongst them, those are some of the ones who might be hungry. Because after all, they didn't choose their mothers per se. You get it? But they're here anyway. And they're kids, and they're conscious, and they're living. And they're trying to figure out life for the first time ever, after a pandemic, after a time period they will never remember because they were just too young at that time. So it's a reference point, but it's not their reality when they're coming into consciousness and what they're adjusting to in their body, right? They're adjusting to this reality. And they're watching all this shit going on here and all this shit going on. And then on social media and TikTok too. Maybe in a different algorithm, hopefully, but usually certain shit crosses over and they'll follow in their own rabbit hole, right? So you gotta think about them too. There's a lot of young people under 21. First time being here in human history. 6 years ago, they're 15. So those people who just graduated college, who can't, 50% of them can't find jobs right away, at least in their field, right? Because there's no slots, no availability, and it's transition to AI. What you have to think about is when you were 21, 2018, shit, 16, and now you're looking at life. For us who had dreams and shit, like, oh yeah, man, I want to work on my craft, move to Atlanta, start my own studio, visit Los Angeles, New York, this and that, whatever, marry one of these R&B girls. But what does that sound like to you now, if you're 16 today? Right? If you were 16 to 21 today in that mind frame, for the first time in human history, you're about to figure out what you want to do for yourself, leading to where you are now. You know how it should go. But if you were 16 again with these variables, everything you know that's wrong with relationships and how women are acting, although the younger girls are acting different, but they're still more masculine than the girls you had a reference to. You think about the jobs and opportunities. We're talking about tech, learning how programming, but maybe we can hustle on MySpace and the internet and SoundClick. They tell you to, do this and do that, but then you see like all your friends you grew up, now you're in these international high schools and ICE is like taking away your best friend and shit. But they want you to think about serving your government. Like that shit crazy. We're talking about the dollar menu. Make chickens and shit. Yeah, since high school. So like, I can be in high school where the value of the dollar is different. I didn't have many of them, but they're valuable. I can be in high school and feed myself. Right? I worked at McDonald's in high school. That's funny as fuck. I was made $5.15 an hour, enough for a combo at the time. If I worked at McDonald's again now at $5.15 an hour, then now I wouldn't be able to buy my own fucking food at McDonald's. So you just gotta think about the kids now. Skip school and do what? They can't even skip school and go to the movie theaters. We had a $1.50 movie theater. We can do that, right? They can't skip school and go to the mall. They'll go to the food court and it's like $15 a pop. You don't be figuring out like, why is your kid requesting money from you? And why is it so specifically $30, right? So like, they can't even do shit on the low for real. They can't do fun stuff. They can't afford it. They don't even know it's fun yet, you understand? But like, when we had this map, and it was fucked already for us compared to the past of us too, but that moment, that in-between buffer, that transition period where you be like, yo, I can skip school, and I never skip school like that, but I'm just saying as a thesis, I can skip school, get a day pass on the bus for $1, $1.50, go downtown, from downtown go to the mall, from the mall go to the part of the side of the town I'm not from, get back, whoop, 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 whoop. And that whole time I could stop at the store, buy bullshit snacks for under $1 and buy a drink. And then from there I can go whoop, 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 whoop. And I go to the food court and spend $5. Like $10 to $20, high school or college. And then you're doing that in the same environment where other people can do that too, and they are.
You run into them on the bus more often. You run into them downtown waiting for their own bus, maybe. And they're definitely at the food court. You don't see that no more. Social networking, you don't see it. Those kids are simulating a social network. And half the time they're typing in broken hand, which is why they have a more interesting proclivity to watching streamers all day. Because it's not that the kids ain't outside. It's like, what does outside mean to them anyway? They don't get it. They don't get it. So all they see is like the girls, what they do outside. They're talking about partying and bullshitting. And then they adopt, unfortunately, their attitudes and attributes because they don't know that we would tell them, why y'all listen to those hoes anyway? Hoes wasn't the only thing outside, nigga. I know. They don't have no reference to anything outside besides these hoes. That's half the damn problem. Even these hoes themselves, they don't have a better role model. We wasn't outside for hoes, bro. We was outside because that's where life was. Life wasn't in your phone. No such animal at that time. Life wasn't at home. In fact, that's why you weren't there. Life was outside anyway. So when I said I was outside, I mean I was living my life since I was a kid. Around other people, other social groups, other people's houses and apartments. Going on little missions to stores across town for whatever fucking reason. Whoever I'm with. Stop at the park sometime, mainly during the summer. But other than that, we're running these missions until it's time to go home and go to sleep and go to school again. Then right after school, back on the job again. We're outside. Quite literally. We're just poor though. But I say that to say, not every kid I was outside with was a poor kid. And they was outside too. Yep, they was outside. There's nothing else to do. My Uncle Chad was outside. Like outside. Like when I met him when he was like 10 to 14 years old. He was never home. Never. And somehow in his time outside from 10 to 17, he ended up in sports cars and motorcycles. And he don't own none of them. So he's outside like a kid. But he was able to penetrate that tier of his local Newark society in Hillside, which is tough. But he did that shit outside. He rode bikes since then. Somehow, people let him use their bikes. I don't know his fucking science. I wish he told me more about it, but rest in peace. But he was outside. He was outside on bikes going to New York. Then he met Aaliyah. Then he was hanging out with Aaliyah. So much, he can introduce her to Reggie Burrell. Like, my uncle was outside for real. And if he wasn't outside, he would never met Aaliyah. But they never made music together. They were on bikes. Outside. It was outside, bro. It was never for social media. It was never, none of this was ever for social media. This shit was for outside. We made music to get on radio. We hear radio because we're outside. We weren't listening to radio in our house. Some of us did when we made our own mixtapes and stuff, but by the time we could, we had internet. So no. Before that, it was like, nah, we was outside. We at the park, music playing off the radio. We outside. You remember those movies, Spike Lee and them? They had the boom boxes. Yeah, the boom box was fading out, but they had other kinds of boom boxes and other kinds of setups. The music was still playing outside. It was outside, out of the car, whatever, it was outside. And if one person had the radio in their car or the new CD in their car, everybody heard it because everybody was outside. And I mean like 10 or more people at any given fucking time in your age group outside. Like, it was never meant for like, oh, if you go to my channel on my page, you'll see a degree of outside. Like, nah, we were all outside at the same time seeing the same thing for the most part, just from different angles. You heard about such and such? You talk to someone outside. They was on the other side of the story to tell you what happened on the other side because they was outside. Internet make that more instant, but then you miss so many details. The stories are completely boring and change in comparison if you remember what outside was. People, because the kids are asking like, before the phones, what did y'all do? We was outside, but here's context clues.
because you're outside, when you get home, there's way more to talk about. So like when you're not on the phone watching everyone else talk, when you're not on the phone just figuring out the politics, the gossip, the news, the streamer shit, it's quite possibly if you call someone on the phone or not, whoever's about to come home next is going to have a story to tell. That story going to go from 6 to 7 o'clock, sometimes longer. And then someone else might get a chance to tell their story. One day at a time, I guess. Then it's dinner. Then it's time to clean and do this and that and third and homework if you had homework. And then you're back to sleep. And you wake up and go to school again. That shit like all day it feel like. And then you're outside again. Then the winter change, it gets dark sooner. Then you're outside at nighttime most of the time as a kid. Don't miss it. As soon as Batman go off. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, oh shit, the sun going down. We gotta go to this corner store. We used to buy hoagies. They don't call them that nowhere else, but they call them hoagies up there, man. It's like going to Jimmy John's and Subway. But you go to those places, and I don't even think it was that many dollars, man. It was always under $5. It was always under $5. It wasn't $8. But if you have more than $8 and less than $5, you can get a whole fucking sub made for you, right? And you're a kid, and they're huge, and they were packing them bitches, right? You feel me? I ain't going no fucking Subway or Jimmy John's. I'm going to them niggas. What they names again? What country they from? Is that Iran or Yugoslavia? One of them, something like that. Making you fucking sandwiches, boy. You get chips and a soda or whatever the fuck it is. You had more juices too back then. Say what, but whatever the case is, man, outside. You outside. You going to that one spot right there because you're outside. Guess who the fuck else gonna be there? Everybody outside in your fucking neighborhood. You start running into them on certain days and certain times. Like, oh, you coming here for your mother? Oh, it's Friday. Oh, someone just got paid. Oh, food stamps. Hey, you know, like you can almost predict it. I would start timing my outside to run into other people. That's how outside was. You could time the moment you leave the door to go to school to intersect the girl from 3 apartment buildings down. Trust me, I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran at that, boy. We are navigators for real. I was doing that since I was a kid. I was like, yo, she normally leave a little bit later or earlier than me. I'm gonna have to clock this shit. And as a little boy, I'm like, I'm gonna leave 5 minutes early. Just so I can catch up there. Wasn't on your phone? What phone? I don't even think I talked to those girls on the phone. But I seen them outside in real life. So there'd be no reason for me to call them. We wasn't in love. We were kids playing outside and shit. I just like pretty girls. Period. Universal. On King David. I just kept that on no matter what I do in life. So it's like, yeah. We outside, that moment in life is so much different. I just chalked it up to childhood. I didn't know that was going to be a moment like a generational either. I thought that was just like the normal childhood story. Nah, we didn't have group chats. We weren't bullying people on the internet. Like, you had to worry about your bully on Friday when you go to that store where them sandwiches are at and you hungry and you don't get that sandwich. They just gonna have to fucking fight. Or you're nervous, scared. I have been. I'll wait a few more minutes until they leave. I'm gonna have to sit outside on this one. And hopefully they don't see me. Woo! Anyway, back to my sandwich. Yep. Outside, for real. See, y'all can block people you don't like. You ain't even gotta see them. You ain't even gotta let them follow you. You can go private. How the fuck I'm gonna do any of those options with my ops? I gotta be outside for real. I gotta be at the outside where everyone outside. So even if they're not there, someone that know them or they're related to gonna be outside eventually. You can never avoid the inevitable when you're outside for real. And I think that's why my tribe was so keen on winning fights. Like fighting back, period. Win or lose, just fighting back. Because it sets the tone for outside. Everybody ain't just gonna fuck with you. Win or lose. Everyone can't fight. Everyone don't want to fight. It's dangerous. So like the fact that you're a target for fights and you're fighting back, or you're a target for fights and you're winning them, it changes the whole outside conditions. On the internet, y'all talking about followers. Niggas think they Jesus. No. Nah, we wasn't outside with no followers. We can be around people who getting beat up. I didn't hang around nobody who get beat up. That's a whole different style of living. That's a whole different outside experience. Because you had to, because you're outside for real. With all these different micro tribes, all these new immigrants, all these new attitudes, all these new social people who came from parents, and this the time period, Reaganomics, or people who still had something, but their mother wanted to do it on their own, but they still visit their grandparents. There's all these different, there's more variables actually. And not all of them were bad. Just people doing their own thing. Remember, we were kids, so our parents were only in their early 20s when that was normal. If I have a kid now, my kids' memories will be like, yeah, when I was a kid, my dad was like 40. Now, when I was a kid, and my parents were like kids. Don't forget, we were being raised by kids. My kids will never be raised by a kid. I was raised by kids. Big different story, right? Totally different story. These women are waiting till after their degree and getting their job to have their first kid. My mother was finishing college only for 2 years. Like, at the end of that, she had me. The end. Before she got her first job. Then she died. And then she got that job offer a week later. Ain't that a bitch? But I'm saying she timed it perfectly. She timed me being 1.5 and her first big major job in New York, because that's where we're headed. We're headed to New York City. We're going to New York after that. Nope, never happened. Of course, I know. Life sucks. But she's still a kid. She's only like 21 years old. My mother was 21 years old. She was a kid. We just got out of college. These kids today, 50% of them getting out of college, they ain't got no fucking kids and they ain't got no damn jobs. They still living at home with their parents. My mom and dad were in a house already, saving up money to get ready to move to New York City. Before the 90s, right before the 90s, right before the shit was about to get good, right before the shit re-exploded. Life said, Me, I still gotta go outside anyway. They just put me across the river. A hell of experience. Instead of New York City, I had Newark City, connected by a train. The other side of Pennsylvania, the other side, they're connected now. From Newark to New York, that train right there. I was just on the wrong side of the train tracks. That's all. That's all. Same story, same people, same city, same job, same stories. There's different degrees of it. So yeah, it was like growing up in a microcosm of New York City, but completely poor in comparison. But it's the same people, same energy, same attitudes. The train station right there, boy. That is the train station. Yeah. So we was outside. But then when I say I'm outside like in New York, in New Jersey. I'm outside like and it's because I lived somewhere else and I know it's not the same. Even down south when I moved down, and I seen the kids outside down south. I'm like, where do y'all go to the corner store? Y'all don't like borrow money from your mom or something to like run to the store? They'll have one, and I always find it. I'm like, yo, y'all ever go to that? You know, they back down there, they have like before it's more common for gas stations to have convenience stores. Like before that happened, that wasn't always the case, by the way. I'm that old. But before that was the case, you have other forms of that and smaller ones like that. And I'll find them. I'm like, oh, it's just shit that don't look like it don't sell gas, but it do sometimes. Those places. I'm like, y'all ever walk up there and like buy chips, sodas, or candy? They looking at me like I was a fucking foreign animal. Like, what are you talking about? I used to go to a corner store every fucking day, before and after school if I had money. And by money, I mean a few quarters. All I had to do was find quarters. That's all. In the couch, in the apartment complex, on the stairs, whatever. On the sidewalk, outside the store. Shit. Cousins, friends, somebody got a quarter. Someone else got another quarter. There we go. I'm going to the store. 50 cents guaranteed I'm going to the store that day. All I need is 15 cents. When I was in Camden, it balanced out the horror of it because every day they gave me $1. I was balling. I was balling in Camden. I had $1 a day in Camden, boy. I could have fucked around and saved that shit $5 at the end of the week if I wanted to. Value. Imagine. That's like, what I'm saying is like I'm a 9-year-old, 10-year-old with like $10 to $20. That's what it felt like. That's how much fucking candy I was buying when I look back on it for $1. So yeah, it was balling. But there's other kids who got $5 a day. You're in the drug economy, not foreign. Just bags of money with small change. Outside, bro. I'm talking about babies. We was like the last generation outside for real. Gen X ain't got shit on us. We went from outside to the internet. We brought the outside to the internet. It wasn't the rest of these people. It wasn't Yeezy and Tumblr and Twitter people. Vibes and aesthetics and types people. That wasn't us outside, nigga. We wouldn't hang out with half these damn people. That's why it's weird to be on social media and have so many followers or to be following so many people. Outside, it was way more natural selection. And then you had to do outside twice. Personally and professionally. Those are two different outsides. I didn't get a chance to do that up north. I know the ropes. I know what happens. You don't have the people in your neighborhood. You have to entertain and deal with the shenanigans. You have to. It's a rites of passage. You cannot ignore them. You cannot put your earpods on. They've known you since you were a kid. They know your mother or somebody, your aunt, your cousin. You're locked in with those people fucking forever, as long as y'all live there. And then you gotta cross the waters. Usually most people wasn't rushing to buy a car because you can just take a bus or train to New York City. So when you make any of those pilgrimages to get your own money and get your own apartment, everything changes for you. Because you usually don't have to do that in another neighborhood. That's usually not your fucking neighborhood. Today, you can just move any neighborhood willy-nilly if you wanted to. Willy-nilly as fuck. You can just move to any side of fucking town. Your ass ain't supposed to be on it. And it'll be just fine. I ain't talking about crime. You just couldn't just live around anyone. Most people don't remember those times. It wasn't racism. It was outside. Street politics. If you know, you know. And you learn most of those rules in school. From the kids of those people, from the little brothers of those people, you hear everything. Even with kids' ears, you understand something. Like, oh, I ain't going over there. Hell no, I ain't going to that store. Let alone get an apartment next to it. I know who hang out there at night. I know too many stories that start there. I will never get my first apartment next to that store, bitch. Crazy as hell. I don't want to be on that side of town, period. Nobody in American history wanted to live next to fucking White Castle in New Jersey, bro. That ain't it. Harold and Kumar lied to you, dog. Harold and Kumar is cap. They must have went to White Castle in goddamn Delaware. There's more than one White Castle up north. Ain't many. There's three White Castles out here. I ain't been once, but I'm gonna go there by my birthday. Anyway, Lord willing. The buildings are projects. So that means they just threw them up 20, 30 years before we got there. And now they're throwing people from all over the Caribbean and Africa, I think, into them. No, I'm good on that. This is the first time you're running into any people like that socially, culturally, or anything for the first time in human history. I'm all right on that. That's a whole different outside experience. We talking about when you see black people in America and they don't speak English without an accent. Like, we was outside then. We're talking about everyone can open up their fucking mouth speaking King James English. And we couldn't understand them with their accents. You know, the only people who were speaking like proper English, kinda, were certain Africans that were coming over. The really dark-skinned ones. I don't even think they were Nigerians at the time. I don't know what immigration package they had back then. I don't think it was Nigerians. But they were dark skinned, they're tall, kind of skinny. Very skinny at the time compared to Africans that come now. Like bony and smart. Or educated, I should say. So they talk different. But other than that, man, everybody had their grandma accent. Everybody. I'm talking about little Trinidad kids with accents in 3rd grade, like, and still got them. Like, everybody grew up in a household with a grandmother or mother who didn't speak English as a primary language. And these are black people. So you be reading a lot of shit on social media and Twitter and shit, and these people be having really thick, crazy accents. And they're not like, yeah, you're a dumbass. Why are you arguing with them? Do you hear how they speak? If I was in the 90s, I'm like, look what we talking about. Look who talking about it. Who the dummy? They just got here. Shut your ass. Leave it alone. Let them have cake, bro. Like, they don't know what the fuck going on. They trying to be down. And that's what happened to your music industry. Your music industry is a lot of these people trying to be down. Let's entertain it. Let's imagine if 21 Savage was not an American citizen and he was born in some British island. Who's his fucking parents? So what the fuck he know about being a thug or a gangster in Atlanta? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Although that's not his story. He grew up outside of Atlanta with Malachi Z. York. That's why he doesn't have a United States citizenship, like I told you. That's exactly why Jay-Z was able to fix it for him. You know, the guy who grew up in Marcy Projects with Malachi Z. York. Anyway, Jazzo, yeah. When I was a kid, Jamaicans were still Jamaicans, Haitians were still Haitians, and everyone that was dark-skinned, diaspora, African, dislocated, former slaves, whatever the fucking story is from the 1850s, they still had accents. They still had regional accents. There was no Wale's. Nope. Wyclef still got an accent. I knew Wyclef back then, before he was a Fugees, or around that time he started rapping, with his accent, like his natural accent. And in the stoop of Haitians and Jamaicans that they would be sitting on in that apartment complex, all with accents, barely talking English. That's the 90s, dog. What I'm saying is there's a whole history that happened in those streets that are not even in fucking English. Now, like, there's a whole bunch of shit that happened that wasn't in English. And there's a whole bunch of shit that happened to English-speaking people from foreign people, and you don't have the reasons, and you don't know the whats and the whys and the whos because it ain't in English. In real time, you're like, I don't know what the fuck going on with them niggas. I don't know why he stabbed him. Them niggas crazy. That's all we needed. Red flag, oh, they crazy. Like, different type of crazy. Nah, AKA their thresholds were different. Like, no, that's crazy. Like, that's a crazy threshold for us. So they're crazy because that we had to go crazy to hit that threshold. They crazy. All right, stay over there. Don't do that. Then you have all the black magic and voodoo rumors. That was then. That was brand new, dog. That's the 70s and 80s. Oh man, they coming over here with that voodoo, with that witchcraft. People who don't speak no damn English. You believe them? Like, the fuck are they saying? And they do witchcraft? I'm out of here, baby. I'm good. I am good. I am not coming to Newark by myself at nighttime. I'll stay out in the first thing in the morning. First train smoking, I'm going. But shit, I'll be here before sundown, nigga. I'm out. Fuck. I got to go to Irvington. Fuck this shit. Where my aunt at? Where my cousins at? I'm gonna go house to house for the rest of this trip. Fuck this. Yeah. Because we was outside. We was outside. That's what I mean. We're going to house, place to place, park to park, friend to friend. Community. Can you fucking imagine it? But I think the misconception is when you have densely populated cities, everyone in that city and every building on that block and all these things that combine, all of that wasn't your people. Like, you weren't outside with everybody. It's not like the TV shows, like Everyone Hates Chris and he's just walking outside saying hi to everybody. That must have been the 70s and prior. But remember that, before that, niggas are down south with houses. So integration apartments and projects, that may have lasted for like 2 days. But in real life, when I was out there, I didn't know, hell no. I didn't say hi to everybody. I said hi to a lot of people. That's it. That's the difference. There's like 1,000 people outside. You only got to talk to like 10 of them. The overlap. They're networked with the family at the top, or they're networked with you at school, or they frequent your spots or your parks, and it's like, it becomes a Photons, man. Static image. It's fixed. You can't do that today. You can't do that at all. I haven't seen nothing like it. I watch these kids leave the high school to get on the city bus or to walk down that street. They not linked up like that. They get tuned out. They're like 50 fucking kids walking in subgroups of like 2 or 3 at a time. And the only ones that have more than 3 people are the Mexicans, of course, right? They know each other, and they're united by Spanish. But the black kids be 2 by 2s. And be 2 boys walking together, and they're not even talking to each other. Someone got the headphones on, someone got a scooter, someone got a skateboard. And you see all these different flavors of people, all these different tribes of people, all in the same high school, all walking through the same subdevelopments, and eventually further down there's some apartments, all within a square 2 miles to 5 mile stops. I doubt these niggas is walking that far, except for the ones on scooters. I was like, I wish I had an electric scooter when I was in school. Shit. But anyway, besides them, they're not clicked up outside, bro. Like standing next to each other, walking down the street in a long line for a mile, they never, you know what I'm saying? They're not integrated. And when they're standing at the bus stop, they'll be closer to each other than we ever were. But in that closeness, I'm waiting to see like, oh shit, this is a fucking 10, 12 friend group. Shit, I haven't seen these since middle school, but I go with it. Nah, they're not even talking to each other. It'd be some Mexican kid with 2 Mexican girls type usually. That's it. Everybody else is in their own world. And nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying their own world is their phone. Because the only thing they're going to do is go home, put on the air fryer, music, computer, LED lights, and be back on that same phone that they're already on outside. When you was outside back then, you're just outside. There is no phone. There is no distraction. There's no other world. There's no virtual anything. There's no messages coming in. You could have a pager or a phone, but that's usually for family and friends. Like, it's not that deep. You're going to be outside anyway. I go outside and have no idea where my fucking father is, and he'll have even less idea where the fuck I'm at. 90s. But somehow, we end up at the same house before nighttime, at the very least. Or I'll be there and he'll be there eventually. Day in and day out. That formula hasn't failed until 2005. He go out wherever the fuck he is. I go out hoping to live, and we'll rendezvous. Yep, he taught me how to do it by myself. Before he went to New York, or to work in New York, or go to school in New York, he spent that whole summer or 2 walking me everywhere. I didn't realize that's what he was doing though. But he was training me. We walk everywhere. First thing in the morning, get up and walk somewhere. And I wasn't clocking it, but I was. Because he said it too. Like, I don't remember what he said to me back then, like the actual bar for bars, but I remember when we go out, the tone of it was like I had to pay attention. It wasn't fun. It was like, pay attention. And I'm good at paying attention, so I got used to it. But he'll always show me the place and then let me go. Like, lead me. Like, see if I make the right turn at the right block. Or he'll ask me a stupid question for an adult to ask a kid my age. Like, hey, if you're from here, how are we gonna get to McDonald's? And my little neurodivergent ass like, oh shit, McDonald's? Oh, we go down 2 blocks that way, make a right, and it's over there by the car wash. And he'll show me shortcuts. But then he'll tell me not to take them. Like, don't cross people's yards and stuff like that. That was more common before. Like, you can pass through people's yards because it's the city. But people started being weird and getting killed and shit. Anyway, but he'll show me shortcuts. He'll show me the logic of a shortcut. Like, we'll go to an apartment complex where you can park your car in the back, and he'll take me all the way to the back in the car, and then he'll take me up to the gate where the street is at, and he'll be like, oh, you know what that is over there? I'm like, oh yeah, that's the such and such restaurant. And then he just drive back around, and, he was trying to make sure I knew where I was, no matter where he took me. That was the number one thing he did. He always checked in with me. Do you know where you are, basically? He said it in a different way. He tested me in a way, but he was doing that on purpose. So that if I was ever by myself or anything ever happened to him, he knew that I can get back to safety. But when you're outside, you don't just have one safe house. It's like Grand Theft Auto. I can get back to where I domicile at, where I go to sleep at night. I can go back to 2 of his ex-girlfriend's house. if push came to shove, right? I can knock on the door and it's not a stranger. Any of the babysitters ever in human history, right? And then whatever, like whatever family member or other thing, there's like, I'm outside by myself, but where depending on where I am between home and school, in that radius, there's 5 other neighborhoods I'm aware of. If push came to shove, he knew that would kick in, and I would go to the path of least resistance and at least knock on the door and show up then, and their neighbors and their friends and everyone that's accustomed to me. So they, parents back then without cell phones and shit like that, they kind of had the luxury of the community, but it wasn't the whole community. It's more so the network within the community is a more accurate way of describing outside. It wasn't the community. It was your network within a community, but no different than it is now with social media, I guess. But outside it was more profound because it'll keep you alive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just trained me how to stay outside, how to stay alive outside. He didn't teach me how to be dangerous and get over on people and play the games that people outside play. No, he taught me how to recognize that and how to sense it and how to fucking walk away. And if for whatever reason I can't fucking walk away, how to punch a motherfucker through his face. But that's why it was so violent. It wasn't violent to intimidate or hurt people. It was violent. He had to teach me violence because a lot of those people don't take no as an answer. And I wasn't a giant yet. So you understand, like, it's like either you move or you don't. I'm moving, right? Like, you can get out my way or I'm going through you, right? He was like that. And he had to train a boy to be like that. Impossible. It took me years and years to even have the nerve for that type of energy he got. But he earned it. I didn't earn it yet. He was just saying, hey, you outside out here. You're in a buffer to New York. You outside with these crazy niggas who can't afford New York. You outside with these crazy kids and these new immigrants and it's crack area. You outside. You outside. You outside. You ain't no fucking follower. You ain't getting in nobody's fucking car. And you take your ass home before the street lights or whatever the equivalent was. The end. You go there and back. Little did he know, I was never there and back. But the principle was, if I ever felt off or danger, there and back. All right, I'm too far from there and I'm too far from back. So let me realign myself to safety. Like that's a beautiful thing to teach your kids, man. Navigation. Not just navigating the environment or just navigating directions, but navigating life. References. They need references. And that's the only thing that's been my saving grace in the life that I've had to live. Is that I know I remember since I was a kid, like, this shit changes. People change, people move, locations change, that's cool. I just gotta find the same checkpoints. Oh, there's my corner store. I walk there every morning. And I said that before I even came out here, knew I was coming out here. I said, it's funny, everywhere I fucking move, there's a corner store now. And I moved here and there's 3 of them. I'd be joking about that and it happened. But then it's like locked in. It's like, okay, well, this is similar to that map then. I'm here off the main road, going to the corner store. If I go to the corner store, that's where I'm gonna meet most of the people at first. I'm gonna get all the leads for jobs and opportunities. And then I'm gonna find out what the good neighborhoods are and what the bad neighborhoods are. And because I'm next to a school, I'm gonna see where most of the people live based on where they turn at that corner. And like, that's just me as a kid, all over again. Drinking Arizona, smoking Black and Milds, clocking it. So when these little Mexican mafias come up and these little other kids and all their other affiliations in their early 20s, and I see all the drugs are on, and then I'm clocking them. Like, who does he walk up to and talk to? Who does he pull away and meet him up in there in the huddle? How many people are in the huddle? How old are they? They in a car or are they walking? Which street do they turn down? Oh, they all go left. Oh, them niggas from the east side, okay. So I know how to expect more of what I'm seeing. I know which direction to go from this intersection. Like, oh, if I go right, if I go down this street that I normally walk down, and I make a right, and I've never done it on feet yet, but I know there's a problem down there somewhere. I know it's on the right side. If I go to the left side, even where I'm sitting now, on that side, it's like suburbs, I guess, spaced out like a Trevor mission on Grand Theft Auto. But then there's like a lot of houses and shit like that. Ain't nothing over there. That's where all the money at. That's some niggas who trying to live up on the mountain and shit. That's on that side. Directly right here. Right from where I'm sitting. All the money and the civilians that buy houses and live with money, they over there. Now there's money all around this bitch. Penthouses, all them niggas, apartments, all that. Yeah, no. But per capita, like, oh, that side of town is like when you got the game, you retire or raise your family over there. They call it Las Vegas. It is not a Las Vegas. It is a whole nother suburb. I think they most recently expanded that part of the map. But anyway, over there. So I know where that is. I know every road that leads that way don't lead that way. All the problems are that way. Makes sense. That's where the Walmart at. That's the direction of Walmart, of course. Okay, I've never been here before, but I've been here I've been here in spirit. All right, so orientate the high school to Walmart and then cover it down. I see all the cool apartments. I actually like those apartments, but they might be low income apartments for them. Okay. That's all the single mothers live. I seen them with their babies at the store. All right. So you go all the way down and you're on the main intersection where most people would work because that's where all the plazas are and all the minimum wage shit, right? Basically. CenturyLink. All right. Where do we shop at? Go down further and you get to the seniors and those casinos you don't see brochures about. Oh, there's all the drunks, all the drug users, all the tweakers, all the homeless. And then they house patinas do things. They have these makeshift things that look cool, but they're not. The material's not that good. They have smaller houses that look more like Cali, like Grand Theft Auto, the little shotgun style houses. And then they have trailer parks. It blows your mind. All in the same radius, but you can kind of sense the tone of the people based on what a trailer park looks like in a city called Las Vegas is way different than a trailer park city in Carolina. The clientele is different, right? So you. Like, oh, these are older people. Oh, there's a lot of white people. There's a lot of Mexicans. Oh, these are now 2025. These are mixed communities. Okay. Until they can afford the prefabs. I get it. It's the moving on up. Ass niggas. So this is the moving on up region. Okay. Then I listen. Like, how do most people get money around here? You would expect it to be gambling. Niggas be working. Doing little side hustles, a lot of drugs. So you ain't gonna get all the real answers. I learned how to mind my business. Because the thing about it is, how do the homeless people always have drug money? It's not always from being panhandling. I mean, most people got Cashapp. They ain't even got cash to give them. But they still find a way to get drug money. I don't understand anything. I don't want to hang out all day with them. But you get plus 10 bonus points if you go homeless as a veteran. So if any reason you had to pretend, Smith, I ain't saying this for educational purposes only, you might want to go to a thrift store or someplace that got one of these veteran hats. Times 10 your efforts. I'm telling you something. So yeah, if you need to survive something, veteran hat. So now you go through it, and I look at where they go on their map. Like, where are they buying their drugs from? They ain't going to tell you that. You just want to ask them, or you want to look at the bags they bring around you. Like, where they get their food from? Campedo. Where's that at? That's either over there or over there. But these motherfuckers be gambling and having on drugs. It's next to the Walmart. Damn it. So that whole boulevard. All right. That's this side of town's, my side of town's, south side. We call it south side in North Carolina. That's south side. That's south side ass behavior. That's a south side Walmart. That ain't a regular Walmart. That's a south side Walmart. I understand everything. So like, all because of being outside as a kid. And that's with me, without me ever going outside and exploring and meeting everybody and just being here for a long time. I'm putting this app together just by peeping game one corner store trip at a time. And I go out, I'll Uber sometimes, once in a while. But I'm not figuring it out because I'm out there. I'm figuring it out because I'm outside, and people outside are out there too. Feel me? Like it's universal knowledge. It doesn't change because we're generational. The time period, United States, America, whether I'm East Coast or West Coast. The only thing changed is the position of the shape. All I got to do is make an adjustment. But the rules are the same. The rules are exactly the same. They just tweaked in values. But if I want to increase my chance of survival, I know one thing's for sure, two things for certain. I need to figure out how to get my ass on the left side of this map where all that extra money at and figure out where the money at and how it can get into my bag. And if I was going to spot that, I'm like, if I'm looking for opportunity, if I'm looking to hang out, like once I get a car, where am I going to hang out? Am I going to hang out more at the Walmart where everybody be at? Or am I going to try to get to the shopping plazas on the side where I saw those girls with the Chanel purses and shoes on for no goddamn reason outside a tobacco shop? I'm going to that side of town. I'm going to go to that tobacco shop more often. I'm going to go to that Dunkin' place for my coffee whenever I can afford it once a week these days, right? Until they start putting money in my pocket, that is. But you understand? So you can go anywhere in the United States or the world probably, and you have this map with you, and you go, highest probability of where I fucking should look or be. Not even look, because it's not like looking, it's a choice you make. It's an option. It's like, I can even try to go to the strip. And obviously there's a lot of money there because of the nature of the casinos and the stores and the patronizing and consumerism type of things. Yeah, there's a lot of money there, but that's corporate. It's a lot of money for corporations. And people who have $1 million leases on their little restaurant. So that money is being vacuumed to the top there. Now, you can probably find some on the ground, or if you know how to hustle and talk to people, they make a killing out there. If you love gambling and sports betting and stuff and you get around those people, yeah, obviously you belong there. Because there won't be nothing but suckers all up and down, tourists and all kind of shit. I'm not trying to short-stop tourism in the what do they call those people? Scalpers and scammers and stuff. I don't need that as my network. Even with or without making money with them, I don't want that to be my network, right? So I have to actually avoid that. That's off the map. That's good for social circumstances. Like when you have the money already and you're like, where am I going to hang out? Because I'm not trying to, I'm trying to meet a different caliber or tier of people for whatever God-forsaken reason these days. Like, all right, so you take your little bit of money and you hang out there just in case someone notices you from anywhere else. Like, hey, oh shit, you out here? Yeah, I'm on Fremont, blah, blah, blah. Yo, man, you gonna get a drink? Where the drinks at, man? You know, over here. And then boom, then you do a cutscene. That's more like side quest shit. That's how you stumble into a side quest. That would never be a main quest. Main quest would be over here. Those people figured out whatever the game was, and they got money now. So whether I run into one of their daughters, or whether I run into some nerd out there who loves music production, I know if those people over there, and I know the music gonna be horrible because they're over there, but if they talk to me and they ask me, like everyone asks me, hey, for whatever fucking reason, I want to ask you, do you make music? Yeah, I'm a music producer. I'd rather have that random question happen at their stores. Because I know they're gonna be halfway serious about money. Whereas if I go to Walmart over there, on the dark side of town, Simba, when the sun starts going down on this side of the mountain, you don't want to pass that. You see, I'm gonna show y'all something about that mountain right there. That mountain is our border. That is it. It ain't nothing over there. There is, but it ain't. It's this shit like Tekken. This like Virtual Fighter, boy. Literally, like if you've never seen a ring out in real life, come to Las Vegas. It's ring out. That's ring out, right? Like that background is just an illusion. That's a simulation. So this is a border. So I'm on the corner of some shit, like. But if I go that way, that's where all the money live. If I go north and I follow that mountain and that mountain ain't on my side no more, I'm in the wrong part of town, bitch. So a navigator kid, I can almost tell you the vibe of the plaza based on where that mountain is. This mountain saved your life now. At nighttime, they got 2 little red dots on those little towers. You can barely see them. There's like a little radio tower or whatever fucking bullshit is in the space. 2 of them bitches. I see them 2 little red lights in the distance. And I'm staring at it. Either I'm west off of it or I'm east off of it. I'm safer to the east side of that mountain. So even if I go diagonal and I peek to my right and I see that mountain and I feel like I'm too far west of those red lights in that mountain, like, you know how you stare at something? You stare at this fucking mountain. The same way, you know how like it's in your back. Like, I gotta take a picture of myself in front of this mountain, and the mountain too far that way. Oh yeah, it's time for me to go this way. Oh shit, I'm rained out. I'm way out of my comfort zone, nigga. Nah, that's like playing that. Nah, this is Fortnite, nigga. Nah, it's not a comfort zone. It's the circle. Nah, I know the circle is gonna appear on this side of the mountain, so I need to start making my way back. It's more like Fortnite. It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous. It's not. There's nothing's going to happen if you end up on that side of town, besides all the shenanigans. But when you become older and you're responsible for your energy, I know I attract shenanigans. I attract shenanigans in the form of people. So that person may not be threatening to me, but if you get around that energy too much, you attract more of it and more of it. And then when it collects like an electron on an atom, then all of a sudden there's an explosion of dumb shit. Whether it's anger, whether it's lashing out at each other, whether it's a crackhead fight these days, or anything of that flavor. I know that the highest potential for any of that shit to be a witness to me is from any nigga who telling me a story and they on that side of the mountain. You gonna tell me that happened on that side of the mountain? You gonna tell me that person got stabbed at that hotel on that side of the mountain? You wanna tell me get all the money somehow on that side of the mountain? You wanna tell me that you on another bike? Nigga, I asked you for a bike 5 months ago. Where my bike at? You promised me. Now you got another one. You telling me you finding these bikes on that side of the mountain? That's all I need to know, bro. So if I go looking for like, oh, my own apartment and shit, I can't wait to, really strike out on my own again at 40. Yeah, I am, but I ain't gonna be on that side of the mountain. I don't want to look at none of the apartments on that side of the mountain. I don't think it's worth looking. I don't even think, and I don't think the price is gonna be much of a difference either, which is why this science is sacred. I don't care what the fucking, I don't care about the new cool luxury apartments that they're trying to get rid of because no one's renting them. I don't care about the old ones. I don't care about, they have a lot of more hotels and motel type of living here too because of the nature of it being tourist, but people rent them weekly or monthly. I do that if I have to, but it ain't gonna be on that side of the mountain. That's all I know. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Bro, I played too much Grand Theft Auto with these niggas. I've been outside too long for these niggas. I know how to go through this bitch. I know where the missions are. I know where the quest markers are. That's all. Yep. And I know at any given time, those dynamics can flip or change. That's why you got to pay attention to people. They'll tell you. You'll stop hearing stories about that street, that boulevard, that side of the mountain, if it changes. But in the meantime, even when I'm driving, I'm be shit. I'm like, how much traffic is going that direction? How many people at this intersection are turning right to go that way? Let me get a good look at these niggas. Let me see where these cars are going. Which side does the sports car? Because a lot of people buy Corvettes out here. Which side does the Corvette turn, and which side does that loud ass pickup truck turn? You want to know where all the loud ass pickup trucks are coming from? You want to guess? Well, I was like, yo, why the fuck they doing that to their truck? Do you want to know per capita what turn they make? Per capita, the turn they come from, because it's coming down this street, which don't go nowhere, which is a bad sign. But when they're leaving this side of the street, they're turning to that side, on that side of that mountain. That's where they park those loud ass trucks. I don't know nothing else. I don't know why they do that to their truck. I don't know what house they in. I don't know what apartment they in, but I know which side of the mountain them trucks be going. They go that side, right fucking there. So yeah, you can kind of, I can almost triangulate the type of people I expect to see, and it wouldn't be a problem. Like what I'm saying is, I naturally wouldn't have a problem, but I can read the room. Like, oh, this would require a different version of me. Not this time, Gadget. And more importantly, because it's so much heat, and I'm a stranger. Nah, I'm not trying to get initiated into no dumb shit either. Then 3, like where's my aunt or my cousin at? In case it gets too dark over there. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. So AKA wisdom. I have no fucking reason trying to unlock that map in those dynamics. I'll go. Walmart even. But none of my dreams, none of my imagination, no one I'm trying to add to my circle, if you will be because I was paying it, you know what I'm saying? Because I intended to, triangulate life and things and jobs and opportunities and rides to that side. It's like, I'm gonna drive past it though. I'll drive through that bitch. I wanna see everything. I'm gonna drive past that mountain and I'm gonna turn left and I'm gonna keep going all the way to the next mountain. I don't think I'm over there to park, bro. I don't think I'm going over to the park too long, bro. That's all. I might need some cigarettes or Black and Mild or something. I might, you know what I'm saying? Like show my face, like, hey, Man, I be seeing you over there. Yeah, I do be over there. Now you know my face. Tell the other ones that I'm here. I'm good. Man, he the one that gave me $4. Good. Good. You remember money. They'll remember that. Money and drugs. So that's what I'm saying. Even when you do shit like that. Like the guy, I was on streaming from the other side of town, that way. I was on that side. I was next to that mountain last time. You notice I'm on that side on that other video. But there's a guy that's asking for something. There's a black guy and a white guy. And the black guy I've seen before. I've seen him on this side of town. So mind you, I gotta take an Uber. So he saw me on that side of town. And I gave him the singles that I had on me, right? And that's going to change the dynamics of his social network. So he know me twice. He know me where I normally be at, and then he knows that he see me over there, and he knows that I give him money. So he's you know, whatever type of crackhead he is, and he's more stronger, he's more muscular still, so he's still competent. He's in his 50s, I think. And he's always chatty-patting with everybody, hustling, you know, trying to do things. So now I know when I see him anywhere in fucking public, I'm good money. That's the toll. You know how in Cali they be talking about you gotta check in, like the concept? That's universal, but it's not enforced. That's weird those gangs are enforcing that, and that's none of my business. It's their business if they're all gang members doing shit with money. But I'm saying the concept of having to check in with someone, I just flip that parallel to my own dimensions. Like, I'm checking in with the homeless. I am. They're the streets. They're everyone ain't outside, but you know who always outside? The homeless. Do the science one more time. Everybody ain't outside, but you know who always outside? The homeless people. Even if they ain't homeless, don't let them fool you out here. They'll have houses just like this, but they'll be outside. You feel me? They're outside. You feel me? They're homeless because they're outside, but they be having homes to go to sleep sometimes. And it's crazy when you get to know them older than me. They be wanting to be outside. And I haven't reached that level of my imagination or ministry even. I couldn't fathom it. I'm not on those drugs. But whatever's on them drugs with them in that community they make out there is worth being outside. And I can get it, kind of. Like, minus the patinas and the smells and the drugs. I kind of understand what they're simulating. They're simulating outside. They're not on the internet. So, yeah, you pay the toll booth to these trolls sometimes, man. Especially the annoying ones. The loud ones, the annoying ones, the ones that are always talking to people. Don't forget they weren't always on drugs. I know, shit's crazy. So, if you understand, they didn't get their skill set from being a crackhead. They're used to being around people, knowing people. Probably related to somebody important in the city once upon a time. Lost their mind, maybe grandmama died. You know how these stories go? But they still outside. Those are the ones. Like, oh, if he asked me for $1, yeah, I seen him 3 times already. Yep, I'm gonna have to give him $1. I'm gonna have to pay the toll. I'm gonna have to do that and let him know I'm friendly. Like, I'm cool as shit. I'm cooler than the other side of the pillow. Because I know I'm gonna be on that side of the mountain one day. I already know I'm gonna be on that side of the mountain. And his ass is probably always there. I'm telling you something, boy. You can't miss. You can't miss, man. You can't miss, man. Yeah. You can't miss like that. Those are recipes, man. They don't miss. Don't miss. I'm driving around one day, I'm gonna see his ass again. You know what? And I'll be looking for something or someone. I'm like, hey, bro, A, B, C, and D, E, F, G. Oh, you know, yeah. I'm whipping now. Cool story. Anyway, where's the best way, or what's the best thing, or how did I do that? Any kind of knowledge out here I need. I know he gonna know the answer. I know he gonna point me in the right direction. Off of GP. There won't be a lot of depth to it, but it's gonna be the right. It's gonna be the answer I need. It's gonna push me in the right direction. Or he's gonna tell me exactly where the thing is, or where it ought to be. He gonna tell me about something from 30 years ago, and he gonna talk about it like it was yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, those are those people, guys. I'm back. It said Frozen. I'm back. It said Frozen. Root on the track. Yeah, I saw it do it this time. Root on the track. Yeah, I saw it do it this time. They're like micro. They're like micro photo game script. Frozen it back, we back. They're like micro photo game script. Frozen it back, we back. Mr. Now and all of them. 3, turn. I don't know, Taryn. Mr. Now says, "Yep, last time I skipped school to go to the mall, which was a kind of far away from the school. I was in ninth grade. You got it." Sure, says 3. Year later, it wasn't even worth it anymore. Mr. Now. Year after that was 2019. Can you imagine? He almost got outside from outside, and then they told him to go back inside. Composure Slim says, riding rental rocks was the thing. Hey. 3333 Shogun 1000. Mr. Now says, yep, once you 5 minutes of bike away from the house, there's no going away quick. Shogun says 3, I'm still in the hood, practicing the ancient ways. Hey. Mr. Now says, yeah, it wasn't niche micro celebrities. Sudanese 333. Unless skating, boom, boom, boom. End of the road, boys to men. Back, we back now, Slooping. Ableton, we good now, sounds good. All right, we finally simpler. Ableton, simplex, complex, warp mode. Shit. Yeah, we was outside, that's all. Those are our ancient Chinese secrets. So I grew up in that reality and added the internet to it. I didn't think the internet would replace the realities and subtract the real life one. I knew the internet was going to be more of everything, but I didn't know we were going to lose outside with it. I didn't know it was one or the other, is basically what I'm saying, in a micro niche. Yep. They filtered us out too. They hung the carrot over school. And obviously, most people have to go to school out of their neighborhood. And if they go to college, they usually go out of their state for the experience. And then they start working locally or meeting new friends, relationships, romance, and then it takes them everywhere else. And that vibe never comes back unless it's a holiday, November, unless it's like, family. You never see some of those people again. Everyone move away to raise their kids. And that's the craziest thing. They're saying, like, I'm a product of outside, but I'm about to raise my kids outside the outside network. So they raise their kids in the only thing left is the internet for them. Yeah. So we're now at the generation where all those kids of us are at least 20 by now. Yeah. A lot of millennial kids, early 80s until now, they would have kids, they're in their 20s now. 20 to early 20s now. Yup. Gen Z. But Gen Z with the millennial parent. Early millennial parent, not the late ones. The 80s millennial parents. Their kids are Gen Z. They'll be the ones who are on TikTok right now. Anywhere from their oldest ones could be 30, actually. The oldest can be 30. The median will be like 24, 25. So they out of college age. Yeah, these are the people on TikTok. A lot of those people. They've been millennial raised. Unironically, that's crazy. That's crazy. Mid 20s, yeah. And plus, there's other people who are mid 20s, younger kids, older people have kids later. But the root mean average should be millennial kids. The kids of millennials. And I don't see that representation too much, especially not for my demographics or my hood nigga section. Mm-mm. I don't even know where those YNs be living for real. I don't know who their parents are. Maybe that's regional. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a 2K player class. That's not a side effect of outside. That's something they came up with on the internet, watching NBA YoungBoy and shit, and King Von documentaries. There's a lot of heavy Chicago influence. But do you understand how big fucking Chicago is? I didn't. I didn't understand the scale of Chicago. The scale of Chicago is ridiculous when you get to see it for yourself. What the fuck? So they can be talking about anybody in Chicago, and I'm like, wait, shut up. We're in Chicago. I mean, like micro. Give me the micro map of we're in Chicago. Because you telling me they on the west side of Chicago. Don't tell nobody nothing. Saying someone's on the west side of a Chicago is like saying the difference between Los Angeles and Oakland. Where are they again? Oh, they on the side of Chicago that looks like that. But yeah, that's how many fucking city blocks. Where are they from? They don't run the whole west side. They run a city block or two. Where? Quadrants of the west side. Which quadrant are they in? What is that the name of your damn train? That is a train there for a reason, dog. That's how far that shit go. They ride a train in Chicago. I need you to understand the science on this. A place that got a train with local names is a big fucking place if it's a train and not a bus. Chicago is, man. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm going back to Chicago. I know that. Shorts got me green apples. I gotta go see Chicago for myself. I ain't stopping nowhere. Fuck what y'all talking about. I'm just driving around Chicago. I saw the traffic too. I was like, oh shit. You gotta go to Chicago with a lot of gas money. I got it. If I'm doing what I do, I'll be fine. Nope, I don't have any questions. Nope. Where G Herbo and them live? Buy me a black and mild, give $1 to the homeless, and I'm going back in my fucking car. Out of here. Yeah, Chicago is different. I can imagine. But you ain't gotta worry about the whole map either. Apparently. Yeah, man. We out here. I've been talking about hitting the Shy. I want to try the train suite. Same story. Sounds good. Yeah, me too. Me too. I gotta see it for myself. I gotta see how much of it in us is left. On top of that, it's always different when you go there for yourself. Always. They be advertising and saying shit, or people on the internet be talking about their city, and you think it's the same element, and it's not the same elements. So it's a different formula. It's a different ingredient. Oh, I ain't got nothing to worry about. This ain't that. Okay. What happened to it? Where did it go? Where is it now? I always used to be asking, like, where do they displace everybody? And it's scary that no one has the answer. Because it's weird that so many people grow up heavily concentrated, dense, through the 90s and early 2000s, and then suburbia and gentrification happens, and there's not like a reunion, not even gnosis. Like, where's such and such at? Like, someone you used to see on the bus every day, at the same store, at the same thing, at the same church, same rituals, same community, every day, years, parents, kids, grandkids. And then something happens, Obama time period, and then people started moving on. The millennials in them started going to college and suburban it up for the most time. But then the old people and the former crackheads and the former people living off the government, where do they put them? We never get the answer to that. And you never see them again. Bobby Hemmett, you feel me? Like, the shit weird. It's upsetting. We ain't talking about where they send these people who camp and build tents. No, we talking about people who just like outside. You move them where? I don't know where those communities are. It should be hundreds of people who are moved out of the city. To where? They'd be outside wherever they are. If there was a different side of your city, you would see them again outside, right? Same bus. Nah, some people you just never see again. It's the weirdest story. Yeah. Yep. If you could stomach a city's bus station, you'll find everybody you need to know right there. That's how you start any storyline quest out in these streets. Find their downtown bus station. Find wherever their buses meet. And pivot from there. Especially if it's downtown, their civilization and everything else. Anything you need. Everything but safety feeling. You ain't got to worry about safety too much. But that's where the elements are. Usual. Chicago train, Chicago bus. Jonathan says 3. Yo, all of them cleaned out the ones that were in a social condition classified as no one will miss them if they disappear. That's crazy because you end up missing them. You just don't know the answer to where they went. So then you kind of lose the connection. It's not because you don't miss them though, which is crazy. Eamon Ross says when they tore a lot of the project downs here in the Chi-Town, those folks moved out to suburbs like Aurora. Especially those projects is right by the United Center and the Green Line train. But are they still there though? Like the elements? Like if you go outside Aurora, you'll see the same outside people? They'll be familiar at least? Because outside people don't just move and go inside, you know what I'm saying? Like they would copy and paste their 30 plus years of behaviors, and that's what I'm talking about. They move them and you never see outside of them. Wherever they say they, I don't fucking know. It ain't like we were following them on Facebook or something. Oh, this shit don't like me. But I read your comment 3 times. Oh, this shit don't like me. But I read your comment 3 times. 3 times. I should be back this time. It's literally playing in my face. It's literally playing in my face. Yeah, it said reconnecting and it's spent for a long time that time. I'm like, one more time for good measure. One more time for good measure. Overflowing. Yeah, it keeps looping reconnecting. But it does it really short, but it never reconnects. It says reconnected on my side. It says live on my side, but y'all don't see me. So it just goes, it does microbursts. Like packet, what they call it? Like data packet flooding, DDS, DDoS, or whatever the fuck. It's kind of like that. It always reconnects, but then y'all don't see me. We back, we here now. Yeah. That's some fuck shit. I said that happened every time I said the F word. It'll go reconnecting. Yeah, it's still good. Every time I said something, the word, the F word, EDERAL. As soon as I said that word, like even like last time, right as I was about to say the word, it said reconnecting. Every time I said that word, it did that. Like 3 or 4 times in a row. So imagine. Anyway, Chicago. Navigating, street, science, sociology, survival. These are just our recipe books, man. That's all. We don't know any other way to live like. For the first time in human history, can you imagine? So yeah. Can't wait to drive so I can get to that side of the mountain real quick. I'll do a video over there. Far away from people. Down there. Nah, there should be some beautiful things down there too. Vegas has a lot of parks. It does. And these people are not the people from the 90s either. The energy ain't like that. The energy ain't on the people no more. It's not like man versus man as much. It's more like elements. Like, oh, these people want to act up. These people want to be bothering you. These people want to try to steal from you. You know what I'm saying? You got to deal with that. You would deal with more of it on that side of the mountain. So that's all. Green checks. Lego. What's the final word here, man? So I can scrounge together another black and mild and do my nighttime walk because the sunset want to set by 6 and we already have these new sunset colors. I don't know if y'all got them dropped where y'all live at. We got the blue to orange gradient joint from AOL and Trillion from 2001. We back on the map. Must be a fall thing. But yeah, fall. Fall of Granada Loop be damned. We started with the fall of Granada. We'll see what happens. That was a reorganizational event. So yeah, got us to here, I guess. I don't know what's after this. There ain't no more land to go. But yeah, man. Stay dope, stay vigilant. Just let the energy and feelings just go through you. We're going through a reformatting process of our nervous system, of our awareness, of our society, of finances, of cost of things. And they just keep springing new shit and new shit on people. So if you ain't got to figure it out or you don't know what it is, duh. Just take it as a duh. Like, no shit. We have never been through this in human history. No need to beat yourself up for not knowing enough. Couldn't know enough. It wouldn't stop anything. And it's the perfect time for God to show up. I tell you that. Start praying for paths, for understanding, for which way you should go, for whatever you need, and train in on that. And praying and waiting and seeing the answers, or to pay attention to what random people start saying to you and the signs and which you scroll on, and does it sound like your question or your answer? What does that mean? And watch things happen for you and like kind of live your life with that invisible GPS. That's how I did it outside too. I needed both. Yeah, my dad set me up, but it was God that kept me through that shit. I'll tell you something. My dad wasn't there the whole time. He walked me through it. It's like he was the tutorial, but I had to do that shit by myself. And it wasn't really by myself. Now I think about it. It had to be God. So yeah, nothing has changed. It's just way more noticeable because everything else is quiet. Nothing else in the way. Nothing else doing the riot. When everything slows down like this, it's like you, your thoughts, and God. And hopefully, if you have friends, family, and partners and stuff, even that. But I don't know. I don't know that that's important right now. I think our mental health, our rest, and in finding our own personal happy space through all the chaos. That segment was me navigating chaos. And when I was outside, I was fine. As long as I stayed out of danger. Nothing changed. We're going to have all these issues, and it's going to affect so many people. It's going to affect the attitude of the consensus and social order more than anything, because the way that we interact with each other now. But when you go back outside, and you remember, you ain't got to have your phone with you. The update out here will move different, although we see the prices instantly. But in terms of navigation and opportunities and things working out for you, there's always a position for it too, because there's people not paying attention and it's working out for them. And there's people who pay too much attention and it's working out for them. There's people who are not paying attention and they're going to lose. There's people who always pay attention and they're going to lose. Gradients, quadrants. You ain't got to choose one or the other. You just choose what you want. That's what you take to God. Like, God, help me get to this point. Or show me the point you want me to get to. That one's cooler, actually. God will take you on a detour, like one of them tourism buses. Like, God is like, all right, let me show you something different. Let me take what you want and make it better by making it worse. It don't make sense at first. I promise you. Sometimes it won't make sense at first. Good. Now you know. Following something you can't see might not make sense at first, but it always makes sense after. Like, if you keep on going, you look back and be like, damn. It taught me this, it showed me that, it revealed this, it exposed that, it did all those things. Nothing I wanted to do. But because I chose that route, that's the way you get to this. Damn. If I was just trying to get to the West Coast, it's easy as a train or a plane ticket. But that's not what I did. I didn't move to Las Vegas. I learned a whole year worth of what the fuck is happening type shit. And then it still took me to the West Coast. You know what's the scariest thing about this time and moment in life? I'll be honest with you, I don't know. That there is no way in Hades or human history I should be here right now based on my own ability to plan it. But if I had not came here right now, and let's say things just kept going the way it was, and then the downturn of everything kept on happening, and I had, and that's because I was able to, like, how do I say, based on my own natural abilities and circumstances, that waning of that energy, my aunt being dead and everything that's going on, and then the summer, and then where I was, and even if nothing went wrong, and I was just sustaining like I was in Charlotte, in this moment right now, I'd have no fucking clue where to go next. If I was in the same location then as now, I would have no fucking clue, bro. And you know what's crazy about that for me? I hate that place. So imagine everything blowing up and going crazy, for however temporary this is, whatever the case may be. Just this moment, doing this analysis of the world there, stuck there, knowing that ain't no chance in Hades I'm trying to go out to the West Coast at a time like this, you know what I'm saying? Without ever being there, like just willy nilly. Now I'm definitely staying out here. Now I'm staying out here, I'm stuck here, and everything's all miserable. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes God is funny like that. Sometimes, because in my head, I was like, well, God, why don't you just let me, bust at least for another year, save up, go, grind harder, blah, 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 and then, go on my own terms, is what I'm trying to say. And God was like, oh, you funny. You don't understand November yet, do you? What's that? Oh, you old April, May, June looking ass nigga. This ain't happening now, suddenly, just because it had to happen now, suddenly, nigga. This is the last chance for it to happen for you under these circumstances and these conditions. And then the unfolding of the story and the reasons given to me and what I experienced up into a certain limit of it was like, oh, that's enough energy to get me away from some shit. But now that I touched down, I had way more energy about some shit. Now it's wearing off and it's waning out. And it's like, what's the point of all that? And then when you look around, I'm like, nigga, how the fuck did I get to Las Vegas at a time like this? Chismis, impossible. That decision makes no sense in nobody's recipe book. But circumstances, so the circumstance leading to opportunity out of circumstance led me to where I'm at. And what I'm saying is, given it, for me especially, a ground zero Fallout 5 version of reality, if I would have did that there, my options would have been nil and void because I did everything in that city, all 25 years, right? Like those businesses I worked at are gone. UPS is probably going to shut it down there. And everything else is mom and pop or corporate and it's too small. And remember, I'm telling you, this is a place where the minimum wage was $5.15. There'd have been no potential to do nothing dope or grow outside of the shrinking ad revenue and affiliates and music production on the internet, right? You can do that anywhere. But what I'm saying, there specifically, expanding and growing and starting a family, impossible from this level. Whereas I come to a whole different side of the country with a whole different parabola. At least this motherfucker got sidewalks. You know what I'm saying? At least I know where all the bullshit jobs are if they ever start hiring, right? I know where it is. And if I get a car, I can go further. I know where the money at. That's what I'm saying about God's timing, if you will. I was being pulled somewhere and I couldn't get there fast enough. When I stopped trying to get there, it couldn't move me back fast enough. You feel me? That's what I mean. Like, you gotta trust that science. Shout out to the brother for the Cashapp. I appreciate you. Black and miles. I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna smoke another day. But yeah, it's like keeping that keeping track of your story is the story. In fact, you don't know until time passes, bro. Honestly. But I can tell you with this particular time and what has fucking passed me, oh my God, that wasn't me. I wasn't calculating none of those variables. I really didn't anticipate what life would look like for all of us, let alone me, thinking that this year was the year that it gets so fucking weird. Again, we just went through fucking, bro, we tired. It was weird during Spicy Sundays. It was weird during the dailies. It was weird after. And it just got weird again, bro. So, like, I can only give glory to God, bro. I can only take so much. A fool can only be fooled by so much, right? Like, we clocked it. We did it. We played our positions. And that's all that's all I had left. But still, God made a way to at least get me closer to where I was going. Way before I could have. In fact, that's the funniest shit about this. I got here sooner than I planned. Damn. So, I'll take a little pain and discomfort. What else is there to do at a time like this? To God be the glory. That's the first daylight I've seen all day. Dang. Peter Cruiser says, thank you. Mr. Now, check. TFP 3 Sunset. Shogun 3. Yeah. One more time, part 3. Hold on, how much battery I got? I'll let it die on me. I can see it outside, I think. I'll show you that outside real quick, hopefully. Shit, beautiful. The moon out there too. Hold on. I got 7%. Hold on. I saw somebody running by, like I said. Same thing. Some Call of Duty shit. So you got the moon right there. That's the person boss. Then you got like that Call of Duty map right there. Then you got the other mountain. That's closer to the at nighttime, like I guess in the next hour or two, all that shit gonna light up like a Christmas tree. Like that shit ain't dark. They just ain't got their lights on yet. But like I said, that's where all the money is. On that side of that mountain, on that side over there, that's where the money. But straight ahead, if we look this way over this house over here on this other side of the bush, at nighttime you'll see the strip. You'll see all the shit. And then you got the other color, the sky down there. The purple. It's more purple in person. I think it's gradient it. It's averaging it, but it's more of a purple tint. All the way to where the sun actually is. That's the moon. But yeah. It's a crazy story, dude. Let's see how far this zoom goes. For real. Yeah, the lights ain't on yet. You'll see that one blink. But all of that shit, you're gonna see all the hotels and the fucking resorts that way. So yeah, mountains. But I'm gonna get up out of here. We going on 6 o'clock. Oh, it's been raining all day on the East Coast because of the arms of that hurricane. Y'all stay safe out there. I'm already praying for Jamaica, man. Yamaka. We've been talking about it all week. No wonder. Yeah, shout out to Jamaica, man. They need our prayers too. Can't forget about them. Remember, they have the mental health episode with all the men out there too, man. They definitely want to need our prayers and support. Shout out to all my brothers and cousins from Jamaica. But yeah, we out. The moon was here before, but it was so close. Yeah, on a round earth. The moon been out here all day, but you saw it in Italy. Do the same. So yeah. But yeah, I'm out for now. Lord willing, tomorrow. Until then, peace.